The father died when the main character and his sister were still little, and the mother then told her son to become a shaman because he had potential and the spirits would protect him. If he doesn't choose this path, he will get into big trouble. She forced him to study the religious aspects of shamanism, poetry, as well as magic and even strange things previously unknown to him. But then he already knew what he wanted from life, or all these teachings did not interest him at all. Therefore, he devoted all his time to scientific research, and after 10 years he became part of society. But in the end, it turned out that he died. This tragedy happened after he was hit by a car. Of course, it's quite hard to believe, but his mother was right and troubles did catch up with him. But that wasn't the most surprising thing that could have happened then. After all, what was unique about this situation was his rebirth. After some time, it became clear that life is not alone. On top of all this, it turns out that everything his mother said was actually true, and it was after her death that he realized this. In turn, he realized that some things can only be learned through personal experience, because now he is also doing what he wanted to do. The boy hit the page of one of the books quite hard and shouted that the lesson was starting. Today, they would continue to create a magic circle. So it turns out that the guy works as a teacher at the Academy of Magic, and a series of events led him here. Near the platform where Roger was heading, a fairly large number of people had gathered, waiting to board the train. The conductor checked the passengers' tickets and wished him well, even after that. It was the guy's turn, and the man greeted him and then asked to see his ticket. He did this, and after the procedure was completed, he was thanked and wished a safe journey. After this, he immediately went to the train, where the boarding point was. There, he waited to find the compartment in which he would travel, and it was the 403rd place, namely the fourth carriage in the third compartment. After a very short period of time, he finally found the very place he was heading to. Roger opened the door and saw a man already in the passenger seat opposite him. The old man also raised his head when he heard someone enter and greet the boy. He responded to this by doing the same, only bowing his head before his interlocutor. After some time and a short wait, the transport finally moved and headed towards the designated route. Now only the wheels on which he rode knocked against the iron rails and cut into their own path. The journey was not fast enough, so the locomotive visited various places. Even a colorful thief drove by, which was covered in snow like the trees in the area. The protagonist continued to travel with his compartment mate, and both of them were involved in reading. After a while, the guy became distracted and turned his attention forward to what that same person was doing. He, in turn, was reading the newspaper intently. Then the hero saw the pictures and realized that the civil war in the Kingdom of Utah had finally ended. By the way, we can say that the princess's faction won. Roger smiled when he saw this and said that it was finally over. The interlocutor turned his gaze to him, and it was clear that these words had a strange effect on him. But then the old man's face changed and, smiling a little, he said that that was true. And in turn, he was also interested in when all this would end. The guy noticed that just recently the prince's faction was recruiting soldiers, so it was good enough that the war didn't last long after all. Then apologized and said that he forgot to introduce himself, so he noted that his name was Roger Chilili. The man also introduced himself, but said that he did not have a last name. So let him be called simply Gerard. And it seems that the interlocutor is of noble origin. The guy replied that he is a fallen nobleman, and let him not worry about it. The old man remarked that everything was now clear to him, and Roger inquired where Sir Gerard was going. He remarked that he was heading to Lindenboyne, the capital of the empire. After all, I heard that this is indeed a fairly popular place among tourists. The guy said that the Exilian Empire is famous for its advanced magical engineering. So, for that alone, there's definitely something to see there. He also said he's heading to Leathervelk to join Theon's academy. The old man remarked that it was really surprising. He was so young and must be an outstanding specialist in some field. Roger was only embarrassed because of this. He then went on to say that this was not really the case, as he was just lucky. Gerard noted that many people want to be in this man's place and let him be proud of himself. Roger then smiled and thanked him for his wonderful words, then stated that, returning to the topic of war, had rumors not already reached that man. He is talking about the very person of the princess faction who won. Everyone else says that he had neither experience in magic nor the highest knightly rank. So it turns out he was just a wandering mercenary named Machiavelli. The old man looked down and coldly replied that he understood everything. The guy noticed this and said that his interlocutor was not particularly surprised by this. The man replied that he simply thought that this was nothing more than simple gossip. But Roger, in turn, knew that this was not so, because Machiavelli was the one who wandered the world in search of one object, and this name was exactly what the main character used in his past life. The old man interrupted his thoughts and turned to Sir Roger with a smile on his face, asking if this meant that he would be taking charge of a class at Theon's academy. Roger noted that his interlocutor understood everything correctly, and he would be responsible for the second-year students. Gerard asked in surprise if he was really starting straight from the second year. If this is really the case, then he is more capable than the man thought before. Suddenly, something has changed radically in his facial expressions. The guy noticed why something happened and asked if something was wrong. The compartment neighbor turned his attention to the window and asked to wait a second. Then I noticed, a little surprised, that something was about to happen. Indeed, after a few seconds of this old man saying his phrase near the train that was heading along the rails, there was an explosion. The locomotive started to sway from side to side, and so the people could barely hold on, and the guy asked what was going on right now. It was completely unclear whether the engine could explode. Gerard replied that this simply could not happen, because it was protected by magic. The old man began to listen to something again, as if he sensed some kind of danger, and after a while he shouted that this was a trap. Roger asked in surprise, but why set it up at all? The interlocutor responded to this by saying that perhaps someone wanted to rob rich merchants and only nobles, but it would be bad if they really did arrange this explosion. Because if all this turns out to be true, that there is definitely a magician among them, they, in turn, should hide or get off the train. Roger started to open the compartment door and asked you to wait a little, because he would go first to check everything with you. After gathering all his things, he slowly opened the door and then looked around to see if anyone was there. And after looking around, he still didn't see anyone. He then told Gerard that there was no one in the fourth carriage, and the man came out to him and asked if the other passengers were safe. The guy, in turn, said that the compartments were protected by magic, but the interlocutor replied that this was definitely not a guarantee. It was dangerous to stay in these places if they were cursed, that is. Because if it was the same magic spell, and his defenses had already been breached, Roger asked if he understood correctly that the explosion came from the third carriage. If that was indeed the case, then why weren't the robbers here yet? Gerard noted that if he were them, he would have headed for the first carriage. The guy thought for a few seconds and noticed that this was definitely true, because there were first-class passengers there, so they were lucky that they were in fourth class now. The old man suggested going out the back door. They just needed to wait for the border guards. Suddenly, a robber appeared in the window near which they were standing. He went down there from above and with his feet opened the window, and then the guy got hit. The boy saw that same man and told the old man to stand behind him. The robber was wearing a mask and also looked at the people who were there with a rather crazy look. When Gerard saw this, he said that the whole situation looked pretty lousy. The robber immediately took out his weapon and prepared to attack the people in front of them. Roger realized that the situation was taking a turn for the worse and immediately used his magic. As a result of this action, the opponent was thrown with modest ease and flew quite far into the compartment. The old man just stood nearby and watched the situation that was happening. Then he asked the guy in surprise if he had really killed him. The hero replied that it was not so, because he had only neutralized him for a short time, and that was all. Then Roger started to walk closer to the man, and the man told him to stand still. Because it was dangerous, the guy said it was okay. He would just ask him a couple of questions. Roger stepped on the body of the same robber, and pointing his cane at him, declared that he had told him why he had climbed into that carriage. The same man did not answer for a long time, and then made some small sound. Immediately after this, he began to laugh quite loudly and thereby irritated his interlocutors. Roger was a little surprised by this, and then said that he had not given him permission to laugh, and that he should answer the question posed. The robber, with a crazy look, called his interlocutor a dirty human, and said that he would kill them all. When this happened, he opened his clothes on his chest, and it was clear that there was a fairly large amount of dynamite with a detonator there. On top of all this, it was clearly visible that there was no time left on the timer and there was only 1 second. The boy and the old man noticed this, and the latter shouted to Sir Roger to hide immediately. And then, literally just moments later, after all the words were spoken, a rather powerful explosion was heard and a stream of flame flew in all directions. After the first explosion, the locomotive remained on the slope of one of the mountains. And now the explosion was even more powerful. Soon the smoke that rose, as well as the fire, began to gradually subside. Gerard, however, remained alive, and now he sat with his head covered and smoked below. She mentally realized that he was okay, and immediately turned to Sir Roger and asked if he was okay. But when this man raised his head up, he was discouraged by what he saw in front of him. And all this is because there was no diary in front, and only the right part of the carriage near which there were people was destroyed. The man gradually began to approach the very hole that had formed in order to take a look. Then he began calling his compartment neighbor and expected that he might answer him. At the same time, he touched his cheek and felt something strange there. It was clear that part of his face was starting to peel off, and he realized that things were bad. So I gradually started to connect it because the camouflage had already failed. Of course, Gerard didn't like this situation at all, and he said that this suit was, after all, custom made. A few moments later, the man removed his mask completely, and a completely different person's face appeared from underneath it. Then he turned his attention forward and asked himself why he was constantly noticed in various incidents. It turns out that there is no specific reason why the hero chose the name Machiavelli. He simply took the name of a famous person from his past life. He, in turn, needed to completely change his personality so as not to get into various troubles while he traveled the world. So it was this image that was supposed to help him. It was a difficult day, and he attracted unwanted attention, although he should keep his identity a secret. Fortunately, the princess and her soldiers were overcome with triumph, and he managed to hide when they lowered their defenses and boarded the train to Linderbrunn. But the hero exhaled sadly and did not understand why all this was so serious. At the same time, it was completely unclear why something of this kind was always happening to him. After his reflections, Machiavelli immediately threw away the very mask that he had been holding in his hands all this time. Then he looked ahead and mentally wished Roger to rest in peace, since it turned out that these people had set up such an ambush in broad daylight. The guy turned his attention to the side and thought that he didn't even expect that the same man would detonate the bomb, because ordinary robbers wouldn't have pulled something like that. It turns out that only a psychopath, intent on killing everyone, could do something like this. And perhaps their target was not the passengers, but the train itself. The hero heard something behind him. It turned out that it was one of the train employees who asked if the man was okay. Machiavelli looked at him, and the man asked what happened here. In response to this, the guy said that the train had recently been attacked by armed robbers, and it seemed that they were heading to the first car. By the way, they probably shouldn't get involved in this. The man turned around and said that he needed to evacuate passengers through the last car. Then he turned around and said that this man should also evacuate, but the guy suddenly ran up to him, grabbed him by the throat, and threw him to the ground. The old man with the squad asked what this sir was doing towards him. There Machiavelli changed to a colder one, and he asked if this man really thought that his pathetic game would convince him. After all, it turns out that robbers don't just attack any passing train out of the blue, let alone a protective spell that matches itself. The bottom line from this situation is that this is a difficult trick that cannot be done without the help of someone who knows the mechanism. The county worker was amazed at how perceptive this man was and looked at him in surprise. Realizing that the situation was getting out of control right now, his expression immediately changed. And in order to resolve this situation, he immediately took out the blade that was hidden in his right hand. Naturally, Machiavelli noticed all this. So I grabbed that very weapon with my hand and shouted that he shouldn't even think about it, old man. It happens pretty quickly, but who is he anyway? On top of all this, it was quite interesting why he was here. The guy picked him up and, threatening him with a weapon, said that if he would keep quiet, then good. Let him end up stomping, straight to death. Literally, after a few steps, the hero felt that this was strange and shook his head. He stopped and felt some strange sound and thought that it was quite familiar. So, could he really understand everything correctly? The guy pushed the train worker forward, and he himself moved away to protect himself. When all this happened, the body of that same old man was pierced through and through by several dozen bullets. Machiavelli, in turn, managed to hide and wondered when he had managed to give the signal because he was watching him. If the signal was rebelling, this was the only option left. In this case, it turns out that all of this was planned in advance. While the hero was thinking about it, the entrance door to this carriage was kicked in. Several robbers entered, armed with automatic weapons, and one of them asked in surprise what was going on. Was there really a survivor here? At the same time, it was unclear whether he had dodged the shelling. The hero rose to his feet and said that they had never even dreamed of killing him. But his opponents pointed their weapons at him, and the leader ordered that he be finished off immediately. Machiavelli continued to stand in the same place and watched their movements carefully. Each of the robbers present immediately pulled the trigger, but nothing happened as a result. Just because of this, they immediately started checking their machine guns, and one asked why he couldn't shoot, and another man from behind asked how the machine gun wasn't working. The main one of them turned his attention forward and asked what this was, because this guy was doing something. The hero in turn used his magical powers and cast some kind of spell. Opponents said that it turns out that he is a magician, and also knocked the weapon out of order with the help of his powers. At that moment, the guy immediately turned his attention to the side to see, felt something strange, and there, Out of nowhere, some force appeared that was like the wind and was heading towards him. The magic that Machiavelli had created in his hand a few moments later was destroyed. He looked at his hand in surprise after what happened and wondered if it was a suppressor. On the other hand, a man came out of the carriage and noticed that he didn't even expect that there would be a magician on this train. The hero found himself squeezed from both sides. The man who spoke to him ordered him to surrender and not to twitch, because in that case he would be granted a quick death. The guy paid attention to the very person who was talking to him and realized that he felt he was an unusual magician. On top of all this, there is a high probability that he might even be fourth rank like the guy. But he is unfamiliar with this person's face. It's been about 10 minutes since that big explosion, and it will take a long time to get out of the Arete Mountains. Machiavelli realized that he, too, could not just stand there and wait for reinforcements to arrive, so there was only one thing left to do. He immediately jumped into the gap. The enemy mage asked if he had really jumped and also told his subordinate to check, who naturally agreed to do so. Then he looked out of that huge hole, and when he turned his attention there, he declared that he saw nothing. So I think that most likely this man really did jump off the train. There is a high probability that they scared him and he left, but before he could finish this sentence, he was killed. The man realized what had happened and shouted that the same man was on the roof, the robbers asked. But how did this happen? Did he really use flight magic? On top of all this, is it possible to do this while the train is moving? The wizard shouted for them to cover their mouths and find him immediately. He, in turn, is a magician, and they cannot use all their powers against him, so let a few people stay here anyway. Everyone else, in turn, let them head to the first carriage, and then several people started shooting at the roof. Indeed, the hero found himself there, and when he realized that they were shooting at him, he began to run away from there as quickly as possible. Of course, people heard a man running along the roof, and the main thing was that he was heading towards the back of the train, so they should run after him. In order to move to the next carriage, they had to open the door, and one of them did it. Literally at that very moment, a rather powerful explosion thundered, which struck several people nearby. The robber asked if it was really a trap, and his interlocutor, who was dumbfounded, asked how Max had made it so quickly. The leader among them was also quite discouraged and thought that the one they were fighting was different from the magicians he had encountered. Right now, the efficiency and results of his work are on a completely different level. One could even say that he looks more like a hunter than a magician. However, even this is an incorrect judgment because he may be a mercenary. The robbers heard some strange sounds from the side. The leader, in turn, also heard them and was very surprised because he understood what was happening. Then he started running forward and telling everyone that this was bad, because that same man was separating the carriages in order to escape. At that very second, he thought about how he couldn't figure this out at all before. It turns out that the enemy, in turn, wasn't going to fight them. The robbers turned their attention to the doors and noticed that they began to move away a little, and after a few moments there was nothing visible there at all, or only white emptiness. Well, this happened naturally because the cars were separated and had already stopped. The distance between them at that very moment was already quite large. Yeah, the leader of the bandits realized what had happened, and it was very bad. One of the guys noticed that they had missed him and could not leave the train to go after him. After him, the magician entered the conversation and said that he would remember his face and would definitely track him down and then kill him. The expression on his face changed dramatically in a few moments, and now he felt something terrible and began to ask himself what it was. Then I turned in the other direction to search and thought about what kind of powerful magical energy was there. But where did it come from anyway? But when this man turned around, you were simply taken aback by what you saw there. At that very place, the main characters were there, using their magic and preparing a powerful spell. Machiavelli then raised his hand and prepared to let go and hit his opponents. The enemy mage wondered where he could have come from. It was also interesting whether this was another trap for them, and the hero used his spell and immediately sent a powerful energy beam. It spread quite quickly across the entire perimeter and was ready to hit the targets. The enemy mage saw this technique and first tried to do something about it using his magic. But when he saw such a powerful destructive force in front of him, he immediately shouted to his comrades to run away. Although by the time he spoke about it, it was already quite late. A few moments later, the hero finally completed his attack with magic. The targets in front of him were hit, and the only smell in the air was burning. Machiavelli looked at them carefully and thought that everything ended at this moment. The man who was the head of these heads was still on his feet, although part of his face, as well as his left hand, were in a deplorable state. When the guy saw him, he said that surprisingly this man survived. The interlocutor said that he was just a scoundrel and asked why, and with what he should kill them. At the same time, he asked if his conscience didn't gnaw at him at all for such actions. The people he killed were ordinary patriots of this country. And it also turns out that they are fighting only for peace. Machiavelli did not listen to him at all and said that he was crazier than he thought. The magician, who at the moment looked like a living corpse, asked what he was actually talking about. In response to this, the hero asked, "Didn't they first try to kill him? And now he still dares to accuse him of some kind of atrocities." He then stated that, "Let him say this to everyone who is no longer breathing in this place." On top of all this, it was he who said that he would find and take his life just recently. So it was he who was complaining. The guy also said that, to be honest, he would really let him go. But it turns out that this person who is in front of him knows him by sight, and this is quite bad. In addition to all this, if he was going to get him better, to decide everything here and now, this would make his interlocutor quite angry. Just as he was about to start shouting at him, suddenly he was torn apart by ice that spread from top to bottom. Since Machiavelli did this to me, he was surprised by what happened in front of him and waited for what would happen next. At the same time, behind the opponent, some kind of sound came from steps in front. There, in turn, a knight appeared, walking slowly, and it was he who killed that man. The guy saw the ice spreading, and his interlocutor asked if he was okay at all. He must be scared at this point, but there is no need to worry about it. Then the man smiled proudly and said that the Knights of Cold Steel had already arrived at this place. In another part of the locomotive, there was a tense atmosphere and dozens of bullets were flying right through the compartment. The robbers who were shooting back asked if they were already here. It was unclear whether they had used flight magic in such weather. One of the knights was right in front of those people and, using his magic, protected himself from the bullets. After he killed them again, he immediately directed his power in another direction. At the same time, he rushed forward in order to attack the people who were shooting at him. The robbers saw this and became wary because of how fast the attack was. At the same time, another man was already struck by a knight who was on the other side. After this man had settled accounts with one of his rivals, he immediately turned on another. Naturally, the guy realized what awaited him and was quite scared. Soon only screams could be heard from him. Soon the man who had dealt with all these robbers reported that the second carriage had been completely cleared out. She also contacted the one who went into the first car and stated that it was clean and that the passengers were now safe. Someone approached the lieutenant and asked her to allow him to report on the situation. At the moment, the situation on the entire train is completely under control. The leader said that this was simply a wonderful job and let them all grow so that passengers could get to the next station safely. After some time, the locomotive finally reached Leathervelk station. There were quite a lot of people on the platform waiting to board there. The main character at this time was still in his compartment and was looking out the window at people passing by. Suddenly, the door swung open towards him, and when he paid attention then, he saw a girl. She immediately asked how he was and whether the terrorists had accidentally wounded him. Machiavelli replied that he was fine thanks to the Knights of Cold Steel, and was now simply lost in his thoughts. The interlocutor noted that she was glad to hear this. Then she smiled and said that she should have introduced herself right away. So she did and said that her name was Veronica DeVille. The hero exhaled and in turn also wanted to introduce himself to this girl. Suddenly, a man came up and interrupted him, asking for forgiveness. The lieutenant turned her attention to him and asked if he wanted something. The stranger responded by asking if she was the commander of the Knights in White Steel. The girl said that she was Lieutenant Veronica DeVille. The man pulled out his ID and said his name was Jason. He was an officer with the Leathervelk Police Department, and he was also aware of the situation that had occurred. Knows about the attack on the train in the Arret Mountains. The knight said that they, in turn, eliminated all the criminals. The interlocutor, of course, thanked for this. Then I noticed that there was still one, but because there was something rather strange in the report, the girl noticed that it was not clear what was being discussed and asked about it. The officer noticed that the attackers had taken over that very train too quickly. Even using magical power, they could not break through the protection so easily. Veronica was indeed surprised when she heard about these details that were in the report. And the law enforcement officer continued to say that most likely there was someone on board the train who helped those same criminals. The girl thought for a while and said that this was a pretty reasonable idea, and her interlocutor managed to notice that this was only his assumption. It is because of this that they will not detain people and will simply establish their identities. The knight immediately said that she understood, and of course, this is necessary. Then she turned to the main character and asked if he had heard. At the moment, the main thing is to answer the questions asked honestly, and then everything will be fine. The guy, in turn, just continued to smile and said nothing about it. But of course he didn't like this situation at all, and he thought he was in big trouble right now. There is nothing suspicious about the very personality Gerard portrayed just recently, which is why he easily passed ticket control, as expected. And as a result, he boarded this very train quite legally. At the moment, the only problem is his face, because he certainly won't get 45 years. In turn, if the main character really gets into the consequences, then sooner or later his secret will be revealed, and in that case, he will definitely be hanged. If you are lucky enough, you will be subjected to severe torture. The streets are now full of police officers and knights, so it is simply impossible to escape. Besides, as he can understand, the lieutenant is simply merciless to criminals. Now she is smiling and talking to him. But as soon as everything becomes clear and they begin to suspect him, the hero will definitely be cut to pieces. After some time, the law enforcement officer interrupted the guy's thoughts and asked if he was really okay. Of course he apologizes for that, but it took him a while to get the passenger list. He has nothing to worry about, just confirm his identity and that's it. If he still had his own ticket at the moment, he asked to show it. Machiavelli took it out and immediately handed it over. The assistant standing next to the man said it was number 403. The officer said he would look, and there was Roger Chilili, 25 years old. And also Jihad, a man in his early 40s, so the police asked where the second passenger was. The heroes responded by stating that he had been caught in an explosion during the attack, and that all this had happened while they were passing through the Areta Mountains. It was at that moment that he fell off the cliff. The law enforcement officer looked at him carefully and said nothing. Machiavelli tried to sit calmly, not showing any emotion so as not to get caught. Soon Jason asked him to stay put and not move anywhere, but the knight came closer and said that he could not be a suspect. The man asked her what she meant, and the girl responded by saying that when they arrived, he was fighting terrorists. And in that case, he asks, would a traitor behave like this? Jason asked if he really fought them, and that's surprising. Then he thought for a bit and said, this is what happened after all. And he then asks for forgiveness for it. But at the same time, he called him Mr. Roger, because he took him for a young man, and not for an old one, of course. The hero was amazed by this. Then, the interlocutor grumbled about the information in the report and asked if he had really been accepted to work at Theon's academy. Veronica also became interested and asked if it was true. They began to look closely at Machiavelli, and the guy didn't even know what to answer them. After thinking for a moment about the current situation, he smiled. Then he slowly rose from his seat and, taking the suitcase in his hands, said that it was all true. Then, he put on his hat and said that it was true, because he was the new Professor Roger Silici. After a while, they were all on the street, and the law enforcement officer apologized for the inconvenience. The guy said there was no need to apologize because he was able to get here. All this happened only thanks to them. Jason said that he would take him to the academy, but Machiavelli replied that it was not necessary, because he was not obliged to do this. The interlocutor said that the future empires are in the hands of this man, and how can he not see him off? But the hero thought that this is not so, because it would be better if they left him alone. In order to get out of it, he said that he had business, so in that case he could not detain them any longer, the officer noticed, immediately insisted, then nothing could be done. The hero turned the other way and with a smile on his face said that then he would go, and his acquaintance with Miss Veronica was short-lived, but he was glad that he met her. The girl immediately smiled when she heard such words and told Sir Roger that the feeling was mutual, and it was also possible that they would meet again. Machiavelli did not respond to this, but only turned in the other direction and walked slowly, merging with the crowd. He, in turn, walked step by step forward and felt that he was approaching the long-awaited freedom. After some time, he even thought happily that he could, and he did it after all. There was a little worry at that moment, and he mentally apologized to Sir Roger and thanked him for saving his life. He, in turn, is glad that, of course, the quality of the photographs is far from perfect now, because it is difficult to distinguish him from the real Roger in the photo. Now that the problem has actually been solved, he is definitely fine. For now, he needs to hide and create a new identity. Suddenly, the guy's thoughts were interrupted by an unfamiliar voice, which asked if he was Roger Silici by any chance. The protagonist immediately turned to this man, and he said that he recognized him and saw how he was talking with the knight. It was an old man who bowed and introduced himself, stating that his name was Wilfred, and that he, in turn, worked at Theon's academy. When this man heard about what had happened, he immediately came to meet him, glad that the young professor was not hurt after all. Then he asked to sit in his carriage, and he would take him straight to Theon. The main character naturally did not like all this. There was nothing left to do but confirm his alibi and agree that he was Roger. Wilfred drove the carriage they were riding in, and a mechanical horse pulled them in front. Machiavelli, in turn, was sitting right inside and was very thoughtful at that moment. Then the guy started. He didn't understand that this whole situation looked very bad, It turns out that the Academy ordered to meet someone who is not the most ordinary person. If you look closely, this old man has a fairly fit body, and moreover, the heroes did not notice how he ended up nearby based on this. Perhaps he was a knight. The hero thought that if it happened that he ran away using a stupid excuse, it would seem suspicious and that person would immediately follow him. So it would probably be better if he delayed his escape, since Gerard was presumed dead. He is nothing more than a ghost in this country. And all this means that if he disappears, no one will even notice that this happened. Looking up, the boy thought that, of course, it was good that he now had an ironclad alibi. And as long as he had it, he could live the life of Roger Chalishi. After some time, the carriage stopped, and the old man announced to the boy that they had finally arrived. The protagonist looked around him, and the man noticed that this place was Theon. The scale was truly astounding. So Machiavelli wondered what this was, whether everything really belonged to the Academy. It can be said that her possessions are larger than he imagined. Wilfred said that he would take him to the rector, and he could also entrust his luggage to him. And so, a few moments later, they were heading straight towards the main building of this academy. The old man who saw the guy off was waiting in a fairly large hall, but the hero entered through the door. When he did this, he immediately introduced himself and stated that his name was Roger Kellichi, and it turned out that he had come here on behalf of the rector. The room he was in was quite large, and at the end of it there was a small table on which the rector was sitting. She listened carefully to what the man said and smiled a little slyly. Then she raised her head and said that she had been waiting for Sir Roger all this time. Introducing herself, she stated that her name was Elizabeth Willow, and she was the headmistress of Theon Academy. Although the room was large, it was easily lit by the windows. The woman asked if he was okay. He had heard about the terrorist attack. The hero replied that everything was fine. The knightly order came to the rescue in time. The rector smiled happily after this and said that she was happy to hear all this because if this person had suffered, it would have affected them too. Machiavelli was a little surprised and wondered how she could speak so openly about the possible inactive consequences for them. It is true that it is simply beyond his comprehension, but he is more troubled by the strange feeling that arose as soon as he entered here. Of course, there is a high probability that he imagined it, but I wonder if Madame Rector had met Roger before, and whether she was accidentally picking at him now. The woman herself answered this and said that they met in person, and he was so tall and handsome. Based on this, the hero can say that, apparently, no. He thanked her for the compliment. Even if she does it out of politeness, the rector replied that he says such things. After all, it, in turn, is sure that it will become popular among students. Then she handed over the document and asked him to take it. She will repeat all this information again. This is what he received shortly before. It states his salary, and also that the employment contract is for 2 years, as well as food and accommodation at the expense of the academy. The hero paid attention to what was written there and thought it was a contract, and it didn't really matter if he was going to run away soon anyway. But there were 30 imperial coins a month. And if you translate it, it's 30 million dinars in the national currency, and you can also say that it's as much as 300 million won. Soon Elizabeth asked him about the contract and whether it was true that they had good enough conditions. Machiavelli continued to be surprised and said that they were not bad. But in his head he thought that it was not just like that. Because it turns out it's just crazy, what a jackpot. Although one should be calm because probably, with such a salary and responsibilities, the professors of Theon have a lot. The main character became interested in whether he would be able to hide his lack of knowledge of teaching at Theon's academy for the sake of every first one being a genius. But in any case, his work here is a long-standing matter, so it would be quite suspicious if he suddenly refused it. So at the moment, there is no choice but to agree, lie, bluff, and read the mood of the interlocutor, which is what he is very good at. So she said that everything suits him, and he is ready to sign the contract. Besides, he has experience and knowledge of his present and past life, and he is quite confident that he can play the role. The rector extended her hand and said that it was wonderful, and that she would be glad to work with Professor Roger, and the guy told Ms. Willow that the feeling was mutual. He also thought that he only needed 2 years to survive this time, and he would be free. After a while, night fell. Machiavelli sat on the sofa and thought that he had 3 weeks before the start of the semester. In principle, this time should be enough to prepare well. Of course, he didn't think that he would be given the entire house in which he now lives. Then he exhaled heavily and said to himself, which means that this time he will be a professor at the academy. After a few moments, memories of the past and how he came to this world 27 years ago began to pop into his head. It turns out that then he was reborn and retained all his memories, but lost his other abilities. He could not rely on his parents, and only on himself. So he had to endure many difficult trials, but he never thought that he would become a professor. The hero thought that technically he got a fictitious job, or to be more precise, it was taught to him without his own desire. Although if you think about it, then he just needed a new personality and the situation with Roger played into his hands. He is a man from a noble family originally from the small kingdom of Kyoto, the only child in the family whose parents passed away. The style of the letters that Machiavelli found is quite formal, which means he has no relatives. Because of this, no one should reveal the guy's identity. The disguise he had now was better than none he could find. The guy needed to sort out his lectures and find information about the academy, so he got up from his seat. At that very second, he decided that the first thing he would do was to explore the area. But as soon as he stood up, he felt his stomach growling and noticed that he hadn't eaten anything at all. In that case, I put aside all my business that I had planned for tomorrow, and I was wondering where their restaurant was. Sometime after what happened, a new day finally arrived and the weather was sunny. Machiavelli sat at the table, sipping a strong drink and watching the documents. In between readings, he thought that 2 weeks had already passed, and that was quite fast. But if we talk in general, he had managed to collect the necessary information. I also prepared well for the classes, and during the remaining week, I need to learn how to apply new knowledge in practice. Visitors are already arriving at this establishment. So he's about to go home and get ready for the watercourse. The stranger who sat down next to him said she was glad he was safe. She, in turn, was worried that something could happen to him. The main character realized that she was addressing him and immediately became wary about this. They were sitting alone on the terrace near the cafeteria, and there were no people nearby either. Then the girl asked why he hadn't contacted anyone for 2 whole weeks, since the other members of the organization were also worried about him. The First Order. Machiavelli sat sipping his drink and wondering what he should say next. After a few moments, he put down the cup, as if saying that he was about to impart information. The interlocutor immediately rose from his seat and answered that he had to check something, and also thought that if he understood correctly, he was being followed. Although he expressed himself incorrectly, to be more precise, they are following Roger Selici. The interlocutor went on to say that the terrorist attack was a surprise, and they, in turn, did not know that the rebels were planning an attack. The hero listened to her attentively and then said that he needed information about the academy. The girl asked what she was talking about. Didn't they send her away earlier? Machiavelli said that he had to make sure that it was true, to which the stranger replied that now everything was clear. And the guy, in turn, realized that he almost got caught and wondered what was going on here. So it turns out that now he has to try not to arouse any suspicion. So he asked if they had taken care of everything. The interlocutor said, "Of course it is so, because before meeting with him, they did not sort out the main figures of the academy, who were the ones they were targeting. And they also tracked down and eliminated the traitor to the organization. As far as he knows, the traitor was fed their own limbs, and the remains were thrown to the dogs." So she asked if this was not a worthy punishment for them. The hero became even more wary after this and thought that everything was very bad. The first thing he needed to do was calm down, so he took a drink to take a sip. Suddenly, the interlocutor began to spin sharply as if something had happened a few moments earlier. She lowered her head and immediately apologized, saying that she should have personally verified this before reporting it to him. Machiavelli didn't even understand what she was talking about, so he said that it was all unimportant and asked her to tell him the reason for her sudden appearance here. The interlocutor replied that he had been in this place for a month already, but they had not yet contacted him. The hero interrupted her and asked, so she decided to take matters into her own hands. She became wary and immediately apologized, and the guy ordered her to be silent. Then he put down his cup and said that her appearance also attracted unnecessary attention, so it got on his nerves. So was she really even trying to get them noticed now? Machiavelli knew she was reacting quite sharply to his words, so at this point he was absolutely sure that she was afraid of Roger, the girl's hands, which body was really shaking now. Soon the hero said that in any case now he was listening to her report and was wondering how many people they had taken. The stranger replied that 31 people from the Third Order and 7 from the Second had been successfully introduced. And also the other members of the First Order had already taken their positions according to the plan. The guy said that it was good, and everything was going as it should. At the same time, if the salary is finished, then they disperse. The girl agreed to this and said that next time, let him come to the previously agreed place. Machiavelli interrupted her again and asked in a rather rude tone if she was really telling him what to do. After this, he turned to his interlocutor and asked how she dared to give him orders at all. Then the guy returned home and began to look at documents about Roger, that he was a great nobleman and without a family. On top of all this, he is the youngest fourth-rank mage and is also a professor at Theon Academy. It was clear that this whole situation looked pretty bad, and the hero wondered why he hadn't sensed something was wrong before. Before this, Roger's personality seemed simply ideal to him because it was specially created in such a way as not to arouse suspicion. Otherwise, he simply would not have been able to infiltrate this academy. Those letters that Machiavelli found were most likely encrypted by someone. Now the guy was in despair and did not understand what he should do next in this situation. He laid his head on the bed, looking at the chandelier above for a while, thinking. In the end, he said that he really had miscalculated, because he couldn't believe that he had gotten himself into such a mess with his hasty actions. In order to take longer to resolve this situation, he got up from his seat and went to look at the books and documents. The hero realized that Roger used similar Kyoto language to encode messages. The construction of sentences immediately seemed strange to him. But he, in turn, did not think that this was the case. He is the first in the city, and his task is to infiltrate the academy and win everyone's trust, and then periodically take into account the progress, but this is not the only thing that worries the guy. He fell into thought again, pondering the situation. At the same time, he understood perfectly well that the more he thought about it, the less he believed in everything. It was unclear how the head of a secret society could have died in a terrorist attack. After all, it turns out that he is one of the strongest members of the organization and sent to spy in the academy. Such a person in that situation should definitely have survived. After a few moments, Machiavelli sighed sadly and thought that there was no point in condemning the dead man. In addition to all this, the hero's secrets were supplemented by this whole story that happened between Theon's academy and the secret organization. Thinking about this, the guy began to think that perhaps it was a good thing that they had contacted him after all. After all, if we judge by the words of that very girl, then the secret society consists of 4 orders, namely the 0, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. And even if the main health doesn't know anything about the 0 order, at least he knows about its existence, and that's already good. Machiavelli decided that now he needed to find out as quickly as possible what else the First Order had sent. If it turns out that the same person was well acquainted with Roger, then there is a risk that the hero is being told. So now the main thing is not to get caught. The best option for the guy would still be to use Theon to get rid of the secret orders. The secret organization will not be able to resist the powerful academy. This will not happen in any case. No matter how strong she is, the hero must get the necessary information so that neither side knows about it. He soon realized that this game on 2 fronts was making his head split, and it was hard to think about it. Now, Machiavelli seemed to have 2 rather difficult years ahead of him here. After some time, the next day arrived, and at the same time the semester was already supposed to begin. There were quite a lot of students in the corridors of the academy, and because of this, it was too noisy. Some students took their seats in the lecture hall and waited for the teacher for the next class. One of these guys asked the guys if they had heard the latest news yet. It turns out that the subject of spell theory, as well as the visual representation of elements, will be introduced by a new professor. He was asked how this is new for the 2nd year. If this is the case, then it looks like he knows his business. The man said that they had no other choice, since the former professor suddenly quit. Although what else could he do when the student disgraced him in front of everyone, showing that she was more capable than him? The girl approached another and remarked to Flora that it seemed they were talking about her. The girl with blue hair in turn asked, "Yes, what did she do anyway?" because she simply showed the professor that his magical techniques left much to be desired. In response to this, I heard that this was true, but clearly the guy was saying that he had heard that he had a brilliant reputation and wrote a bunch of reports as a military officer. The interlocutor said that he seemed to be a respected person and not some simpleton. One of the students asked if they knew that this professor was a fallen nobleman. The others were inspired by this and asked if it was true, since in that case there was no need to worry about grades. Flora thought that they had drawn the right conclusions. While the lecture hall was quite noisy, the entrance door opened and the main character began to enter. He walked slowly up the steps that led straight to the podium where he was to speak. When Machiavelli approached his workstation, he slammed his hand on the table to attract attention. Naturally, the students took notice of him, and he announced that he was their new professor and his name was Roger Chilichi, and it was nice to meet him. After he said this phrase, you immediately noticed how the students were behaving. They, in turn, sat very quietly and did not say a word, trying to listen to the teacher. The guy then said that they didn't have a schedule as such yet, and that's why he would make a few assurances before they started the main course. It turns out that he will go to the city of their spell, but the structure of the lesson will be unusual for them. They will study not only the theory, but also develop practical skills. It also turns out that classes will not be held exclusively for second-year students, and first-year students will also have the opportunity to attend them. Panic immediately broke out in the hall and people began to whisper among themselves. Machiavelli heard this and told them to be quieter. He understood that they were not happy with this situation. But even despite this, and I was very worried because the workload would be the same, a student raised his hand and asked if he could find out the reason why they decided to combine the courses. It was a girl who looked at the new teacher in surprise. The hero paid attention to her and realized that he had seen her somewhere before. So in response to this, he said that he considers it his teaching duty to allow everyone to get something useful out of the classes, regardless of their level of preparation. Also, in any case, they should not expect standard lessons from him. The girl said that she still did not understand and asked to explain in a little more detail. But the professor said that it would be quite boring if he revealed all his cards at once, in case he interested them. Then they would see each other at the next lesson. There is one last thing he would like to point out if any of them think they can get good grades without trying because the new professor is not that way. He is in a hurry to disappoint them because of such thoughts. At the same time, he was thinking, just let them not come to his classes and it will be bad. As a result, he thought that even though he was well prepared, it would still be easier for him to teach as few students as possible. Well, the pride of the second-year students, in turn, will be hurt if they allow themselves to attend classes on par with the first-year students. On top of all this, who would want to learn from him if it was difficult? So he told the students that that was all for now, and asked if there were any questions. One of the students thought that this man was putting pressure on people with his energy and that working as an officer probably had an effect on him. Another girl thought that he was rumored to be the youngest fourth-rank mage, but was it true since they had so many questions? She, in turn, understood perfectly well that she could not muster the courage to ask even one question, and Flora became interested in this man. A few moments later, Machiavelli announced that if there were still no questions, then he would declare the beginning of the semester open. Soon the hero left the lecture hall when their lesson was over. Walking along the corridors of the academy, he thought that the students had no questions at all. He, in turn, thought that they would want to clarify something or find out about him. Well, despite all this, it's even better for him, although it can be said that the answers prepared in advance were never needed. Then, after a few meters, Machiavelli began to wonder if he should wait. Had they really kept silent on purpose? And so, perhaps if that's the case, then he should have been more friendly, so maybe he hurt their pride. Soon after the professor thought about this, he raised his head up and noticed something. The few students who actually attended his classes stood near the wall with their eyes downcast. There was also a guy there who also looked rather uncertain. As a result, a fairly large number of these young people gathered, and they stood in a row on both sides, literally making a corridor. Machiavelli was amazed by this and wondered if all this was true since he had simply assumed. Suddenly, a woman appeared, apologized, and greeted the young professor. She asked if she understood correctly that he was their new professor, Sir Roger. The main characters paid attention to her, and the girl said that her name was Selena, and she was pleased to meet him, and that she, in turn, was also working here for the first day. The guy noticed that it was mutual and asked if she wanted to ask him something. The girl replied that it was indeed so. At that moment, she came close enough and asked if the man had already had lunch. Soon, Machiavelli was surrounded by some teachers. The man said it was nice to meet him. His name was Brian, and he taught how to summon golems. And the woman next to her said that her name was Matilda, and she was responsible for the spells and hallucinations from the curses and dispelling magic section. The hero said that he was glad to meet you, and his name was Roger Chalici. He teaches the theory and practice of spells. Then he thought, could this really be a meeting of new professors of the academy? But is it possible that all this was done to get to know each other better? The woman said that up close he was even more attractive, and the guy thanked her. The hero, in turn, turned his attention to one of the people standing in the distance, and their eyes met. Machiavelli looked at him quite angrily, as if he did not trust the man. The stranger saw how their gazes met, and after that he immediately turned away. Matilda came closer and whispered that this was Professor Chris Benamore. He was the first of them to join the academy, and as everyone else could see, he was a nobleman. It's not that they are commoners. Roger replied that he understood everything, thinking that, not counting him, among the new professors there was one nobleman and 3 of common origin. But it turns out that despite their different status in society, they are the best in their fields. In the end, if we talk about this situation, in other words, there is a high probability that among them there is another member of the First Order. Also, the fact that Chris was the first to join the academy doesn't say anything about him, and you can't take his colleague's word for it. Soon the man exhaled and said loudly that he could not stay there any longer. He was just interested in looking at the new teachers. But in the end, it turned out that they were some commoners and a fallen nobleman hanging. So if anything, he was not with them, they were on their own, and he was on his own. Then he turned his attention to the main character and said that this man in particular. It turns out that he shouldn't pretend to be such an important person after all. The hero didn't answer and just silently looked into his eyes. Matilda joined the conversation and said that his status did not give him the right to look down on them, so she asked Professor Roger not to pay attention to him. The protagonist said that everything was fine, and since he was against their company, then they should go without him. The others agreed and said that it sounded good. Together, the new teachers went somewhere, and Machiavelli thought that he should be glad that he had company at lunch. The first lesson of the main character's lecture was about to begin soon. It was night outside at the moment. There was some kind of device deployed around the room of one of the students through which it was possible to communicate with the others. A message box appeared asking if the others had heard of a new professor named Roger Chalici. They say he is the youngest fourth-rank mage and worked as a military officer. It also turns out that he took part in the hunt for cryptids. And in the magic tower, this man was listed as an independent specialist in magic. One of the girls asked if they thought it was true and continued typing her text. She, in turn, was determined that she would not allow Mr. First Order's first lesson to be disrupted under any circumstances. That is why, in any case, he is going to make sure that as many students as possible come to him. Using a communication device, the boy asked if freshmen could come too. Some of the students immediately thought about this because this proposal was interesting. One of the guys must have written that this sounded really tempting. That is why, after receiving the information, a fairly large number of students decided that they should try it. After some time, the main character walked slowly towards the lecture hall. In turn, he thought about the fact that today was his first lecture. And at the moment, it was interesting how many students decided to stay. It turns out that he specifically warned that his class would be quite difficult, so most likely the majority will definitely not come. And if at least someone shows up, it will only be because the other classes will be jam-packed. After all, the students themselves make up the schedule and decide how many pairs. Machiavelli thought that at best there would be about 30 people left and definitely no more. Several students were chatting among themselves and asking each other whether they had read a particular post recently. And the main character, in turn, entered a huge auditorium which was full of students. He looked around the countries and was amazed at what was happening right there. After the situation that happened and which he himself caused, he did not understand why there were so many of them, and whether all 80 places were really occupied now. It was also interesting why there were more freshmen than sophomores. The students thought the atmosphere had changed a lot when he walked in and was actually a military officer. Machiavelli wondered if they weren't afraid at all to attend classes with the second year and that he had definitely been set up. Then, he walked up to the board and, touching his face with his hand, thought that this was not so. Perhaps he had simply underestimated the students. The academy where he got a job as a young teacher is home to the best from all over the continent. So right now there's a good chance that it seems like he's awakened their competitive spirit. Naturally, the main character didn't like this whole situation very much, and he thought that it seemed he had no choice. So he started his class and said that new faces would come out, so they should introduce themselves. His name is Roger Chalici, and he will teach them everything about spells. Also decided that you are a liar at the moment to the maximum. The student said that he has a question, and to teach everything. Does he really mean all 4 training profiles? The hero immediately turned his attention to the person who said this. In response to this, he coldly said that he had not yet allowed questions to be asked, but today he would be accommodating. It turns out that from this very day on, he will deduct points from those who disrupt the course of the lesson or question his authority. They will have the opportunity to dial them again, so you shouldn't relax. But since the question was asked, he will definitely answer it. It turns out that the guy was really right. The professor will teach them all the training profiles. Of the 4 profiles, we mean liberation, elemental magic, telekinesis, and strengthening, as they are called. Flora thought about the fact that she usually teaches a maximum of 2 of them, but it turns out that this new professor was aiming for as many as 4. If we take her own opinion as a starting point, then he is raising his standards too high. Sir Roger was saying that today he would show something that would stir up interest. Then he took the pointer and pointed to the board. After casting the magic, he said that it was a 3rd-tier fire spell called Trembling Flame, which was created based on release. This is done with the help of heat, ignition, compression, expansion, dispersion, and acceleration. This is a technique of synergy of all 7 components. She, in turn, is 3 times faster than modern methods of performing this spell, the students immediately began to whisper, is he really going to speed up the process of creating a spell? Although some of them asked if this was even possible, because it all sounded somehow very unconvincing. The girl asked Flora if she thought this man was telling the truth. The girl responded by saying that she was not sure and did not think that it was possible, since Roger had changed the basic structure of the spell. In turn, it turns out that there are flowers for storing about the spell, as well as memory reverberation, but both methods have their limits. The girl thought that, of course, there was a chance that he had used one of them. But if all this is really so, then she will be very disappointed in this young professor. The hero continued to use magic and said that he thought they had a lot of questions, so he would answer a few of them. The student raised his hand and said that it was Alex Silent, second year. I asked how this technique could be 3 times faster than the ones they knew. The teacher replied that it reduced the time it took to cast a spell and asked the next question. And then there was Dahlia, a freshman, who asked if this meant that he had changed the structure of an existing spell. The hero replied that this was not the case and that the technique should not be altered. In another case, it will be a completely different spell, but he will teach them to speed up the process of consciousness spells while preserving the technique in its original form. Flora raised her hand after hearing all this and told the professor that it was simply impossible. He heard these words perfectly well and, without answering, looked attentively at this girl. Before that, she said that her name was Flora Lumos and she was a sophomore. The students immediately noticed her, they didn't know who this girl was, and they understood that she was her exit, so the professor needed to take care of himself. After a few moments, Machiavelli said that he had not given her permission to explain anything, only to ask questions, but despite this, he would still listen to her. Then why is she sure that it is impossible? The girl said that in order to speed up the process of creating a spell, using familiar techniques, you need to constantly train. And to be a master in this matter, so does he want to say that he is capable of something that is beyond even a genius? Because of this personal, she definitely does not believe him. The professor stood there looking thoughtful, and then stated that if he said that a genius could have learned it but just didn't try, the student asked what he meant. Sir Roger said that magic had stagnated because it was focused on history and customs, while science was constantly progressing. That's the only reason it threatens to overtake magic. The professor isn't trying to say that science is a step higher. He just means that magic has room to grow. So he can say that this girl's statement is wrong, but if no one tried to improve her, then he will be the first person. Flora was surprised and at the same time asked if he really thought so, wondering what the hell was going on. Was he really so proud of himself that he had lost all shame? The protagonist stated that it was difficult to explain in words alone, so he asked to be allowed to demonstrate, and then he noted that, if he remembered correctly, her name was Flora. Does she know how long it takes on average to create a trembling flame? The student said that it depends on the mage's ability. Perhaps it is one who has crossed the 3rd rank. He'll do it in 10 seconds, and a higher-ranked mage will do it in 5. Roger said that's true, but he thinks that it's not necessary to base it on rank. For example, he wants to take them for his student. The interlocutor noted that in this case it will take at least 5 seconds, and proudly said that she can do it faster. The professor immediately looked at her and said that her confidence was impressive, and then asked if she could go to the board and set an example for everyone. The student immediately got up from her desk and agreed to his proposal. She slowly walked up to the board and, using the pointer, began casting a spell. That same magical flame began to appear in front of her quite quickly, and soon the spell she wanted to do was already completely completed. The other students who were sitting in their seats said that it was quite fast. Of course, it was immediately obvious that she was the daughter of the Lumos family. Machiavelli looked at his stopwatch and said that 4 seconds had passed, and also 78 milliseconds. Now it was hard to believe that she was a second-year student. Because it was truly a flawless performance, the city girl turned to him and said that there was nothing special. And the professor interrupted her and said that in any case it was still too slow. She was surprised and asked what he was saying. Roger said that the best time for a 3rd-rank mage was 4 seconds 41 milliseconds, so her time was a little short. Flora said that she would speed up if she practiced, but the teacher replied that that result was also not fast enough. One of the students asked if he was serious, and the one sitting next to her asked how fast he was. The hero used the wand he had in his hands and told the others to watch how to create a trembling flame. He immediately raised his hand and began to use his magic. The girl, in turn, did not understand at all what he was doing because it was a completely different technique. But after that, literally a few moments passed and the technique that she created for this was exactly repeated. The moment Flora saw this, she was truly stunned. Also, the other students watched his movements closely and were surprised by the picture that was in front of them. Someone even stood up from their seat and asked what that was all about, since the spell that the professor cast took 1 second, and perhaps even less. Flora continued to be surprised and thought that this was not the technique of friendly flame because it completely changed her structure. After a few moments, the professor asked if everyone had seen her, and he, in turn, would repeat the spell for those who had not noticed it. After that, he again directed his hand forward and began to use magic. So a moment after that happened, that same spell of friendly flame happened. The student, who was standing very close, was stunned again. Of course, it was just like the rest of those present. Sir Roger said that now they had changed their minds. Then he turned his attention to the stopwatch in his hands and said that it took him 0.24 seconds to create the trembling flame. And this, in turn, is much faster than the official record, and the spell may seem strange because the first time he used a different technique. But even despite this, it nevertheless remained the same. In other words, he used one technique to create another. The students asked each other how he created one technique to use another. It was unclear what this meant. The professor said that they change the initial data and arrive at an already known result. In this case, it turns out that a kind of program is created, as if the body were not much more than equipment. But the accumulation of magical power itself, then the program called technology, would activate the software, that is, magic. It is this entire process that the main character calls the source code. Flora was surprised by this information and thought about what kind of source code this was, since she had never heard of such magic. But who was this person anyway? The young professor turned to the student and asked if he had cleared her doubts right now. Of course she did not want to admit it, but she said that it was so. Sir Roger that she had interrupted the course of the lessons without his permission, and all because she had treated his words with sufficient prejudice. So he asks if she agrees with him now. The girl lowers her gaze and says that she agrees. The teacher continued his speech, saying that she had acted unjustifiably rudely towards him. So he can tell student Flora Lumos that she will be given -10 points as punishment for this. The students began to whisper how this could have happened, since it was unclear how she could have been fined at all. The girls in turn also didn't like it very much, and we had a long argument about it. But there was nothing I could do in this situation, so I immediately turned around and started walking towards my workplace. But the guy stopped her and said that, however, she showed the perfect technique of creating and reflecting flames. In that case, he would return 10 points to her. All this is because he truly respects diligent students, and Flora is really a good guy. She, in turn, held her fist quite tightly and barely squeezed out a word of gratitude for this. The students started whispering again. It turns out that the penalty points were cancelled and they were happy about it. The girl returned to her place, and her friend asked her how she was. The interlocutor sat down and said that everything was fine and thanked Shirley for her concern. The neighbor smiled and said that it was good, but thought that she had let this situation go so quickly. And how could it be otherwise? After all, it was Flora. So the girl was no longer worried about her, because she thought that the situation had been omitted. But the student herself did not completely let go of this situation and thought about it for a long time. Sir Roger took off his outer garment and said that this was only an introduction and that the lesson would now begin. He, in turn, will select students who will listen to him carefully and teach them the source code, so let them work hard enough. The students saw this look on themselves, and some of them immediately became wary. After some time, the classes continued, and the professor told his students the information he had to convey to them. One of the guys sitting in the top row heard those students talking nonsense about the professor, so he was afraid that he had come here in vain. But even despite this, based on what he saw now, he was wrong. And it turns out that now he understood why Theon is the strongest academy. The clock made a distinctive sound, and the teacher said that their lesson was over. He turned towards the exit and finally declared that the students were free to go and review this material at home. The guy on the top floor thought that he was just incredible. And the source code, he just can't believe that he saw something like that. The voice of this man was heard by another from above, and he then asked if such nonsense really impressed them. The guy with glasses noticed him, and he said that it only showed how stupid they were. It's just because of this situation that there is no place for commoners here. The interlocutor did not answer him, but just sat silently. Then I looked around and saw that there was no one nearby. So I was surprised and asked if he was really addressing him and apologizing for this. The man asked if he was really making fun of him. The bespectacled man became wary at that moment and noticed that this was not so. Under no circumstances would he have grabbed it. The student got angry about this and asked how he dared to look down on Baron Filio's eldest son. The boy noted that he told him that he didn't mean to. Suddenly, another guy asked who Baron Falio was, and whether it was his estate that was located on the far border of the empire. The descendant of the aristocrat turned his attention to him and asked if Theon was now accepting children. The interlocutor noted that it was better this way than the stupid sons of baronial families. These words really warmed the guy up quite a bit, and the expression on his face changed. So he took his wand and prepared to use magic, remarked that they were scoundrels and how dare they insult a nobleman. As a result, they will immediately answer for their words. The guy turned his attention to him and looked intently. And then he said that he should try to do it anyway. The Baron's son asked what he meant. The interlocutor, in turn, began to go down and stipulated that he said to try, and then they would see what would happen if he attacked right here. In the end, he doubts that the Academy will turn a blind eye to this just because of his status. Did he really not even bother to read the rules before joining? Before raising his voice, it would be better to let him look around, and there he might see that they even have observers. The aristocrat immediately turned his attention there and saw several guys looking and whispering to each other. He, of course, did not like this situation, and he told his interlocutor that he should look around later. Then the man left and the student with glasses finally exhaled with ease. After that, he turned to the guy who came up to him and thanked him for his help. His name is Adrian. The interlocutor in response also introduced himself and said that his name was Leo, and that he shouldn't thank him, because he was simply infuriated that he was bragging about his status. Adrian was happy and said that he was such a nice guy, and he got a little angry and asked if he heard what he said before. He noticed that he was leaving anyway. The man with glasses noticed that he was leaving with him, and Leo replied that he didn't even know where he was going now. The student asked if he understood correctly that this was a chemistry textbook in his hands, and he was also going to an alchemy class. Leo turned his attention to him and then told him to do as he knew best. He then stated that in any case he shouldn't be so obvious, and his interlocutor asked in surprise what he was talking about. The guy noticed that the speech was about him being a country bumpkin, a commoner, and that he couldn't study magic properly. Adrian asked if it was really that obvious since he didn't know that. The comrade replied that he still needed to find out how everything was built at Theon Academy, especially the second-year students, among whom there were those who had a strong position in society. First of all, now we are talking about Flora Lumos, who is a second-year student. The guy asked if he was talking about the one who spoke in front of the class. He noticed that this was true, and heard that she was not a gift, so he should not approach her, according to rumors. The previous professor of the theory and practice of spells resigned. And all this happened because of this girl. Secondly, we should pay attention to the native of a noble family of the Exilion Empire, the third Princess Adriana van Exilion. Such commoners as they were would be in trouble if they did anything to offend a person of royal blood. The bespectacled man noticed that he seemed to understand who he was talking about. Just recently he saw her at a lecture. Leo said that the third student who leads the most famous company of the second year, consisting of nobles. We are talking about Jonathan Wolberg. The interlocutor asked if this family, which is one of the three most noble ducal families, really belonged to him. The guy answered that everything was correct. For them they are midges, so it is worth keeping away from him, and, fortunately, it seems that he does not visit this object, by the way. That scoundrel is just one of their company. But he managed to get him mad. Adrian said that there was nothing to be done. And is there anyone else? Leo said that he couldn't understand whether he was brave or stupid. There were several other students. But he was going to tell about these people on the way. The bespectacled guy said that it was great. And would he like to have lunch together? The guy asked with surprise what he would like to do. Around this same time, Machiavelli was walking through the corridors of the academy where he taught. On the way, he thought about the situation that had happened. It was his first lecture in his life. If he thought about it, their reaction was better than he had previously imagined. But he hadn't expected this. The time in this world corresponds to somewhere around the 19th century on Earth, so even if we take into account the presence of magical power, science here is not so well advanced. After all, in his world at that time it was the 21st century, and it was better. So he created the source code by combining magic and science. He, in turn, really didn't think that it was their parasite so much. When his teacher saw this development, he said that it was not bad. The man was quite brief, so the hero expected something like this from the students. The process of creating a spell should be fast and precise, but it is complicated. And also still limited to the third rank, Machiavelli can't teach them only the source code, so more spells need to be prepared to prevent it from being revealed. He approached some office with a sign next to it and wondered if this was really his office. Gathering a little courage to make sure of this, he pulled the handle and opened the door. When the guy opened the door, He saw that the rector of this university was standing right in front of the window, and she also paid attention to him. As always, she smiled and then said that you, Professor Roger, came inside. At the same time, she was interested in how his office and beautiful leaves with the interview were. The hero at the same time was confused. After a while, they talked to each other, and the woman said that each professor in the academy had a personal space allocated to them. That's why he can use this place at his own discretion. Machiavelli said that he understood everything that brought her here. The rector asked if she really couldn't be there, and her interlocutor replied that he was simply asking the reason for her visit. After all, to be honest, her appearance confused him. The woman said that she simply dropped by to check on how their dear professor was doing, and he was quite frank. But being the director, she is still obliged to keep an eye on them. After these words, she glanced at him. The protagonist, in turn, slowly lowered his gaze and thought that when their eyes met, he felt a tingling sensation in his body. The rector said indignantly that he was so calm, and she thought that he hoped. Roger said that he apologized, but his portion was surprised, and for today it was overflowing. At the same time, I was thinking that running into a ghost at night would not be so unexpected. It was completely unclear what the hell she was doing in the firm's office. The interlocutor continued to say that for the other professors her appearance was truly unexpected, but he was the last one she visited. Machiavelli wondered if she really did come in, and not just to see him. And in that case, why did she leave him for last? Of course, there is a pretty good chance that maybe she knows something. However, no matter how well the organization hides itself, it is, after all, the rector of the academy. So, most likely, suspicious details will definitely not go unnoticed by her. Thoughts appeared in my head about whether she suspected him of something, but this was definitely not fair. Even though he runs a secret organization, he doesn't work for them. The rector said that she recently heard that he invited first-year students to his lectures. The hero of the hero replied that everything was correct, because he does not divide students into courses. The interlocutor stated that she, in turn, does not blame him for anything and, in fact, agrees with his teaching methods. Among the newcomers, there are really strong guys, and there are also students who use unique magic. The guy asked if it was true because he only received the list. The woman said that in any case the princess was attending his classes, so he should try not to get into trouble. She was not asking for special treatment. It just won't be easy to settle the situation if something bad happens. She places more hope on Professor Roger. The hero wondered what kind of thing the princess is. The interlocutor also congratulated him on the successful conduct of the first lesson. She will not worry anymore because the students had a good impression of him. The hero in turn offered her some tea. The rector smiled sweetly and said that she thanked him and also appreciated his hospitality for the business that awaited her. And then she wished him good luck with his work and slowly walked out of the office, closing the door behind her. There, another professor was waiting for her, who asked how their conversation had gone. He, in turn, was wondering whether Mr. Roger could be trusted after all. Elizabeth replied that, to be honest, she didn't even know about it. So it turns out that she usually watches those who arouse the most suspicion, but for some reason she can't say for sure about Professor Roger. Willow was a little surprised and noted that this was really so, but if Madam Rector had taken up the matter, it meant that everything would soon be resolved. The woman smiled when she heard these words and said that she hoped so. She, in turn, could not even imagine that this man would not even flinch when he saw her. He had already encountered her enchanting gaze several times. Of course, Elizabeth understood that if he really was a fourth-rank mage, he would have given in to him. But the fact that the professor didn't react at all was strange. In the end, this all means that he only held on thanks to his own willpower. But if this is so, then for her he is a rather interesting man, and there is also that terrorist attack on the train. Knowing that there is a secret group operating in Theon's academy, she must be attentive to even the most insignificant details. And what if it turns out that the incident was just a ruse, and the stranger took advantage of the chaos to take the place of the real Roger? After some thought, she turned her attention to Wilford and asked her what she thought about it. The old man only smiled in response and said that he didn't even know. But in any case, he was sure that he was an unusual young man. It is this information that his old gut tells him. The rector said that it never lets him down. She, in turn, is not at all sure whether Roger's words can be trusted, so she's going to watch him a little longer. After talking with the woman, the main character continued to sit in his office and moved away from her gaze. He was confused and thought that the hell with such personal meetings, and she was clearly interrogating him. Although if you think about it, none of this matters because he didn't do anything that she could accuse him of, so he would just continue to do his own thing without attracting attention. Machiavelli looked closely at the list of students that was handed to him, He saw a familiar face and decided that if he thought about it, the Lumos family was the most influential noble. Then I wondered if he might accidentally get into trouble because of recent events. After thinking for a few seconds, he decided that he definitely needed to do this. Most likely, Flora should not have taken his words to heart after all. He even gave extra points. So it was a sign of reconciliation between them. By the way, the rector noted that he got many wonderful students, and this already begins only with the first-year student. After all, it was this man that the Magic Tower, ending with the Princess of the Exilian Empire, vouched for. Finally, he found that person and wondered if this was the guy practicing unique magic that the rector was talking about. Machiavelli immediately thought that he had seen him somewhere before, and this is definitely true. But I decided not to dwell on it too much because maybe he would remember it a little later. So I continued scrolling through the list of groups, as well as students. And when he looked at it completely, he decided that he still needed to be on guard. Judging by Elizabeth's burning gaze, she still didn't trust him at all. Then doubts arose that perhaps he should stick with the secret organization, since that unknown girl called him the First Order. She, in turn, must have seen Roger's face when he boarded the train. And all this means that the change in appearance was not a surprise to her. So if the real Roger was an expert at disguise and infiltration, then he must be able to do that too. Although he began to nod his head and think that this was not so, because he knew how it would all end if he was really caught, and there was no guarantee that the secret organization would protect him. As a result, now the guy has to remain a professor and do only everything that is in his power. Suddenly he heard a loud knock on the door and asked who was there. Then he went out the door to see who had come. There was a man there to greet Mr. Roger and say that he had come to give him this. Machiavelli asked if he understood correctly that this was a schedule of rounds. The interlocutor noted that he heard everything correctly, and today was his turn. The hero thought that it seemed that the contract had actually mentioned this, and the one who brought it said that his powers ended there, and he would go. The professor thought that there would most likely be nothing complicated in this schedule. After some time, it was already evening, and there were still students in one of the buildings. There, some of them practiced control on training dummies. One of the aristocrats got angry and asked what her interlocutor was saying. Let her repeat everything exactly like that. And she replied that she really had the right to stay here because this place was intended for public use. In that case, if something doesn't suit her, why not leave her from here? The aristocrat was shocked by this and asked how such an uncouth commoner as she dared to be insolent. The girl replied that at Theon's academy everyone was equal to each other, regardless of status or origin. Didn't she even know about that? The interlocutor smiled slyly and said that they say that so that she and others like her don't feel deprived. The guy behind said that common people are so stupid. These bugs are actually trying to crawl even higher. The girl heard all this mockery of herself and did not answer anymore. Then, quite sadly, I realized that no matter what she said, they would not listen to her. The aristocrat interrupted her thoughts and said that if she understood everything, then let her beg her to forgive her for her behavior. But her interlocutor turned in the other direction. The students began to say that the commoner was leaving Lady Dynama, and it was unclear why she stood her ground so stubbornly she knew, because that was how it would all end. The aristocrat got angry and wondered if the heating Beka had decided to ignore her words. Then she squeezed her wand in her hands and told her that she was a cur. She didn't understand whether we really thought of leaving her. When the girl said this, she immediately directed her magic in that direction. She began to spread around the area and flew straight towards her interlocutor. The students were shocked by what happened and asked her what she was doing. The girl who was trying to leave turned away because she heard them shouting at her. And when she saw the magic spell that was already next to her, she realized that she wouldn't have time to dodge it. Therefore, she immediately began to scream. But after a few moments, the magic collided with another, and because of this, it dissipated. The attack was actually unsuccessful, as it was hit by another spell. The aristocrat, after seeing this, immediately became angry and asked who it was. Who would dare to fight her? The guy who was upstairs asked why they weren't doing this, and whether they were really fighting in a hall meant for training. Although what is happening right now before his eyes cannot be called a battle, the school year had only just begun, and they had already managed to run into trouble. What a disrespectful attitude this was towards Theon Academy. The girl who was the target of the attack asked if it was Mr. Roger. The hero began to descend with the help of magic and said that he wanted to limit himself to a warning, but it turned out that it was a one-sided attack. When the aristocrat heard this, she asked what the problem was, since all this was necessary to protect the honor of her family. The professor asked what other honor, since all students at Theon's academy are equal. Right now, it doesn't matter how noble her bloodline is, so he in turn simply can't turn a blind eye to such actions. Machiavelli turned the other way and told her to follow him immediately. The girl he was talking to became very angry when she heard herself addressed in such a way. So she looked at his back and said that he was just an insignificant fallen nobleman and nothing more. Of course, after a few moments she realized what she had said and how it could come back to her, but it was too late. The students who had just recently defended her were now astonished and asked what she was doing. Also, the girl who was the target of the attack was shocked. For a few moments, the protagonist stood silently, pondering the situation that had just happened. Immediately after that, he turned around and looked at the aristocrat with a cold gaze, asking what she had just said. That girl felt a rather piercing gaze and enormous power that emanated from the man in front of her. When the professor did not hear an answer to his question, he told her to repeat what she had said before. The aristocrat, like the others, was very frightened when all this happened, and she could not even say a word. The student dropped her head because she understood that she shouldn't say anything and soon saw another professor in front of her. He came close enough to ask if he had understood correctly that she had called him a worthless fallen nobleman. One of the students called Professor Selena and said that they were there. The woman ran up there pretty quickly and saw that a conflict was taking place. Moreover, the main character, after he came closer, immediately raised his hand, as if it might seem that he wanted to hit her. Everyone immediately became wary about this, but in the end he simply showed his hand on his student's shoulder. And then he stated that she was completely right when she said this statement to him. Of course, the aristocrat became wary and asked what he was saying. The professor responded by noting that he was indeed a fallen nobleman, and she had correctly noted. But they were in the academy, and he was appearing as a professor. In this case, it turns out that she is questioning his authority. Then he asked if he understood this correctly. The girl did not answer, because she understood that she was to blame for this situation. Machiavelli continued to say that, however, she had only just arrived here, and in any case, it would probably not be easy for her to get used to the new environment. So despite everything that happened, they will assume that she was spoken to, and he will let her go this time. But of course they will get a disciplinary reprimand. Because she behaved rudely towards her classmate, he then turned to Renee and asked if she was hurt. The girl replied that everything was fine. The professor remarked that this was fine, but even then he would leave them to Professor Selena. The woman replied that, of course, he could do that. After these words were spoken, the hero turned in the other direction and walked in an unknown direction, and all the students looked in his direction. Renee wondered if Mr. Roger actually knew his name and remembered that she went to his classes. But in reality, she is an ordinary commoner, no different from the other students. Remembering this situation, she remembered the words of this man, who said that everyone is equal in the academy. This situation was indeed shocking, but on the other hand, it was quite pleasant. So in reality, it turns out that he is not as bad a person as he seemed at first glance. Now she feels that she can trust him and follow his example, so that in this case, she will study even better. The weather outside was quite nice, and the main character went out to get some air. He came to one of the benches that was in the area, and immediately grabbed his head because he felt a sharp pain. Something strange began to happen in his mind, and he heard some sounds, and this was very stressful for him. After a while, when he could not bear the pain, he immediately reached for his inside pocket. Before he even swam out the medicine, the situation really started to get worse and consciousness was almost lost. Soon he was still holding his head, but he felt that it seemed to have gotten easier. It was completely unclear at that moment what he would do without these pills. It was also unclear why this whole situation and commotion happened right now, because it turned out that he almost showed his weak side in front of the students. His symptoms appeared quickly after he entered the first training ground, but he could still control it back then. And at the same time, when he felt much worse, he was about to leave, when that girl began to lie louder and louder, so he could not help but intervene. He, in turn, hopes that he did a good job with the task at hand. His face was probably a complete mess, and perhaps he didn't look very good. He had in his hands the last bottle of medicine that he could drink, in which case he would be able to hold out for another 5 days. Even so, he will most likely have to use magic. Because if you think about it, going to the pharmacy with a prescription could be dangerous enough. Just for that reason alone, he should contact that guy ASAP. After a short period of time, a new working day began, and the main character was already at the academy. He sat at a table with the other teachers and asked if he had heard correctly the woman who spoke about the werewolf. The woman smiled and said that he had heard correctly because it was definitely a werewolf. It turns out that the students say that yesterday evening they saw a dark figure in the city, and it was sitting right on the roof of one of the buildings. Machiavelli responded to this information by saying that it sounded like an urban tale about a ghost, and Selena asked if he really thought so. After all, it turns out that there are even witnesses to his appearance on the territory of Theon's academy. Mr. Roger asked if this was true. The interlocutor answered, "Of course, all this is true. It could have been something else, but it was probably a werewolf. It's not surprising to encounter such an unusual phenomenon in the magical environment of the academy. It turns out that there are even stories about Theon's 7 ghosts. The guy asked if there really was such a thing, but Selena said that he hadn't even heard of them, it turns out. The hero said that she probably knew a lot of stories about ghosts. The interlocutor asked not to think that she was specifically looking for information about the supernatural. She just wanted to come up with topics for discussion that would be interesting to the students, so she did a little research and didn't get too carried away with that kind of thing. The hero thought that it was just a compliment and said that he understood, so let her calm down. The interlocutor said that this is really not so, and let her understand this. Another teacher joined the conversation and told Professor Roger that she had heard him demonstrate an unusual technique in the first lesson. In the end, he created something innovative, an accelerated process for creating a spell. And what was its name? Sylvia added that it was called source code. The rest of those present heard her scream and immediately turned their attention there. The woman was embarrassed when this happened, and her interlocutor said that this was exactly so, and whether it was true or not, Machiavelli replied that he took it to be true. Matilda was surprised and said that it was indeed possible then, but they could not believe that such a spell really existed. The teachers, in turn, looked at these people in surprise and whispered something among themselves, and immediately, naturally, the main character paid attention to them, but continued to look in surprise. The interlocutor told the guy that he did it because everyone wanted to know the secret of Professor Roger's magic, and rumors spread quickly. The hero asked if they really wanted to know his secret and immediately turned his attention to the other people. The woman asked if he was sure he could tell the secret. "Well, in such a place it is unique magic," Sylvia said. "Of course so, because the magic tower could have issued them a patent." The professor noted that he was not interested in this. "I also thought that it would be better for him not to ask for any patents because if he lets down his guard, it would be easy to get a knife in the back. But while the magic tower hasn't contacted him, the other professors are already actively burning him with their glances." The hero saw that it was Chris Benamore, and with such a look he could definitely kill. Then he wondered what it meant that he had been told about a werewolf before. After some time, night fell in the city where they were staying on the panel houses. Machiavelli was not at home at the time, but was wandering around the neighborhood and thought that it was already late. He thought that perhaps, of course, he should walk around the area and look for that creature. When she thought about it, you were already someone behind your back. It turned out that this was exactly the creature he had been looking for all this time. Namely, a werewolf. The monster saw a man who had his back to him and, without thinking, immediately attacked him. Machiavelli, in turn, felt that someone was attacking him and easily returned from the claws at the last moment. After that, without thinking for a second, he swung his leg to attack. This same opponent, who was the first to get into a fight, was then thrown aside. Then the professor approached the creature and said that he had been wondering where they were carrying him, and he, in turn, had been waiting to pull off a similar trick. The monster knew he was in a bad situation and said that so much time had passed. So couldn't he even pretend to be surprised? Then he began to rise and said that it had not been a long time since he had seen his elder brother. And the main character also smiled and said that it was such a long time ago and called his interlocutor Hans. Of course, it turns out he's still causing trouble, so I wonder what he's done this time. Hans, in turn, wondered if this man really thought he wanted things to turn out this way. He, in turn, did not expect that the dog, which had been sitting in the woman's arms a second ago, would suddenly jump off and rush at him. The hero smiled and said that it was a rather funny situation. The beast got angry when he heard and saw this and said, "Is it really funny to him? But of course it is, because he was not in his place and it seems that someone cursed him." It turns out that Hans is a human, but he has one peculiarity. As soon as an animal bites him, he immediately takes its gene and turns into that animal. Whether he wants it or not, it happens anyway. The man asked in such a way that in the end, he brought the antidote or not. The hero took out a syringe and said that it was here. The interlocutor immediately gave himself an injection and thanked him for it, because he couldn't stay like this for long. After some time, the antidote worked, and he slowly began to turn into a human again. She went on to say that if Machiavelli hadn't come, he would have had to suffer for a few more days. The guy said that it reminded him of the day they met. Then he received an order to catch a cryptid, and he was very surprised when he saw an overgrown chihuahua in front of him. Hans said that thank God, then he sorted everything out. It turns out that otherwise he would have been screwed. The hero interrupted him and said that his name was now Roger Chilichi. The interlocutor replied that he remembered, because he wrote to him about it. Machiavelli became a professor at Theon's academy, and then asked when he managed to change his personality and why they were meeting in Laravelka and not in the capital. It was unclear what happened, and then the main character told the whole story. The interlocutor smiled after that and said that he was simply incredible. If he were in his place, he would have given himself away immediately. It is unclear how this man got out of such a situation. Roger said that it was a matter of life and death. Therefore, he can say that he had no choice. Hans asked. So did this Roger also turn out to be a member of a secret organization? The hero answered that he understood correctly. He was called the First Order and asked to stop, because it was not funny at all. The interlocutor made a thoughtful look, and the guy asked if this really meant anything to him. The comrade responded to this by saying that he had definitely heard about him. Recently, some guys had come to the underworld and the Order was pursuing them. After Machiavelli heard this, he said that he was absolutely sure that it was them. Now he was quite interested in what their company was called then. Hans replied that if he remembered correctly, it was called Black Dawn. He said that perhaps his comrade was really lucky to survive, but one mistake and he would give himself away immediately. The hero replied that this was true, and he needed to prepare well. By the way, if his friend brought him the suitcase he asked for it from, the interlocutor handed it to him and said that, "Here it is." The hero asked if he looked at what was in it. The werewolf replied that they weren't crazy enough to go through his things, and even if he wanted to, he still wouldn't be able to open it. The guy said that Sheridan was probably still waiting for him, and that he should convey his apologies to him. The interlocutor noted that who knew that something like this would happen? There was nothing to apologize for. Machiavelli asked if his fight so badly needed medicines. Then why? The comrade in the letter asked to wait 2 whole days and why did not meet immediately. The interlocutor was surprised and did not ask what she was saying, because he did not understand at all what she was talking about. Roger said, "In what sense, since the day before yesterday he heard a rumor about the appearance of a werewolf?" Hans noted that he had only arrived in Leathervelk today. In that case, why would he wait 2 whole hours for their conversation? After these words, an awkward pause hung between them. But after a few moments, a sound caught the attention of these people, and it was the very werewolf they were talking about. The interlocutor was stunned and turned to the elder, asking what it was. Horosh, in turn, also drew attention to that very creature and said that he thought correctly. And so it turns out that the very same real werewolf appears up on the roof of one of the buildings. The creature sat there making strange sounds and looking up. Hans said that it was just awful and could it really exist? In any case, it seems he didn't notice them and they need to get out of here. Machiavelli noted that this was not the case, and he would notice if they moved. He thought he was now out hunting. After a few moments, he turned his attention to the monster and saw an insignificant detail that caught his attention. Namely, it was that there was some trinket hanging on the werewolf's neck that was familiar to him. His comrade asked what he was, and then he saw it. The professor told him that he had to check something right now. The younger one asked how to check it. Was he really going to come closer? And Roger noticed that there was something sparkling on his neck, and probably this very thing was hung on him on purpose. Hans asked, "But who would do something like that?" The hero reloaded his weapon and said that this is not known to him now. The interlocutor, after noticing this, said that he had not seen this man shoot for a long time. The last time it happened was when he was hunting cryptids. But it turns out that he had a different personality back then, and now it was unclear what his name was. Machiavelli replied that his name was Van Helsing, or to be more precise, Abraham Van Helsing. A few moments later, the monster heard some sound coming from below. He immediately turned his attention there and saw that there was a man there. Naturally, both homelands were looking for their teeth, because that was exactly what he needed. Without even thinking, the creature immediately jumped up from the place where it had been sitting all this time. And Machiavelli noticed how after some time a monster appeared next to him. The werewolf raised his head and it was clear that he intended to kill him right now. The hero looked forward and realized that, as he had thought before, something was holding the creature's neck. Naturally, he only had questions about this, but he would get answers as soon as he captured this monster. The opponent began to act like a wolf, and then rushed to attack the man, but he managed to return. Machiavelli used his magical technique and a circle appeared under his feet. This is how the peculiarity dodged the attacks of the creature that wanted to tear him to pieces. But it so happened that he soon hit a wall and had nowhere to go. The werewolf noticed that he had cornered his victim and rushed to attack because he thought he had already won. The main character didn't even plan to leave there and continued to stand there with a casual face. Before he attacked, a sly grin even appeared on his face. And those magic circles that turned out to be traps worked at the same time. The creature was struck, immediately raised its head up and began to scream in pain. And literally soon the werewolf could not stay on his feet and immediately fell on his back. Something terrible was happening in my mind, and strange sounds were heard that literally tore my head apart. Hans, at the same time, was somewhere to the side and wondered why the werewolf had suddenly started behaving like this, whether it was possible that he had eaten something wrong. The protagonist answered the question that he did not hear, that he sent an ultrasonic signal to him that is unacceptable to the human ear, so that you creatures now have a splitting headache. In the end, he won't even need an expensive silver bullet in this situation. Machiavelli took a syringe out of his pocket and said that now they wouldn't even look where this creature came from. Suddenly, he heard some strange sounds from several directions, and so he immediately listened. Someone was saying that he should run here because the sound was coming from this side. In the end, it was necessary to do all this faster in order to catch up with these people. The hero wondered if this was really the police and why they didn't appear right now. While Machiavelli was distracted by the people who were nearby, the monster got his bearings and jumped up. The guy noticed that his victim was leaving him and realized that he shouldn't just leave it like that. So he used his left hand, which had a hook inside it. The hero released it straight onto the wall in order to grab onto it and climb up. When he found himself in the sky, the werewolves continued to run away because they did not want to face this man anymore. But Machiavelli could no longer be stopped because he headed towards him and said that he would not let him go. He was one of the policemen. He shouted to the others to look because there was someone on the roof, and the other one said that they should detain everyone who aroused suspicion. At the same time, the main character was on the roof, catching up with the werewolf. He ran as fast as he could, but the creature that had previously tried to attack him was now running away. The werewolf did not stop, and after a few moments he jumped quite far. Never did this. You stopped immediately because you thought that the hero would not catch up with him. But this was not so, because Machiavelli jumped onto the same train that this creature was on. The moment the guy landed, he said that he only wanted to calm him down before that. But it turns out that it simply doesn't leave him any other choice now. So the professor used his power, and a moment later a shuriken appeared in his hand, which he was going to fight with. The werewolf realized that they had not avoided a collision with each other and rushed to attack him. And the main character also understood this perfectly well. So he threw the weapon that was in his hands forward. The creature dodged it easily enough and continued moving forward. So it could be said that now they would face each other in a duel. The shuriken, which had recently flown in the other direction, returned back. Literally the last moments the monster noticed this attack and managed to dodge before it hit him. The professor caught the weapon in his hands and then said that he really had good reflexes. But all he wanted was to finish off his opponent with one blow, but it didn't work out. At the same time that Machiavelli said this, he extended the cane that was in his hands forward and used magic. The force he directed forward struck the monster before it could turn away. The hero had no intention of stopping and twirled his weapon in different directions, manipulating this force. So she started to spin chaotically around the area and flew up. Then she came back and hit the monster quite powerfully right on the head. Of course, this was not enough to kill him. Sir Roger understood this perfectly well, and therefore rushed into the attack immediately after the indirect blow. The opponent saw this swift attack and immediately jumped back, because he was afraid of his power. But even so, he was unable to dodge the unexpected shuriken attack that the hero threw. So because of the pain that this sphere felt, he cried out pitifully. The guy at that very moment was at the top and ready to attack the corner. But then, when he swung and tried to hit the werewolf, he grabbed the weapon with his teeth. It turned out that it was a very unusual cane, and inside it was a blade, which the guy pulled out. When he did this, he immediately used manipulation and turned his back to his opponent. And after he had actually freed himself from his guardianship, he tried to hit him again. Subsequently, this beast was only convinced by how the horseradish was located very close to him and was reflected in his eyes. Moments later, the creature's head was blown off by Machiavelli's astonishingly fast attack. A little further down the road, the protagonist's friend was running, hastily trying to escape. He walked along the road and said to himself, "I didn't get caught. The elder said that he wanted to grab the defense of the day, so where the hell is he anyway?" While the guy was heading towards the period and thinking about it, after a few moments he turned his attention to the side. Out of nowhere, a werewolf's head appeared and fell right in front of his feet, frightening him. The main character appeared after her and asked how he felt about it. The comrade said, "Damn him and let him warn her next time, because he almost dropped the suitcase." Hans looked at the creature's head and asked if it was the werewolf we hadn't encountered, so he shouldn't tell him he was going to leave him here. Machiavelli said he had learned what he wanted, so yeah, he didn't need him now. The guy asked what he was talking about, and then why did he bring his head? The comrade came closer and noticed that it was because he wanted to surprise him. Hans noticed that he decided to pay him back, probably. Unlike him, the guy succeeded. And it's unfair. Roger said that it turned out that you are not a real cryptid. Therefore, who created it artificially? The hero thinks that they should still do what they had planned before. The guy asked if he really meant that very thing. Machiavelli replied that they should settle somewhere here, because in Leathervelk it was much better than in the capital itself. And besides, it would be to their advantage. Since he needed to stay here for some time, Hans asked if he wanted to stay in the city where the secret organization operated and Theon's academy was located. They also conduct crazy experiments and street gangs operate. The guy replied that this is exactly why this is the most suitable place because they will get lost in this chaos. Let him just collect all the necessary information. The comrade asked if he wanted him to do it alone. The hero answered that his capabilities were limited. After all, they were watching him. He needs to keep him informed and then he will make his move. Hans replied that he understood. And anyway, he is a professional in this matter. The hero thought that he couldn't wait for the situation to resolve itself, but didn't he have the opportunity to start acting right away? First, he needed to do at least this, namely, at least to acquire advisors and unexpectedly meet a werewolf in this era. The pendant on it says that it was an experimental sample. So the guy thinks it was an unusual experiment. In the end, he dealt with the werewolf and hopes he won't get into trouble anymore. The headlines are threatening. The news has flown around that unidentified murders continue to operate in Laservelka. Last Sunday, there were 5 murders. As a result of these actions, there are about 10 victims in total. The identity of the perpetrator has not yet been revealed, but witnesses claim to have seen a terrible beast with black fur. According to the police themselves, it was a crazy killer, whom they will soon find and arrest. The hero read this and said that the townspeople are still worried. Machiavelli thought that if we are talking about Sunday, then this cannot be, because he got rid of the werewolf's body on Saturday. Does that mean that there are still werewolves? The guy's thoughts were interrupted by a magic ball that stood to the side and began to glow. After some time, there was a meeting of teachers and professors at the academy. Selena noticed Professor Roger and asked him to sit next to her. The teachers were whispering, "Could this really be the same Roger Chalici?" Someone said they heard he invented an amazing spell, and that's probably true. But isn't he a fallen nobleman? At least that's the impression one gets. As Machiavelli sat down in his seat, the woman asked if he had heard the news yet. It turned out that 2 first-year students had been attacked last night. Of course, fortunately, they remained alive, but still received serious injuries and, as if left by the claws of an animal, upon waking up, the students answered that it was a terrible beast. Selena thinks that the rumors that appeared last week are indeed true, and that there are victims in Leathervelk too. One of the women interrupted the teachers' conversations and said that the rector had come and was asking them to keep quiet and talk less. The interlocutor noted to the main character that this woman is a professor of pharmacology, Mrs. Marisa. She has been teaching at the academy for 20 years. Machiavelli replied that he had not received it, and a few minutes later the door opened and the rector entered. Now she was not as cheerful as before and said that she called them all to this urgent meeting to make an announcement. It turns out that a criminal has appeared in Theon Academy. Of course, they don't know who is responsible for this yet, but there are witnesses who claim that it was a cryptid, and if we talk about it, then we are talking about a werewolf. One of the professors stood up and told the lady that it couldn't be a werewolf. It was probably some kind of mistake, and what other cryptid could it be? Elizabeth turned her attention to him and asked if Professor Hugo had anything to say about this. The old man responded by stating that their academy was, after all, under the protection of the Empire. That's why he doesn't understand at all where such a creature could come from here. So they shouldn't believe the students' stupid stories about Theon's ghosts. The rector told this man, "Didn't she say that they have 2 victims at the moment?" Hugo replied that he had heard her perfectly well before, which is why he said he didn't believe that a werewolf was behind all of this. Both victims were from noble families. Elizabeth, after hearing this, immediately turned her gaze to her interlocutor. The old man continued to speak quite brazenly that he thought it was one of the students from the academy who did it, namely, a commoner. The woman looked at him angrily again and asked what he was saying. The teacher in turn asked whether the rector thought that this was the work of commoners. Otherwise, why, out of all the students, only nobles suffered? And does she really think that some werewolf could have done this? It sounds much more plausible that someone pretended to be the creature. The other teachers, who were from noble families, immediately began to discuss this and condemn those of lower status. Machiavelli listened carefully to what was happening and thought that the Black Dawn would be at a disadvantage, and apparently he was wrong. After all, there is now an incitement of the people at a time when they need to unite. Most likely, this is how the best academy on this continent acts out of this situation. While the main character was sitting and thinking about this situation, he felt something land on his shoulder. Naturally, he felt it and paid attention. Then he thought, could it really be a bug? Of course, this caught his attention, because he realized that most likely this was a message from someone. So I immediately took this bug off my shoulder and began to examine it carefully. As a result, it was possible to establish that there was some kind of message there, written in fairly small print. This information was difficult to read, but Machiavelli managed to do it. It was written that 3 test subjects had escaped. If they could not be captured immediately, they must be eliminated. After all, they are the ones who pose a threat to the disclosure of this guy's identity. After reading the information, naturally, he became very angry and immediately clenched his fist aggressively. The professor tried not to show it, but in his soul he was in despair and wondered why he had to go through all these trials. Selena noticed that something had happened and asked Roger if he was unwell. He tried to pretend that everything was fine and said that everything was fine. But I thought about what it meant that this whole situation was directly connected to the Black Dawn. Apparently, they also did not expect something like this to happen. In fact, it is good that their position has been shaken, but the hero cannot allow his secret to be exposed. But in this case, you simply can't sit back and do nothing, and in this situation, the hero must get to the test subjects before Theon. After all, if he was caught, then everything would come to an end. Elizabeth noted to Professor Hugo that he had every right to express his opinion, but let him concentrate on work. The man asked if she would tighten security. The woman replied that it was true, and that he should tell the students not to leave their rooms late at night. She also allows for penalty points to be given as a punishment, and that is her decree. The teacher said it was good, and they all understood. The rector said that in that case it was great, and then they would end it there, so they wished everyone good work. The professors began to disperse and discuss the situation. After some time, the main character did not sit still and walked around the academy's environs. And when he was walking through another place, he immediately stopped, because he felt something behind his back. There was a man hiding behind a tree, so he told him to stop hiding and come out from there. It turned out that it was a girl who was following the main character and was wary. Machiavelli turned his attention there and saw a student he was teaching pass by. She looked scared or depressed, so I was worried about what she would say now. The main character noticed her and wondered if this was the same girl who called him the First Order at their first meeting. Well, now it turns out that she is posing as a student, and this is quite strange. To clarify this situation, the guy asked what was going on. The girl immediately became comfortable and could not put a few words together. Sir Roger noticed that she was worried and said that they would find a quieter place, so let her follow him. The interlocutor agreed to this. The professor asked her if she wanted to have some coffee. The student was surprised and asked what he was saying. But as a result of this conversation, they still headed to the cafeteria. There they sat together opposite each other and tried to discuss something. The main character asked her what her name was, and the girl responded by saying that she was Sylvia Roshan. The professor said he thought she was using a pseudonym to hide her real identity and was interested in what her real name was. The young interlocutor, of course, was mixed up in this but stated that this was her real name. Machiavelli was surprised and wondered if this meant that this was not her pseudonym. Then he noted that if she still had something to tell him, then she should start talking. The student turned her attention to the side and said that there were other people here, and the guy replied that he, in turn, cast a spell so that no one would hear them outside this magic circle. She said that this was expected from the First Order. Sir Roger asked her to stop calling him First Order and to address him as Professor. She asked what he was saying as it was disrespectful to him. Machiavelli replied that this was an order, and did she understand that this should not reach other people's ears? The girl lowered her gaze and said that she understood everything and obeyed him. The hero noted that now they should talk about business and let her outline the current situation to him. The interlocutor noted that she would do everything now. It turns out that their daughter groups are behind the recent events involving the Werewolf, who are experimenting on cryptids using black magic and the teachings of Shamsus. The School of Shamsus is a group of scientists who were expelled from society for conducting forbidden experiments. They do not know what their research was about, but the subjects escaped. They eventually escaped through the sewers and caused horrific murders at Theon's academy. The interlocutor then apologized and noted that she was talking too much, but the hero said that this was not the case and everything was fine, so let him continue. Sylvia is well aware that Shamsus's school is responsible, but tells Professor Roger that he was asked to deal with it, which is why she is here. Another order, Victor Dreadful, allowed him to borrow the name. The hero said he did it, but he didn't think it would turn out like this. I thought that if we talk about this person, we need to remember this name. The girl said that the situation was out of control, so they should solve it as soon as possible. 3 objects need to be eliminated, so you should try. The guy said, not 3, but 2, and so that the interlocutor would understand what he finished the token about. Sylvia realized what it was and asked where he found it. Machiavelli replied that 2 days ago, he came across one of the werewolves in Laservelk. She said that he was simply amazing. The hero thought that she contacted him while maintaining her cover and did not arouse anyone's suspicions. It was unclear why such a talented girl was still a member of the Third Order. But in general, what if she was left with no choice? Perhaps the girl is from a noble family, and it is unlikely that an antisocial organization treats nobles well. She's probably playing the role of a puppet, used by the one who was thrown out of the organization. He recently realized how unstable Theon's position is. Now he knows that the balance of the Black Dawn is also disturbed, and it is because of this that Sylvia will be able to somehow help him in this situation. Machiavelli noted that she said that they didn't escape through the sewers, which meant that she needed to be searched. In that case, doesn't the Academy have this information? The girl replied that she understood everything correctly, but she did not know how long they would remain in ignorance. The professor rose from his seat and said that he understood everything. Then, using his power, he said that he thanked her for contacting him, and that they would see each other later if there was an opportunity. The girl hesitated and told Professor Roger that this was so, and he turned to her and declared that there was something else. It turns out that I was able to explain it much better. He was glad to listen and hopes that their next meeting will be just as successful. Then he simply left, and his interlocutor did not say anything, but it was clear that she liked this information. Sylvia sat there rather embarrassed and could not get out even a few words. And when the professor had already left, she was still able to say words of gratitude, but it was too late. The girl continued to sit in the cafe with her head down, and someone was looking at them from the window. It turns out that it was another student from the academy. She wondered what you felt, but is this really what she thinks? When I noticed the teacher, I immediately wondered if this was magic. In the end, even if she was right, why did he use the spell there? It was unclear what the hell those two were even talking about. Some time passed after what happened, and now most of the students were sitting in the auditorium where the class was taking place. Flora was there too, but she wasn't listening to the professor at all, as her head was filled with thoughts only about what the two had discussed recently. There were thoughts that, judging by the color of the magic field that she saw then in the cafe, she could say with certainty that it was a sound-blocking spell. The magical trace is still almost elusive for the receptors of ordinary people. But why was this spell made, and what secret thing could they have talked about there? The teacher closed her textbook and said that that was all for today. The rumors that were going around the academy were true, so let them walk around the campus too late. If they break the rules, you will get penalty points. One of the students asked if the guys had heard about the werewolf, and they answered that, of course. He said that he wanted to ambush him, and wouldn't it be interesting to take a look at him? The interlocutor asked if he had heard the announcement recently that if they were caught, they would lose points. The first one replied that they would try not to attract attention and would still be able to receive a reward. Leo asked Adrian what he thought. The interlocutor asked what about the werewolf, thinking that it is better to stay away and not risk his own points. The guy answered that he knew that he would say that. The student asked him what he thought about this. Leo replied that he agreed with him and it was better not to take risks and leave this matter to the professors. Suddenly, a classmate approached the guys, who looked quite angry as she hit the table. One of them immediately turned around and said good morning to Tracy. The girl was really angry and asked if that was what he called good morning. Leo apparently was also worried about the spirit and told her that it was time to accept the loss and calm down. The interlocutor replied that they had a draw, and in general, he should not interfere. After all, this only concerns her, and also Adrian. And so she pointed her hand at him and said that this time she would not hold out, so they should fight again for real. The boy replied that he didn't think he wanted to do that, and the girl asked why that was so. He noted that he had classes during the day, and in the evening they had to stay in their rooms. This was done in order not to run into a werewolf. Tracy asked if he was serious. He was just scared and looking for an excuse. The interlocutor did not respond to this, and one could say that now he would get angry and everything would be the opposite. But it was not to be, because he simply smiled sweetly and said that she could think like that. The girl said that they would try to resolve the issue in another way. Adrian asked what she was talking about. She replied that the speech about the werewolf would be won by the one who grabbed him first. And how did he like that? The bespectacled man noted that this was not quite what he wanted to do, and Leo interrupted him and said that it was a deal, The comrade did not understand why he did it at all. Tracy said that they had agreed then, and let them just try to escape. The guy replied that they would come, but she shouldn't come to the guys when she loses. Soon Adrian said that she had already left. Then he asked Leo why he agreed, because it was just madness. The comrade replied that the girl would not have fallen behind anyway, and that the teachers would take care of the werewolf before them. The guy only said that Tracy didn't seem to be joking about it. Leo said that she wasn't stupid enough to go to him alone, but the bespectacled man replied that, to be honest, she was ready to do even more. The interlocutor said that most likely this would not happen, but then they thought about it together and immediately rose from their seats. Both looked out the window to see where their recent interlocutor was heading. One of them asked when she managed to go so far, and she was probably going to the dorm now. Adrian said, thank God, that Tracy had not yet forgotten how to think sensibly. But a few moments later, the girl's course changed. She, in turn, was not going to the hostel at all, but probably in search of that very creature to whom they had spoken recently. When the guys saw this and realized what was happening, it was already too late, and the situation was bad. After some time, night fell at the academy where the main character taught. As usual, in the middle of the night he was not at home, but was walking along the local roads. At one point he stopped, because he heard something. He didn't think that today he was in great demand. Before that he was met by one of the professors who offered him a deal. The hero asked if he wanted to say that in exchange for restoring his family's reputation, he was asking him to look after the noble students. The man said he simply thought a little compliance wouldn't hurt. And there was nothing wrong with that. Machiavelli knew that talking to the fallen nobleman made him uncomfortable. He believed that maintaining a good relationship with the rector would bring him some benefit. Roger replied that he did not agree to this. The interlocutor asked what he was saying. The hero replied that he believed that in the Theon Academy there was no division between nobles and commoners, and nothing would change his opinion. Now he apologizes because he needs to get back to his rounds. The professor tried to reassure him and asked him to listen carefully. The hero thought about this situation and decided that he would be exposed if he did as this man said, and he did not need that. On top of all this, he doesn't want to anger the rector. And when he was walking along the road, he felt some rustling behind him. Then he went to that very place and, using his power, won over several students who were hiding in the bushes. At this point, the professor asked why not everyone was in the dorm yet. One of the guys hesitated and said that it was not what they thought. Machiavelli was not going to listen to them and said that each of them would get 5 penalty points for this. He sent another batch. He thought that there were already 20 students, and that was too many. The hero had heard about the reward for catching a werewolf, but he didn't think that so many people would want to get it, and the threat of penalty points had no effect. At this rate, the situation could escalate even more, and the guy must do everything to prevent this from happening. After some time, he went to a wastewater treatment plant near the academy and ended up in the sewers. There I thought about what Sylvia said, that the turnover did not get through the sewer. It is still the only one in Laserwelk where they could get through. Machiavelli, after descending, immediately used his magic to illuminate the room. Soon I looked around a little and noticed that it seemed like the police had not checked the place. Ahead I saw clear tracks, and they were definitely werewolves, but could there really have been 2 of them? Judging by the size, one could tell that there was one large and one smaller, and the paw prints were pointing forward. The hero, in turn, hoped that they would not break off halfway. For some time he followed the trail left by these very creatures and got almost out of the sewer. There in front of the guy there appeared a picture of the tracks diverging, and this was quite bad. He looked at them for a moment and then chose one side to check first. When the hero headed there, he realized that the big werewolf went straight towards the academy, and most likely, he had already gone hunting. So it can be said that at the moment he represents the greatest danger among the rest. The guy will not be surprised if right now he is tracking down another victim. At the same time, while Machiavelli was thinking about this, he heard some strange sound from the side and realized that someone was shouting. The sound was quite far from this place and came through large thickets of bushes. The professor immediately rushed forward in that direction and realized that it was a long way to follow the tracks, so he would run towards the sound of the voice. As a result of this action, it was soon apparent that the 2 girls were being attacked by the very werewolf he was trying to catch up with. Machiavelli saw that they were students from the academy where he worked, and they were standing there trying to defend themselves. Due to the great distance to them, he realized that he would not be able to reach them in time, and this was bad. So he immediately used his weapon from afar. The spell began to spread across the area quite quickly and rushed towards the monster. Naturally, the werewolf noticed this attack, but it was too late, so he did not have time to react. The magic spell began to touch him and thereby blind him, so the beast covered himself with his hands. The main character, in turn, did not stop, and after a few moments he got closer, and then struck hard. The monster's body flew far enough, and a new professor appeared right in front of the students. They, in turn, turned their attention to him and said that this was Professor Roger, but they were amazed. The guy didn't even pay attention to them and said that it was Renee, as well as Adriana Van Exilian. Our girls were surprised, and the first one said that it was true. They were interested in what he wanted. The teacher said in a rather angry tone that each of them would receive 5 penalty points for this. They, in turn, were even more stunned when they heard this information and asked what he was saying. True, the princess was quite surprised and asked to wait a few seconds. She noticed that the teacher still had to make sure that they were okay. The hero asked how she even dared to raise her voice at him now. The girl replied that it was all because she wanted to help her. And the professor said that she forgot to think about her own safety. And now, she was also recounting for him. Another girl joined the conversation and asked the man not to punish her. Machiavelli asked what she was talking about. Renee hesitated and said that she accidentally fell asleep while studying. The professor told her that he thanked her for her dedication, but that she should understand the seriousness of the situation, and the interviewer said that it was, and she apologized for it. At that moment, the hero noticed the princess, who was smiling sweetly and did not understand that the attitude was contagious. Then he turned to Adriana and asked her to walk Renee to the dorm. He, in turn, would not give them penalty points for this. The girl asked if this was true, and the man replied that if they had something against it, then perhaps they should still be returned. But the interlocutor led the younger girl. She said that they needed to go out, and her friend agreed when the students started heading in the other direction. The werewolf turned there. They noticed what had happened and told the professor to take care of himself, and the hero replied that he could see everything perfectly well. The monster finally recovered a little from the spell that hit it and was about to attack. But when it was about to happen, he jumped in the other direction, and the girls shouted that he was running away. Machiavelli naturally rushed after him and shouted to his students to quickly find a safe place and hide there. As a result of this situation, a chase began between the man and the creature that had recently wanted to tear him apart. The werewolf turned his attention back and saw that he was being chased, so he followed him to the roof of one of the nearby buildings. The professor, in turn, did not want to let him go, so he used the hook that was in his left hand and moved forward. Renee and her friend were heading towards a safe place, but they were still looking at the chase that was unfolding in front of them. The girl told Adriana to look carefully and see if this was levitation magic. Her interlocutor looked and noted that it was probably true. Just like the creature, the main character hung on one of the roofs, and then they looked at each other from afar. The main characters realized that there was no point in sitting around for long, and after a few moments they immediately rushed forward. The creature saw its opponent take action to attack it, and as a result it also rushed forward. When all this happened, the opponents came together in a fight and hit each other with their weapons. So they exchanged blows for some time, jumping back and attacking each other with different methods. After a short period of time, they finally stopped to assess the situation. The calm did not last long, and the aggressive monster immediately rushed into an attack, which the hero was able to successfully dodge. And when Machiavelli did this, he extended his sea weapon forward and cast a spell. The magic ball that was thrown forward reached its target and hit the monster, and the hero jumped forward after that. This was done in order to attack from behind, so the guy jumped up high enough and aimed his weapon at him. The students stopped and watched what was happening so closely that it surprised them. The princess asked if this was really what a real battle looked like. It seemed like he still couldn't fight, so he jumped up and tried to hit the man hard on the head. Naturally, Machiavelli returned with ease again, and then tried to counterattack the monster again. As a result, the attack was fast enough and therefore he managed to hit the target, which was located very close. The monster flew back quite a distance and could even fall off the roof, but it tried to stop. The professor in turn was not going to stop and again pointed his weapon at his opponent, trying to cast a magic spell. In fact, he succeeded, so that he was either hit or flying down. After all this action, the monster cried out pitifully, because he felt severe pain, and then fell to the ground and did not move. The main character, in turn, thought that he felt tired now, and perhaps he shouldn't have used so much magical power right away. But even if that's the case, he simply can't use magic while fighting right in front of the students, so we need to finish off this werewolf as soon as possible and find the second one. Machiavelli began to descend, and when he was quite close, he saw how the creature was trying to hit him, so he wondered if this villain was still moving. It turned out that the monster was not trying to hit him, but only grabbed part of the stone that he found and tried to use it. The professor noticed this and was amazed at the resourcefulness that this werewolf used. The beast, without thinking, threw down the weapon so that it would appear in his hands in order to somehow fight back. Naturally, the main character did not suffer any harm from this attack because he used a protective barrier. But then I was truly amazed that this creature could really use foreign objects in battle. The beast came to its senses again, and after doing so, it immediately jumped up and tried to attack the place where Machiavelli stood. The man dodged this attack as he jumped up to avoid the damage, but he also thought that this werewolf that was his opponent was very smart. As others can understand, the wolf was taken as the basis for the creation of this creature. Only for this reason it can be said that it can only determine the strength of the enemy. After what the professor saw right in front of him, thoughts began to creep into his head. Maybe they weren't werewolves at all. But at night, several guys were looking for Tracy. Adrian tried to find out where she was and couldn't get through to her, and Leo was there too, saying that maybe they should go home already. Because he can say that they won't be able to find her anyway, the girl has probably been resting somewhere in a hostel for a long time and nothing more. The comrades said that they couldn't know for sure and that they shouldn't have agreed to this bet. Leo asked if he was sure that Tracy was still looking for this werewolf. The guy with glasses responded to this by saying that anyone could have abandoned this idea, but not this girl. The interlocutor had no choice but to admit this, and he noted that he still needed to search for about 30 minutes. But if they still don't find her after this time, then they should return. When he said this, a cry was heard quite far away. Leo started running in that direction and shouted to his interlocutor, "Did he hear?" It was the voice of the persistent one they are looking for, and they should run there. After some time, the boys started running together straight to find their girlfriend. Adrian ran forward and began to run through the bushes, when suddenly he noticed something in front of him. At the same time, he collided head-on with someone, and because of this, they received a serious blow. The guy ended up on the ground after the collision, holding his head. Leo asked if it was Tracy, and the woman noticed them and asked what they were doing there. Adrian immediately said that he heard it as it should be. It was not screaming. The interlocutor was embarrassed and asked how it was screaming, because there was no such thing. And suddenly a growl was heard from the bushes, and one of the guys said that this sound was quite strange. Tracy said that they should be quiet and follow her. The comrades listened to her and began to follow her rather slowly. Looking out from the bushes, we did not notice a creature that was hiding in the bush, and only its muzzle was sticking out. When they saw him, they wondered if he was a werewolf, but he was so small. Tracy was delighted and asked what they could say about that. Since she had won, Leo noted that she had simply found him and they were betting on who would grab him. The girl said that if that was the case, she would go and catch him right now. Adrian asked her to wait a second. The interlocutor replied that she understood. He did not want to lose. But she simply doesn't want to give up the victory. The guy said that it's not about that, let her look. Because he's wounded and can't move. So he found a secluded place. Or does she now think that he hid there himself? Tracy said that they had previously talked about 2 werewolves walking around the area. Adrian noted that he couldn't know for sure, but if someone helped him, then it was bad. Suddenly turned his attention forward and was surprised. There was some kind of target on the neck of that very creature that was hiding in the bushes, the bespectacled man, as a result of which he wondered what it was all about. It turns out that he has something on his neck, and now he is wondering what it is. While his comrades were looking forward, a large werewolf appeared behind them. The monster sensed the victims who were very close to him and began to growl and also spread his saliva. Leo was the first to sense danger, and he turned around and saw that there was a werewolf there. He saw that their opponent was about to hit his comrade, and shouting at Adriana pushed him away. And then the very same monster that tried to attack them hit the guy who managed to push his friend away. From this rather strong blow, the boy's body flew quite far to the side and fell. The werewolf used his limb and grabbed the other one by the head. Tracy was shocked and asked if it was real. After a few moments, she decided that she should calm down because her body began to shake violently, and she could definitely defeat him. Despite everything, she had to do it in the name of her family, in the name of victory. The creature noticed that it was in danger from this girl and attacked her, but Adrian managed to help her return. Tracy was expressed that her friend was so selflessly trying to protect her with his body. Leo, who was standing to the side and trying to move away from the attack a little, was also very surprised. The guy with glasses was okay, and he asked his interlocutor if she was okay. The student asked why he helped her right now. He asked in surprise what else it meant. Why couldn't he stay away when his friend was in danger? While these conversations were going on, the monster did not stop and was immediately preparing to attack his victims. The guy noticed what was happening and told his comrades not to worry because he thought he was just protecting his cub. Then he turned to the creature that was in front of them and asked if he was right. The friend asked what he was doing because this creature still did not understand him. But Adrian kept saying that everything was fine and he wouldn't hurt the werewolf in any way. In fact, it turned out that the monster understood him, and after a few seconds turned in a completely different direction. As a result, he stopped near the baby, who was hidden in the bushes, and growled a little. The boy saw what had happened and said that it really seemed that the reason for this anger was fear for the cub. The girl asked in surprise if he really understood him. And Leo continued to say that in any case he can show his true nature at any moment. The guy turned to the topic and said, he understands. This will sound quite wild. But in any case, he begs them to trust him right now, so he approached the monster and asked to listen, because he does not wish him harm. Then he asked if he understood correctly that his baby was sick, and at that moment he raised the flask in his hands, declaring that this mixture would not cure him, but it would make him feel a little better. Once again, the creature that was in front of him understood him and slowly began to come closer. The man held out the very same medicine, but the werewolf tried to take it rather carefully. But in the end, this did not happen, because someone pierced the creature with his magic right in the stomach. The werewolf felt quite a lot of pain and started screaming, but the magic continued to spread. This very magic was like fetters that covered the body. A few moments later, the owner of this spell appeared, namely the main character who saw his students and addressed them. They also paid attention to him, and the professor wondered what the hell they were doing there. Tracy and the others realized that it was Professor Roger, and that they were in trouble, so they hesitated and didn't know what to say. Machiavelli said that everything was fine, they would explain the situation later, but for now, let him go back to the hostel. The guy and the girl from the cut agreed to this. But Adrian covered the werewolf with his body and asked him to wait for a while. The teacher turned his attention to him, and the guy shouted that they thought this werewolf understood human language, so he asked him to think before killing him. Sir Roger asked if the man realized what nonsense he had just said. The boy shouted that this was not nonsense at all, and perhaps this werewolf was not so simple. The hero paid attention to the creature that was to the side. Adrian noticed that rather frightening look that looked piercingly ahead. This made him very wary, and he did not understand what could possibly happen right now. The professor soon grabbed him by the arm and then pushed him away from the place where they were. The student fell to the ground, then turned around and thought what it was. It was unclear what kind of look that was. When she turned her attention back, you saw the teacher use his magic spell and point it straight at the werewolf. As a result of this action, a fairly powerful stream of flame flared up ahead. Adrian continued to sit on the ground and did not understand what was happening now. Actually there. The professor paid no attention to them, and only said coldly that tomorrow they would all receive their punishment, but now they should immediately go to their rooms. After what happened, a short period of time passed and a new day began. This whole group of comrades sat at the table in a rather depressed state. Leo said that they were such idiots, and now they were definitely finished. It was unclear how they managed to get into trouble with the police in front of Professor Roger. Tracy thought it was a huge disgrace, and she couldn't do anything. A few moments after her thoughts, she turned her attention to the other guy. In this situation, Adrian did not say a word and only sat with his head down, and was also quite thoughtful. Soon, the door to the room swung open and the rector entered with a smile on her face. She remarked to the children that they had probably been waiting for them for a long time. The main character was also there, but the students were more surprised that Mrs. Elizabeth came here. The woman noticed the surprised faces and said that there was no need to be nervous. Let them just relax and nothing terrible will happen. The children understood that if the mistress was here, then they would definitely not get away with a simple disciplinary sanction. Professor Roger asked them why they thought he had called them here. Leo replied that it was probably because they were facing a punishment worse than demerit points. Machiavelli noted that this was true, and they must realize how willful was the act they had committed the previous night. If something had actually gone wrong, new victims would have been inevitable. But the students said nothing because they knew they were wrong. The rector noticed that they should raise their noses higher because in the end everything worked out. But she would leave Professor Roger to not intimidate the students. The man answered the lady that they still couldn't let the name go for this period. Elizabeth asked if it was right that the situation was resolved in their favor. In addition to all this, he described the situation to her in great detail and then asked Adrian if she had heard correctly that he had risked himself and protected Tracy. The boy hesitated and noted that this was not entirely true. The rector stated that she was sure he did not realize how dangerous and wrong their actions and behavior were. Therefore, they received 10 penalty points, but she cannot blame them for the action they decided to take in such a difficult situation. In this case, she gives them a reward of 20 points each for this. The students asked in surprise if this was true, and the woman asked the professor if he objected. The man replied that he would not dare to contradict the rector, and she replied that in that case, Let them return to their studies, so the children thanked her. They immediately began to leave the room, and Adrian lingered a little and turned his attention to Roger. Soon the rector asked Professor Roger if he was happy. She, in turn, did not expect that he would ask her to be softer with them. The hero said that it was so. He thanks for the help and hopes they don't find out about his request, Elizabeth answered. Of course, as for werewolves, he definitely didn't notice anything strange. The professor noted that this was true, and there was nothing that would catch the eye. The woman replied that this was good, and in any case she was grateful to him for his work. After all, thanks to his selflessness, no one was hurt, and he asks to continue in the same spirit. After some time she left him and left him alone with his thoughts. The hero could not leave that very situation and thought that he had definitely seen something. And while the big werewolf was sitting tied up, the baby began to come out of that very place. But what began to appear from the bushes that had been carefully hidden, his body was truly astonishing. Recalling this situation, Machiavelli thought that what he saw was definitely a man. He, in turn, was someone who had not completed his transformation, so he was not a complete werewolf. Coming out of this situation, the professor realized that he was not conducting experiments on wolves at all, as he had previously thought. But it turns out that they are carried out on people who are caught and in turn turned into werewolves. The main character was concerned that he did not regret his choice because if he had not done it, he would have had trouble. In addition to all this, he was influenced by the fact that a fairly large number of people suffered because of them. As a result of this situation, he had no choice but to kill them. While the guy was thinking about this, he remembered the little werewolf and how he looked before his death. At that moment, he was quite sad, because he understood that this should not have happened. Then he reached into his pocket and pulled out a magic sphere for communication. But he tried to hide with his comrade in order to discuss something and said that it was him, and also told Hans that he had one request for him. Tracy sat on the bench with her comrades and said, "Who would have thought that not only would they not be given penalty points, but they would also be awarded extra points?" Then I asked Leo how his arm was. The boy replied that everything was fine, but he still needed to walk around with a bandage for a few days. The girl turned her attention back to Adrian, who was sitting there looking rather thoughtful. She actually asked him what was bothering him so much. The guy hesitated and said that everything was fine. There was just one thing. I asked if they remembered that cub, the werewolf that they had recently seen, and there was some kind of strange collar visible on him. Tracy asked in surprise if he was serious, as it was quite loud, and she was asked to be quieter. The guy with glasses said that this was one of the reasons he tried to stop Professor Roger. But what if they were artificially created? Leo said that speaking of which there was a rumor that there were suspicious characters hiding in Theon. Tracy asked if that wasn't some kind of fabrication. The interlocutor noted that he couldn't say for sure, but a werewolf in a collar is very unusual, and don't they think so? There is something else to all this. The girl asked if he wanted to say anything about Professor Roger. Adrian replied that it was true. He did not suspect him of anything, but his expression was strange. As a result, he can say that it was on that evening that their teacher would be able to clearly do something strange that surprised him. Tracy then asked if they thought he was hiding something from them, and the other man said he wasn't sure, but he thought he knew a lot more than they did. As a result, I began to think that perhaps all of this would turn out to be just his inventions, because Professor Tiona probably wouldn't do anything like that. Well, what if this turns out to be true and suddenly Professor Roger is somehow connected to these strange rumors? The guy's thoughts were interrupted by his friend, who stood up and said that this was such nonsense. She could say that they both thought too much. So have they really already forgotten what the rector told them recently? After all, the teacher told her about what happened in great detail. But in that case, would he act like that if he was involved in something like that? He tries not to show it, but in fact he cares a lot about his students. So, after all this, are they really starting to suspect him of something else? That's quite strange. Adrian stood up and said he thought Tracy was right. His comrade said it was true. Besides, what was the point of them digging into it? He was the first to notice he was hungry, so they should go and eat. Leo stated that it was true, but it was already time for lunch and invited his friend to go with them. She was surprised, asking if they wanted her to go with them. The guy with glasses hesitated and said that it was just something friends often do, eat together and all that. At the same time, he asked if they weren't friends. His interlocutor was quite embarrassed when she heard these words. And then she replied that in that case, perhaps she would agree. The guy was happy and said that it was great. The comrade asked Machiavelli if he had looked at the papers that he had sent him, and the hero replied that he had. After he looked at them, he realized that it was the total number of missing people in the city of Lacervelk and a list of public gathering places. Hans said that he knew a bunch of big guys who were always hanging around an abandoned factory and that this was what they needed. The professor remarked that it was a great job. The interlocutor continued to say that regarding the information that he asked to check, several workers had recently disappeared outside the city. The man asked if there was a family of 3 among them. The interlocutor answered that there were attacks, and this was the only case of an entire family disappearing. Machiavelli replied that now everything was clear to him, and he would check that very factory, so it became night outside, and the protagonist went there. There were several men there, and one was telling the other that he was dying of boredom, asking how long they would have to hang around there. The other replied that it seemed like 2 days. Then I asked why these scoundrels had even fled from here, and my colleague noted that he was more interested in how they could have allowed this to happen. It turns out that the child did not receive enough of the drug. They were going to increase the dose, but he started screaming and crying. In general, you could say that he raised everyone's ears here, but the most interesting thing is that no one was ready to confront his enraged parents who saw this. The interlocutor asked how this was, since they had already been turned into werewolves. So were they still worried about their child? The man said that he understood everything, right? So they made a fuss and disappeared. As far as he knows, they have a trusted person who can sort this situation out, so why should they suffer because of some kid? The interlocutor shouted that this was exactly so, because if he had been there at that moment, he would have killed him immediately. Suddenly, some sound was heard from the sewer shaft. The workers turned their attention there, and then looked at each other. When they did this, the protagonist had already heard all the information he needed and reached for his weapon. A moment later, several bullets flew forward and killed these men, who did not even realize what had happened. Their bodies quickly fell to the ground, and it was clear that they were no longer alive. After what happened, Machiavelli began to walk forward slowly. Now he was wearing a hood and a mask to hide his identity and not show himself to others. The hero turned his attention to the sides, and then remembered what had happened some time before. Recently, he saw his friend and said that he had come after all. Hans also saw him and said that he had prepared well, even dressed well. Then he asked him if he was going to go there all alone, and Machiavelli also asked him if he really wanted to help him. The comrade replied that he thought he could knock out 1 or 2 opponents. The hero noted that he understood everything and could handle it himself. I wonder how many there are, the man replied, about 40. They are about to leave, so there is no time to waste, and in 2 or 3 there will be no point at all in this, the comrade asked. What about combat power? The interlocutor replied that he should be prepared for the fact that they were armed, twice as many wizards and 3 in full combat gear, and that they could get there through the sewer passage. In this case, one must be careful. Machiavelli replied that he understood and told Hans that he had a question regarding that family. The boy noticed that he was listening attentively, and the man noticed that if we were talking about a child, how old was he? The comrade replied that if he remembered correctly, he was only 7 years old and very small. The hero was sad when he heard these words and said that if it was 7 years, then now everything was clear to him. Immediately after this statement, he left. And now he remembered this whole situation when he killed these inhumans. Machiavelli, without even thinking, began to walk inside the building where all these experiments were to be carried out. He found himself completely immersed in darkness, and after a few moments, screams could be heard from there, as well as surprised questions about who he was. Some begged for help and some simply ran, but most of them had already been killed. The hero continued his advance along the corridor, where several dozen people were already dead. And while he was slowly moving forward, some kind of beetle was flying behind him, which was really strange. Most likely, it was some kind of transmitter through which they could track what was happening ahead. At the same time, the factory was in full swing, people were bustling about quite a bit, and it was also loud. One of the men who owned the insect realized that something strange had happened. That's why he told his interlocutor that it looked like they had a rat, and he asked if he was from the security department. If that's the case, then we need to fold up and fire people. The guy touched the insect and said that it looked like it wasn't from the security department. And this situation is simply excellent, because it is exactly to their advantage and means that no one will miss him if he simply dies. Machiavelli continued to walk deeper and deeper into this very enterprise, and the guards who noticed him began to shoot. Although they tried to shoot, they were unable to do so because the bullets did not fly out, and one of them asked what it was. But the professor, who was right in front of them, used his magic, which blocked that very weapon. One of the guards noticed this and said that he should use fire, because it was a magician in front of him. Bullets wouldn't help, so he should arm himself with knives. The main characters slowly reached for their weapon, which was attached to their belt, and tried to get it out. When the man saw this, he smiled and said that he was a fool because his gun wouldn't work. But before he could even finish his sentence, he was killed that very second with a bullet from this weapon. But the colleague who was standing to the side was amazed by this and looked ahead carefully. He turned to the side and looked at the corpse lying on the table below, saying that this could not be. It turns out that this same magician uses magic bullets. Suddenly, another man in a suit approached them and shouted for everyone to move aside, because it was his turn. Against this very thing that he uses, magical power will not protect. The man was fully equipped, and also with an electric gun in his hands. He immediately directed his own energy beam forward at his opponent, then laughed and asked if he liked it. But literally a few moments later, he saw something strange that made him surprised. The hero continued to stand in front, safe and sound, and used his magic to block the attack on himself. The opponent was surprised and wondered if this was elemental magic with the addition of alchemical metal, and realized that electrical power would not help here. While the guard was thinking about this, a bullet flew into the reservoir behind his back, which was used to create electricity. Naturally, the man turned his attention there and saw that there was a hole there, so he realized that everything was bad. The electricity that was inside began to spread throughout the area and thus amazed the people who were nearby. The main character realized that he had dealt with yet another batch of rivals, and there were already about 20 people. While he was thinking about this, he heard some strange sound coming from above. So without even thinking about what was there or looking there, he used the weapon and fired. With these very actions, he killed an insect that was flying above and thought that he knew that they were watching him. In the end, this means that they did it through insects. Machiavelli understood that they were using them as a means of observation. But could it really be that these were the same insect brothers from another world? Now there was a strong premonition that they had been waiting for him for a long time. But first, the hero had to deal with these insects. On this occasion, he stepped on the ground and, using his magic, created a magic circle around himself. Vibrations that were almost inaudible to the human ear began to spread throughout the corridor and the entire factory. The insects heard this sound perfectly well, and it was catastrophic for them. So a large number of those that were floating in the air began to fail and fall to the ground immediately. The very man who controlled these creatures realized that his charges had become much fewer. Therefore, he said out loud the information that the signal that comes through insects has disappeared. He thought before it happened, he felt the vibration. The man could tell that the sound waves were similar to those created by wind elemental magic. If he really had it, then they were in big trouble. It turns out that small insects won't be able to cope with such powerful energy, and it looks like it's time for the bigger guys, so I told the Baron to get ready. The man noted that he understood everything, and his interlocutor stated that, according to his intended route, the person should exit through the door that was ahead. The guards lined up there, and the chief said that he should be given a warm welcome. After a few moments, everyone was amazed and asked what was going on. Had the lights gone out? They should have turned on the backup generator faster. Simon told the elder what he thought of this latest prank of their scoundrel. But the interlocutor did not give any response to this statement, and the man asked what had happened. But when he turned his attention to the side, he saw that the body he was addressing was already standing without a head. But the head, which had recently been on his shoulders, was already rolling straight to his feet. The insect controller immediately jumped aside and realized that the elder had been killed a few seconds before. Simon realized that the situation was getting out of control and did not understand when he managed to get here. It turns out that not much time had passed since the power went out. He decided he had to strike before the man got to him, so he pulled a large centipede out of his left sleeve. She in turn immediately began to climb out of there, and in a few moments she was cut by a bullet. The man turned his attention back and saw that there was a man wearing a mask and a hood. This is the main character who threw the salad, but his blow was unsuccessful because the opponent managed to dodge. Simon wondered in surprise what kind of mage this was who fought hand to hand. Although this man was truly dangerous, so he had to keep his distance. But the hero had no intention of stopping for a second, and after his physical attack failed, he immediately cast a magic spell. Simon noticed this technique and thought that this was a flamethrower. This was quite a dangerous attack. But it is not clear how this person managed to create it so quickly, literally in a split second. There was no time to think at that moment, because Machiavelli had already sent a stream of fire straight towards him. The man felt intense heat and began to scream in pain, and also flew a long distance and fell. The hero slowly began to approach his burning body, but the others said that the enemy was inside. They, in turn, were completely unclear how he was able to get here so quickly, and the main one of these people understood that everything was bad. Then he raised his head towards his opponent and saw a weapon in front of him, and then asked who he was. Naturally, the main character did not answer this man and immediately shot him straight in the head. One of the guards who were standing aside said that this was impossible. It is completely unclear to him how this stranger could destroy these brothers so easily. Machiavelli heard someone talking on the side and turned his cold gaze towards them. People saw this and immediately became wary. Just as the professor was about to attack them, he suddenly sensed danger from the side and turned his attention there. That it was coming at him fast enough to attack, and he managed to dodge at the last moment. But when the man saw what it really was, he was amazed, because these were the limbs of insects. This limb was pulled far enough away from the body, which lay to the side without a head, and it was that same Baron. The body of this creature began to rise quite slowly and screamed from how damn much it hurt. He spoke unnaturally, not like an ordinary person, and a mouth appeared on his hand, with the help of which he communicated. The monster said that he could not have expected that this man's attack was so sudden, and that he did not even have time to appear before he had already finished off Simon. The main character saw this and wondered if he could really turn into an insect. And besides, how could he see that a severed head did not cause him any inconvenience? In response to this, the monster said that his body had finally reached a transcendental state. The one who looked like a man began to swell. As a result of this, after a few moments the body was completely torn apart and another creature appeared. The main character just noticed a huge insect that appeared in front of him. The limbs were large enough to attack, and he lowered them to the ground for now. The Baron went on to say that he did not grieve for his dead brother in any way, but that the man would still pay when he tore him into little pieces. Those people who were supposed to protect this place saw a big monster and immediately shouted that they should save themselves and run away. But there is a turn did not intend to leave them alive, so used its limbs and attacked. The main character, after seeing everything that happened, wonders if he really doesn't care that his subordinates will suffer. And the huge beetle told him to stand still if he wanted to save them. Machiavelli jumped back and, using his weapon, fired. The bullets hit the opponent directly in the head, but they did not cause any damage to him due to the density of his skin. After the Baron successfully defended himself right there, he jumped forward and tried to counterattack, but the man dodged. And the hero realized that he couldn't be hit with ordinary physical weapons, so he used his magic. It was the same flame technique that he had used on his previous opponent and killed him with it. The beetle was able to return successfully anyway. Machiavelli was truly surprised and wondered how, with such a large body, he was able to dodge his attacks. His thoughts were interrupted by the creature itself, which grabbed his body with its claw. The professor felt a strong pain, because of which he was squeezed quite hard. But he used magic, because he realized that the Baron would not dodge. The same flame that appeared a few seconds before it began to be released forward. Soon the technique stopped working, and after the smoke cleared, it was clear that the creature was fine. Machiavelli was very surprised by what he saw, and wondered how he could withstand such a powerful blow of magical power almost point blank. The insect immediately counterattacked the man and struck with its claw in a completely different direction. Then this monster said that in order to fry it, one must use at least a 4th level spell. After that, he continued to hit the wall quite hard, trying to kill the man he was fighting and laughing with. But then I felt that something was wrong, and when I looked, I saw that there was no longer any claw. Immediately thoughts appeared in his head about where his rival in the vegetable could disappear from his field of vision. The insect didn't understand what the hell was going on, and suddenly he saw something start falling from the sky. He looked up and, naturally, he saw what was there. And it, naturally, threatened his life. So in order to protect himself and defend himself, he cut that metal beam that was at the top. She immediately fell to the ground without touching him in any way, and the main character landed in the hall with her. The Baron went on to say that with his quick movements, this man reminded him of a winged insect. Machiavelli said nothing in response to this, or was thinking about the fact that the pistol and 3rd-level magic were powerless against his new opponent. Also, there is no hope at all for the chance to use a 4th-level spell in this situation. The professor said that he never even thought that he would have to use it right here and now. The monster turned his attention to him and looked at him in surprise, because he didn't understand what they were talking about. The hero began to accumulate his own magical power in his hand and said that this insect left him no choice. Hans was somewhere in one of the dark alleys and was shivering, saying that he was very cold, that he needed to dress warmer. And speaking of this, in theory, his comrade should have finished already. Fighting dark magicians is not an easy task after all, but he was definitely not one to lose to them. This guy's thoughts were interrupted by a bright magical light that was spreading from the factory. He immediately turned his attention there, and it was visible how light began to cut through the windows in various cracks. Then this light grew into a fire, which scattered several hundred meters in different directions. The comrade realized that Machiavelli had actually used this power. He could say that this was his true magical power, or whatever he called it. But thinking about this situation, he did not understand what all this meant, because magic really is magic, and nothing more can be said about it. After some time, Hans saw the man in front of him and asked if he was finished, and how things were there in general. The hero replied that he had already taken care of all the test subjects. The younger one said that this meant that their assumptions were probably confirmed, and after the transformation they would no longer be able to return to the human body. Machiavelli replied that it was so, and all that was left for him to do was to relieve them of their suffering. The boy took the bottle and asked if this was really the drug that turned people into werewolves. There is so much cruelty in this world, and who would have thought that such a large-scale experiment on people exists? It would not have happened if someone had not sponsored it. The hero interrupted him and said that he didn't have to worry about it, because he had already found out who was behind it. Hans asked if he was serious, because it simply couldn't be. Yes, although let him just forget, because one way or another he will not be able to stop this man. After that he turned in the other direction and began to leave. And Machiavelli remained in the same place with his back to the factory, which was burning after his true magical power. In one of the rather expensive houses there was supposed to be a banquet, but the old man shouted and asked if they dared to call this a meal. Since my aristocrat didn't like everything, he threw food around and thereby hurt the maids. He went on to say that all they wanted was to fill their bellies at his expense, so no one present here was really capable of doing their job properly. All of them here are just the dregs of society, who do not even deserve a penny. The old man called them just idiots, and also worthless. After a while, he walked quickly down the corridor of his estate, saying that both were scoundrels, and no matter who you took, no one knew their duties. But he, in turn, invested so much money into this business that they couldn't even dream of a name, and they couldn't even keep track of the objects of the experiment. He no longer knows whose handiwork this is, but the main thing is that everything has been sorted out with the subjects. The old man will soon be able to receive the results of the research and will be able to proceed to the next stage. As a result, just a little bit more, and the drug with which he can restore his youth will be in his hands. There are other effects besides giving him the appearance of his previous years. It turns out that it will make him stronger and more perfect. The years that he spent on achieving this goal were not in vain. Suddenly, someone behind his back called him Belfort Rickson. The old man realized that they had come for his soul and immediately turned around and asked who he was. But the hero was about to have a dialogue with him and immediately jumped to the side so that he knocked her down with his hand. The aristocrat did not understand what was going on and asked what it was, and also tried to get through to the security. Machiavelli told him that no matter how much he called, they would not hear him, because the man had set up a sound barrier that was located around the perimeter of the room. The interlocutor asked him in a statement what he was saying, and the professor grabbed him and said that he would ask him just one question. Let him imagine a surviving 8-year-old child. But he, like his parents, had to face this monstrous reality. Also, this same child who looks into the eyes of the killer with a smile before his own death. And in his smile, before everything happened, one could read only gratitude for the fact that he was freed. After that, how does he think it felt at that moment to be a man who had no choice but to burn his family to the ground along with him? Naturally, the aristocrat listened to him attentively and also understood what was being discussed. When he realized what this man was talking about, he immediately started laughing, and at the same time asked if it was really he who got rid of the escaped experienced ones. He also thinks that there was a misunderstanding and suggested that if he lets him go instead of just talking, the hero replied that he should just answer his question. The man said that he simply forgot about what happened and that he killed them. Because that was the course of events if you think about it. It's not a big deal, but he also killed a couple of scum. So what? They also have the opportunity to do something useful at least once in their worthless lives, namely the chance to serve for the benefit of the development of humanity. So couldn't their sacrifice be called noble after all? Machiavelli replied that it was good, and now he had heard more than enough. After that, he took out a syringe with the very substance that turns one into a werewolf and inserted it into the old man's neck. The man realized what had happened and what kind of substance was being injected into his body, so he was horrified. And Machiavelli continued to say that it was precisely for this reason that he now had not a drop of anger towards him. The aristocrat grabbed his neck where the injection had been given and asked what he had done to him right now. The professor noted that he looked at the records of his research and can say that they are quite interesting. It turns out that a small dose of this drug works. Even she is capable of turning a person into a werewolf. But I wonder if she took a large dose of it for gas. What consequences should be expected? Something terrible began to happen to the old man. He screamed in pain, his appearance changed, and his limbs took on a completely different shape. As a result of this entire transformation, a huge monster appeared in front of the main character, which had several arms as well as a large mouth. Machiavelli noticed this and thought that no matter how he tried to convey his feelings to him, he still would not understand anything. So instead of doing that, he'll just make him experience what they experienced when they turned into werewolves. Then the role used his magic and removed that very sound-absorbing wall. Because of this, the screams of the monster began to spread throughout the estate. The subordinates heard this and asked what the sound was. It seemed to them that it was coming from Mr. Rickson's room. So several wizards, as well as guards, ran into his room and asked if he was okay. But at the same time, when the door swung open, they were shocked because they saw a huge monster in front of them. In the end, it was completely unclear where he came from. Although he needed to be pacified right now, one of the guys said that those who do not have magic should look for the master. But the guards continued to use their power and directed it in large quantities at the monster, who screamed in pain. All these actions continued for some time, and people said that this was a tenacious creature, and that they should continue to cast spells and increase the firepower. Machiavelli left this aristocrat to his own subordinates, who did not know who he was and tried to kill him. Hans was in one of the rooms with him, and he asked how much of it was there. The elder noted that he could take a little for work and let him hide the rest. The guy looked at him and asked if he was leaving already, since he had been trying to get to that place for so long and perhaps he should look around first. The hero noted that he would still return next time. He needed a more suitable person to cover for. His friend said that he understood, and in that case let him have a good rest. Machiavelli, after a short conversation, left the estate and walked down the street at night. Near one of the ponds, he stopped and turned his attention there. A boat was floating on the water, which apparently was carrying passengers or some kind of cargo. The man turned his attention to her and then, as if in anger, clenched his hand into a fist. And just like that, looking forward, he stood for some time on the shore. The next day, reporters lined up outside the estate where the incident happened, saying that it couldn't be that same Rickson. But in general, it is possible that only you were eaten by a monster. The man said that, according to the guard, when they arrived from the old man, there was no trace left of the room. The monster was raging. So there is a high probability that the rumors about his involvement in dark magic were true. The interlocutor asked in this case what happened to the monster. And the man replied that the magicians had dealt with him, and he heard that it took them an hour to burn the monster, and suddenly something attracted attention from the outside. Also, everyone else turned their attention there, because some person was approaching them. Reporters began to wonder what all this meant, whether the National Security Agency had arrived, and with them the Knights of the Night Serpents. At that time, they were led by Protector and Grandmaster Jessica Lionhall. It was unclear whether the situation was so serious that it required the presence of the National Security Agency itself. It seemed like the news was tantamount to a sensation. With the agency, as well as the Order of the Night Snake, the events take a completely different turn. The guard who stood near the main entrance became wary. The girl came closer to him, and when she looked back, she told them to open the gate. At that moment, the interlocutor dropped his head down and said that he was ordered not to let anyone in. But the Grandmaster was persistent and said that it was about the gates, let them open them. The men who a few moments ago had failed to pollinate anything said that everything would be done. So the gates immediately swung open and the head of the National Security Agency began to rush there. She was also alone, surrounded by several subordinates who followed her. The man saluted and told Grandmaster Lionhall that it was an honor to meet her. He was Chief Inspector Jason. The girl thanked him for the work he had done and said that, from that moment on, the case would come under the jurisdiction of the National Security Agency. In that case, let him provide all the evidence and information that they did not lie and leave the scene of the crime. The old man noted that if this is so, then good. And then, he immediately announced to his subordinates that they should all go to the exit and exit knowledge. The agents began to carefully examine the premises they were in right now. Soon, the girl said how difficult it was to remain serious all the time, and the interlocutor noted that Annie should stop whining. That was her job. The girl asked to let me agree because there is no one around and you can forget about your image a little. The colleague replied that they are, after all, precise measurements and must always maintain their own face in any situation. The boss told Lloyd to be quieter, just that under all circumstances they should try to maintain a confident appearance. In addition to all this, let them not forget why they came here. The interlocutors became more serious and said that they understood everything. The woman noticed the creature and asked if it really was a monster. It was quite creepy. Moore said that, according to rumors, Belfort not only practiced dark magic, but was also involved in hunting cryptids, so the monster's intervention could not be called a coincidence. The guy looked at the document and said that the monster appeared and Rickson was killed. If we proceed from this information, then the witness's testimonies coincide. She carefully examined the monster and said that its body was burned down to the charred bones, which is why it would be impossible to find any traces. The Grand Master told her subordinates that they should inspect the room, so they all began to look closely. The woman headed towards the portrait, which hung right in the most prominent place. She looked at it closely enough to see that the painting had been moved, but the wall was fairly clean. That's why I tried to touch her, and when I did, the secret passage below began to close. The guy noticed her and asked if she had really found a niche in the wall. The boss replied that it was so, but the inside was empty. But when I took a closer look, she said that, based on the width and location, she could assume that there was a safe here. Annie asked if it was a safe. Lloyd began to say that Belfort Rickson was called a sinister businessman, and perhaps he hid his dirty money in it. Jessica said that it was so and such. How could he keep his secret reserve fund here? At least until yesterday evening, the safe was definitely still inside this niche. She thought that this was what the lack of dust actually indicated. And then she began to speak, thinking that the sudden death of a multimillionaire, as well as a monster and a missing safe. It turns out that too many components coincide for it to be a simple coincidence. From all this, she concludes that there is someone else. This is the man who took part in Belfort's murder. And the question is, how did he get away without leaving a trace? The only one is the only one she knows. Only he could have pulled this off, and that was Arsène Lupin. She didn't know anyone else. Interrupting her thoughts, the woman said the name out loud so that it was heard. Lloyd immediately asked what she was talking about, and the boss replied that she was talking about something of her own. Then I asked the guy if he remembered any unusual events in Leathervelk recently. The interlocutor noted that this was the only one like that. But right now, we are talking about the explosion that occurred in an abandoned factory. It happened just shortly before Belfort's death. Jessica stated that she was now confident that they could definitely find some clues there, so she said they needed to go there. The main character, in turn, was at home in his room and negative effects were surfacing in his consciousness. He felt a severe headache, as well as discomfort from his illness, and he understood that this was bad, because these side effects would simply finish him off. The true magic power he used recently required too much energy expenditure. If it weren't for these pills that he takes and they help him save magic, then he would be much worse off. After a while, he said that he finally felt better and let go of his head. He then focused his gaze forward and thought that at least he had burned all the werewolves in the lab, getting rid of the evidence. Now he can forget about this situation, although no. There is someone else he needs to deal with, and that is Adrian. After all, it turns out that he did not retreat until the very end, blocking his path. Machiavelli must have had a poor control over his emotions then. So in that case, this guy could have noticed something, since he was standing closest to him. And the professor immediately set the werewolves on fire. But just that split second, which might have been enough for him to see something he shouldn't have. The man's thoughts were only about how everything would work out, because it was not a fact that Adrian would remain silent about this situation. If this happens, he will have no other choice. Machiavelli became very wary when he began to think about this and wondered if he would really have to kill him. In order to calm himself and his nerves at least a little, he told himself that everything was fine. Then I remembered how I saw the situation from the outside and how this student tried to talk to the werewolf in order to come to an agreement with him. The guy really just wanted to give him medicine. And when the hero saw this, he immediately decided to act to prevent this from happening. Remembering this situation, he felt even sadder thinking about it, and it weighed on his soul. The professor realized that in any case he couldn't act like that, because he couldn't kill a student of Theon's academy because it was too risky. On top of all this, Adrian is a difficult student and is under the supervision of the rector herself, so if anything happens to him, he will immediately fall under suspicion. The man fell onto the bed and decided that now he should focus on resting and healing his wounds, and not on these thoughts. And suddenly he remembered that this same guy wrote that the action had one wandering swing, teaching him his special magical technique. So it was unclear whether the hero should perceive it as a strange coincidence that the head of the National Security Agency came to the factory. She immediately said that everything was as she thought, and everything had burned to the ground. Lloyd paid attention to the situation and noted that it would not be easy to find anything. The woman asked, "But where in the world could the fire have come from in this abandoned factory, especially just before Belfort's death?" The subordinates said that perhaps it was only officially considered abandoned, but in fact it continued to be used. The boss added that she also thought so. "Otherwise there would definitely not have been a fire," Annie asked. What if dark magicians or cryptids conducted their research here, but when they were caught, they got rid of the evidence? Jessica responded by saying that this was a completely logical assumption and it remained to be seen who had stopped them. She thought that she knew about this incident. She did not think that it was important. It will also concern their case. Maybe the arsonist didn't just want to start a fire, but did everything to get rid of evidence, or this is a common coincidence. Although there were too many factors pointing to all of this, she asked Lloyd if there were any other unusual cases besides this. The guy answered, "No, except for the hype about the werewolf." But all this was very recently, and he was discovered in Theon's academy. The head asked if it was really hers. The interlocutor answered, "It is so, and according to reports, he got out through the sewers." Jessica stated that the security there was lax, so she wasn't surprised. But what about the students? Was no one hurt, and what happened to the werewolf? The guy said he had injured 3 students, but one of the professors dealt with him. The woman noted that this was expected of a professor, but did they identify the body? Lloyd said that this did not happen because no remains were found, as they were all burned to the ground. These words greatly attracted the woman, and she asked if they had really burned, and then turned her attention to the sides. She stood there with a thoughtful and subordinate look, asked if she thought it was worth checking out the academy. Jessica stated that it was not necessary, because they would stay here and also try to find evidence. She received a positive answer to this. The woman herself thought that there was a burnt factory and also a burnt werewolf. But the similarity alone is not enough to connect the 2 cases. But if she finds out that the same person is behind it, she will regard this as a threat to the entire empire, which is why the Knightly Order of Night Serpents exists. In the classroom, the children discussed whether it was true that Professor Roger hunted werewolves, that he was a military officer, and that he also participated in catching cryptids. Someone said that it was incredible, and he immediately seemed like a strong person. Renee heard this and did not understand where she should sit, because there was not a single free seat. More precisely, they are in the middle. But it is unlikely that anyone will want to move. For some reason, all the students began to avoid her. Suddenly, she noticed one place near the aisle. While she was trying to move away, the princess saw her, greeted her, and asked if everything was okay. The girl sat down and wished good morning to Adriana. Although at that moment she did not understand why she was so unlucky, because how could a plebeian dare to sit next to a princess? And on top of that, he pretends that they are close and that they communicate so well. Renee thought of it as the thoughts of those sitting next to them or those looking at them. And so they both thought about the situation that had recently happened with the werewolf, from which Professor Roger had saved them. The girl then asked the princess if everything would be okay with that man, and her interlocutor replied that there was no need to worry, because he was a professor at the academy. But if we were to talk about what she was doing here at such a late hour, Renee in turn hesitated and then told everything. Adriana asked what she was saying. Had no one woken her up? It was unclear where this was going. She would go right now and tell this librarian everything she thought. The interlocutor said that she shouldn't have done this yesterday, that it was her own fault that she dozed off. But why wasn't she in the dorm at such a time either? The aristocrat replied that she had decided to make sure that all the students returned to their rooms. The little girl asked Her Highness if she was really doing this all alone. The princess took these words with a smile and told her to call her older sister, because she understood correctly that in Theon Academy, everyone was equal. Renee thought that one could only imagine that the princess was making her evening rounds alone, and then without hesitation she approached her ordinary commoner. As a result, she felt uneasy about what had happened, as if she let her guard down, something would happen immediately. Professor Roger entered the classroom. When the students saw him, they immediately covered their mouths. The man slowly walked up to the counter and said that they were starting classes. Today, he will tell them about the features of manifestation, as well as the basics and principles of elemental magic. It, in turn, is used more often than other methods of manifestation, and it is the most significant of all, the basis of all the foundations that most students are already familiar with. So today, he will show them a completely new method. Flora came to the classes again, and she was interested in it. She looked closely at the leaflet that the professor had handed out to everyone and wondered what kind of new method he had prepared this time. The protagonist continued to say that this method would help them increase their elemental power from about 20 to 80%. Several guys started discussing whether this was even possible, but the other guy noted that he thought the professor wouldn't lie to them. Sir Roger turned to Anthony and asked what attributes of elemental magic he used. The student replied water, ice, and also plants. The man said that in that case, let him demonstrate the one he was most confident in. The boy hesitated, but said that he would do everything now and began to use his magical power. Machiavelli saw what had happened and said that it was quite good. Anthony thanked him for the kind words. But the main character interrupted him and said that it was very far from ideal. And with these words, he turned the cheerful student into a sad one. He then extended his hand forward and told everyone else to watch his actions closely. Literally a moment later, the very attribute he had used appeared in his hand, and it was quite clearly visible. Everyone looked closely and saw a snowflake that created a beautiful pattern. Tracy was amazed and asked if he did it using the same kind of magic. Leo was amazed and said that it was on a whole different level already. The professor continued his story, saying that now that he had their attention, they would begin with theory. Flora watched his actions closely and was drawn to them. Sir Roger had said that the history of the attributes of elemental magic had deep roots in the realm of manifestation. This is why they were once considered the original forms of magic, but now they are just part of the spell casting process. He created several attributes and said that in front of them were the 4 basic elements that everything began with, compared to the 10 elements that they use now. It can be said that the previous ones in the series are too simple. Then I asked who knows what caused such a strong leap in their development. For example, the element of fire, who can give the correct answer, he will give 5 points. Someone said that it was not used to dispel darkness, but this was wrong. The girl said that it was used to burn and clear forests, but that was superficial. The student next to her said that fire had snatched humanity from the clutches of darkness, which was terrifying. The hero asked if he had ever thought of becoming a poet. Then the professor noticed his hand and said that he was listening to Flora Lumos. The girl was reluctant to say that fire was used as a weapon against people to burn them. Machiavelli listened to her attentively and said that this was a correct judgment. The students began a discussion, and he said that it was about burning, drowning, and cutting. Wind currents were used as well as electric shocks, war, and murder. This is what helped to push magic to a new level. However, in cold times, fire served as a symbol of survival, not destruction. But water itself, in turn, became an important component of the water wheel that is used today. The wind turned the blades of the mills, and in turn, electricity illuminated the cities. Therefore, the purpose of elemental attributes can change depending on a person's actions. One can talk about fighting for a better world, and it is with this mindset that they should begin to master these attributes. After they have talked about the theory and are now moving on to the practical part, let them now take and create an elemental sphere. He soon told Joseph to focus on the flow. For a second year, he was too inexperienced in releasing magical power. The boy said that he would do everything. Roger asked Irina if she really called it a plant attribute, as if he were looking at a rotting autumn leaf lying on the ground. Let him imagine a sprout breaking through the soil, and she agreed to this. Leo turned his attention there and realized that he was not even choosing the right word. Suddenly, he turned his attention to the side and saw that Adrian was doing nothing and was just sitting silently, looking down. That's why he turned and asked what he was doing, but it was too late, because the professor was already very close. And the main character turned his attention to the student and saw that he was sitting quite thoughtfully and not doing anything. It was completely unclear what had happened to him and why he was behaving so strangely. Thoughts flashed through his head that he had decided to rebel against him after that very incident with the werewolf. Although if you look closely at the expression on this person's face, this is not the case, because it seems that this is not the case at all. Then there is only one option. The hero asked if he understood correctly that he had not yet practiced elemental manifestation. The guy replied that he did and apologized because he felt so awkward. Roger realized this is what it means to be a special student. Tiona does not have the basic knowledge, even if he was accepted to see the inclusion. It is strange. He, in turn, cannot sell responsibility for a person to whom everything needs to be explained from scratch. Of course, he will still be left behind, whether he is from the others or not. Well, it's not that simple, and I asked him to name the attributes that he can use because he should know them. The boy replied that, of course, it's fire, water, and wind. The teacher asked to try using fire. The boy asked in what sense. The hero replied that he would teach and could not leave a student in need of help. Machiavelli told him to accumulate magical power, and he should also master the basic manifestation. Adrian replied that he would do everything now. The professor said, and now he should think about how to turn it into an attribute, that is, fire. The student replied that he would try now. He tried to do this for some time, but it didn't work. Then the teacher said that thinking about the goal was not enough, because he had to allow his senses to open up. Adrian listened to him carefully and then closed his eyes, began to gradually concentrate his power. The hero told him to remember the brightest flame he had seen in his life. When he does this, let him remember the shape, the sound, the smell of the touch, and literally everything that he felt then. The guy immediately thought about the same situation that happened 8 years ago. All this happened during a snowstorm that was outside the window. There was a bitter smell of burning logs and charcoal, as well as the aroma of stew on the fire. On top of all this, there was the whining of his sisters and his mother's grumbling, and also the smile of his father, who had returned home. The boy understood that there was little food then, and the cold wind crept under the fabric of his worn clothes. In that harsh winter, the fire blazing in the fireplace calmed him. As a result of these memories, Adrian felt that warmth, as if it were yesterday. After what happened, the hero said to keep it up. And the guy finally opened his eyes, and when he looked forward, he saw the fire that he had created with his own hands. He immediately thought with joy that he had really succeeded in all this. This feeling that arose together with a moment from the past. The teacher was nearby and looked closely at this attribute, and also said that he was a good boy. It turns out that his flame warms and does not burn. His warmth was not capable of harm, and the man knew what he was thinking. The student looked in surprise and thought, could one really hear more than just criticism from Professor Roger? Machiavelli went on to say that the fire in his hands was an attribute whose image he had imagined in his head. But it was not an easy attribute at all. This power is the flame of his magical power. Adrian looked closely and asked if this was really his magical power. The teacher started to leave from there and told the guy to remember this feeling well. He then stated that he was already completely sure that they had understood this, and that this was the very method he had recently spoken about, as a result of which, even if they did not rely on the senses, they also benefit from their own experience, and basic knowledge serves as the basis for using the attributes of elemental magic. The idea of the heat of fire and the cold of ice is not enough, and even a 3-year-old child knows this. A real magician must put something unique into his spell. Just for this reason, let them remember a moment that is of great importance to them, and they should connect all 5 of their senses to all of this. The same guy who had a bad experience with this attribute not long ago created it and said it worked. The neighbor said it made a real difference. All the students immediately became inspired when they heard all this and began to use their attributes, strengthening them with their memories. Flora sat sadly because she thought that she had already learned all this a long time ago. Before this, of course, she thought that today she would learn something new, but it seems she was wrong. At the same time, it was completely unclear to her why the professor had spent so much time on some first-year student, even praising him for simply manifesting an attribute of magic. It was completely unclear to her where this man had gone, who had disgraced her in front of the entire audience on the very first day. She had not intended to attract attention to herself, but everything was complicated. That's why she decided that they would watch him shower her with compliments, and now she used her power and created an attribute. The neighbor noticed this technique and thought, is this really an imposition of attributes? This is what she is doing, of course. The girl continued to make her technique and thought that if she added wind magic, she could create a whirlpool. Suddenly, she felt that something strange began to happen with the flow of her forces. A bright enough light appeared, and the technique became completely uncontrollable in her hands. The students asked what else it was, and someone said it was dangerous. A girl nearby asked Flora to stop. The girl herself understood perfectly well that she had to stop all this. Otherwise, the explosion would definitely be unavoidable. She needed to set up a barrier so that no one would get hurt. The children who were in the area started running away from her, shouting that they should save themselves quickly and run. The others were shouting Flora's name, and she realized that she couldn't hold back this power, even closing her eyes. Suddenly, she observed the instructor coming closer, prompting her to concentrate, while he also positioned his hand close by. Roger called her full name and told her not to give up and to control the flow of her magical power. Let her not worry, because he, in turn, will help her to overcome this difficulty. The girl did not respond to this judgment, but it was clear that some other force had appeared above her. Faster than anything else, the ball that began to spread around the area was shrinking, and the equipment was beginning to stabilize. Flora turned her attention there and realized that it was no longer as chaotic as it had been, because it had been more stable. Machiavelli saw that she had relaxed and told her not to get distracted, because they were not finished doing this yet. As a result, if she becomes right now, her magic will simply dissipate, so he asks if she is really satisfied with such an outcome. There was an awkward pause between them for a moment, and they looked into each other's eyes. The girl didn't say anything, but continued to concentrate her energy, and also realized that he was right. After all, it turned out that she really should see this through to the end, so she looked down and concentrated even more. Flora thought about the fact that the looks that were directed at her all the time expressed a constant loss of power, as well as jealousy. But she, in turn, did not pay attention and continued to move forward, whatever it was. But there was something that she could not bear. And that very factor was the cold gaze of her father, who looked at her with quite disdain. For the girl, this situation was always quite sad, because she understood that he looked at her as if she did not exist. The professor had told her long ago that she would receive 10 penalty points. And that day, following the humiliation, she was overcome for the first time by a feeling of defeat. And it affected her so much that even such unwanted memories from childhood came back to her, even though she didn't see his expression. And despite this, she knew that he looked exactly the same way as her father once did. Lumos, in turn, never forget their offenders. So one day she would definitely fight this man and win. At least that's what she thought shortly before. And right now, she looked ahead and realized that the magical waves were really stabilizing, a little more, and she would be able to do it. In fact, after a few moments, the power that was directed into her hands took the form that she needed. The girl smiled when she saw this and said that this is how it all worked out for her. Professor Roger leaned closer and said that Flora Lumos had acted rather thoughtlessly. And the point now is not even that she tried something new and failed. That's normal, because everyone really does make mistakes. The main problem is that she put other students at risk. The girl looked down and said that she was very sorry. The teacher continued and said that this, not to mention the clumsy superposition of the two elements, the interlocutor became angry and asked what he was saying. Machiavelli said that she was talking about mixing fire and ice. Making two opposing elements complement each other is a very difficult task. Flora said that it was true, but she had managed it, of course, and she did not deny that she had gone too far in trying to add a third element. But as for the ice and also the flame, the misalignment was just perfect. The hero looked at her and said nothing. After a few moments, he extended his own hand and created an attribute of fire, as well as flames, which complemented each other. Soon these elements came together, and there was not even the slightest hint that they were rejecting one element or another. The student noticed this and understood what he was talking about. And the teacher continued his story, saying that she should understand this difference. In the end, we can say that she only managed to freeze the fire, and it looked quite beautiful. Indeed, he can say that one picture is not enough, and he does not understand what she intended to achieve with this. Did she really want to brag about it? Flora heard him scold her and closed her eyes, realizing that she was indeed guilty. The other children stood aside, and her party neighbor was worried about her condition. A few moments later, the professor used his attribute, which he combined in his hands and directed upward. As a result, the very magic that was embodied in the sky began to transform into snow. It spread literally throughout the entire auditorium and students could easily touch it. Tracy held out her hand and asked in surprise if it was snow. Flora also looked up and thought that, using the ability of fire to cover large distances, as well as the coldness of ice, he had combined them into one spell. As a result, he used the same elements. He reworked them into something more practical, and she was a complete failure. A few moments later, the hero turned to his student without mentioning her name. She thought that the teacher would now shout, but the man said that he was not at all reproaching her for her lack of skill. The girl, judged by her opinion, raised her head and asked what he was talking about. I also noticed his gaze, which could be said to be kinder than cold. Sir Roger said that she had a truly unique talent. Among children her age, he had never met such a technically savvy wizard. But right now he can say that this is not about that, but about something more significant in his opinion. She was just playing to the crowd. Then he touched her shoulder and said that he had no right to tell her what to do. But despite this, he still advised her to choose a different goal. And he asks her to do this only because it will be for her own good. The girl was very surprised by the product, how kind it was, and wondered if it was really for her own good. Soon the teacher turned to the other students and told the children to return to their seats. After that, he began to slowly descend the stairs in order to take his place of work. Flora remembered the look of this man and thought that in his eyes there was neither reproach nor mockery, but only sincere concern. It was that same feeling that was not even in her own father's gaze. She touched her head, and her deskmate asked how she was. The girl replied that everything was fine. She just had a headache from using a lot of mana, and she also thought that it felt like she was about to faint. At the same time, she was interested in how the professor felt, because he had spent much more energy than she had. The hero, in turn, walked quite slowly and felt a really strong pain in his head. At that moment, he thought that taking a pill before class would be very useful because his head was about to explode. I also thought that Flora was able to not only combine the elements, but also complete a top-level spell from the three elements. Machiavelli remembers how at one time his teacher also scolded him harshly after a similar prank. But wasn't the man too strict? He hopes that his words did not hurt her. But even if so, she will definitely cope with it and listen to his advice because these were not empty words. While he was thinking about this, he continued walking forward towards his workplace. Then he turned towards the students and thought about the fact that there were no weaklings among them. The rector, in turn, mentioned that many talented children entered the academy this year, so this is the so-called golden generation. While he was thinking about this, his attention was drawn to one of the students who was standing to the side. The man asked if there was something wrong with Renee. She hesitated a little, continued to try to show her element. Professor Roger said that she was unable to manifest the elemental attribute, or rather, it did not exist in principle. The girl noticed that this was indeed the case. The teacher told the others that the lesson was over for today, and as an assignment he asked them to repeat everything they had covered today. But the interlocutor of the TS who was next to him, he told her to follow him into the office. Renee and her neighbor looked at him in surprise and did not understand what was happening. But she couldn't refuse it, so it followed after some time there. The man was also in the office and asked him to wait here for a while, to which she agreed. After that, I wondered why he even called her, because he really wants to conduct a personal survey, or maybe he is going to kick her out. That's exactly right. How can a client who can't demonstrate elemental magic be eligible to attend classes on spell theory and practice? But she really wants to continue going to the professor's lectures, and suddenly she noticed that he took out some kind of document. The student was horrified and wondered if this was really a statement about transferring to another teacher. She knew that he still wanted to reject her. The professor turned to her, but she did not listen to him and said that she would try so hard that she would do it. She just begged him to forgive her. Let him just not forbid her to go to his classes. The main character, in turn, handed her a book and asked what she was talking about. Renee asked if this was a statement about the transfer. The man replied that she had stopped talking nonsense and took this book, because he was already tired of holding it. The student took it and told the professor that this is what she thought. The man said that it would be for her to master independently, and she would study from it. Once she masters it, a new path into the world of magic will open up before her. On the cover, it was written that this is not elemental magic. The girl asked where he got it from, and the interlocutor noted that he knew one person, and this book was the result of her many years of research. Renee said that there were other wizards who controlled non-elemental magic. But what was this person doing now? The hero replied that she had already left this world. The interlocutor only sighed sadly because of this and understood that this was a sore subject for him. At the same time, she noticed his gaze, which was now lowered and very thoughtful, so that it was clear that this man was dear to him. The student asked if this meant that she would not be able to study other types of magic. The hero replied that it was so. Did it really upset her? The girl said that she really wanted to master elemental magic. The professor asked what she thought about a person who could only work with one element. Renee said that she thought he was probably untalented, but the teacher replied that it was not so, that magicians who could only practice one element were incredibly talented. All this lies in the area of this particular element. They, in turn, can influence a natural phenomenon. That's what kind of professionals they are in their field. The girl noticed that this was what it meant, and her interlocutor noted that this was exactly how she should now tell him what thoughts she had about non-elemental magic. The student hesitated for a moment and then said that it did not include the use of elements, so it was strange. Roger took a cup of tea and said that in fact it has not been proven yet. The 10th element, or rather, the element of metal, is considered part of the element of earth. That's why she shouldn't worry because the world and magic will not stop, but change one after another. First let her read the book, and this is her homework. After a while, the girl left, and the man thought that it was quite unexpected to meet a student who practiced non-elemental magic. However, she had this reasonable look. He had the opportunity to look into the eyes of a person who knew how to distinguish good from evil. Although she is still at the very beginning of the journey and does not realize all this, the book he gave to this girl finally found its next owner, and it seems like it was fate. After some time, life at the academy was normal, with students going to classes and professors teaching. At the same time, Adrian was practicing his magic using his own element. He noticed it and thought that he was almost finished. This technique that Professor Roger showed him turned out to be very useful. At the same time, when he used the mafia, his gaze showed kindness as well as wisdom, so it was probably in vain that he doubted him before. Of course, it cannot be that a person who loves magic turns out to be some kind of villain. The guy turned his attention to his comrades first, and then looked at the group of students that had gathered around one of the guys. But it was unclear who this was and why so many guys were crowding around him. This man must be popular in Theon. Suddenly, another person approached from the side and asked who it was. It was a recent acquaintance who said, "Could it really be Adrian, the student who is unable to materialize his own element?" It turns out that he is quite arrogant since he still makes mistakes here. Leo got angry and said that he is a scoundrel. If he continues in the same spirit, then he will suffer. But the guy calmed him down and said that he would talk to him himself. He told Jackson that he had no idea what irritated him so much about him, but asked for forgiveness. So he wonders if they can just forget about it, and that's it. And the other guy says that if they forget, then he agrees. But all this will happen immediately after he kneels down. Tracy said that he himself is not ashamed to say this, because he is a noble nobleman. The guy replied that the fallen were not given the right to vote. Although what can you expect from an uneducated bungler, the girl was angry and asked if he had really lost his fear completely. Adrian, after hearing these words, got angry and came closer, then said that he could say whatever he wanted about him. But he should under no circumstances touch his friends. He said this with such an angry look, as if he wanted to hit this guy. But Jackson smiled back at this and asked what he would do for him. Adrian immediately took the white glove into his hands and noticed that it turned out that he didn't want to do it the good way. In this case, he understands everything and there are no problems because then he challenges him to a magical duel. The aristocrat, in turn, immediately said that he was accepting the challenge, and his comrades told the guy what he was even doing. The student with glasses did not listen to them and said that if he won, he would apologize to Leo, as well as Tracy. Jackson smiled and said that they would see who would win first. That's why, let him prepare to fall on his face. Suddenly the main character appeared, who turned to both and said that you did not explain what was happening here. The students immediately noticed him and said that this was Professor Roger. The hero looked at Adrian and thought with anger that he had gotten himself into something again, as if he were some very sought-after person in this world. After thinking about it, he said that he was waiting for an answer to his question. Jackson said that it was a fair fight, and he challenged his opponent to a duel, so he agreed. Machiavelli replied that this duel between first-year students was not allowed, because it would not work. The student asked what had become generally forbidden. The professor was surprised by what this man was saying and wondered what was wrong with this guy in general. After a few moments, he turned his gaze to the other side and saw a lot of people hanging around one of the guys. Then he decided that everything seemed perfectly clear to him now, because this man was doing everything to make an impression on the student who had a close look. So he told his interlocutors that he would not punish them for something that did not happen and let them return to their rooms. Jackson tried to get through to him anyway. Suddenly, another teacher came up from the other side and told him not to push them so hard. After all, in such a case, isn't he exceeding his authority as a professor? Still, the mentor has no right to interfere in a duel that is arranged on a mutual basis. Several students said that this is true, and so it is. The main character was quite surprised and did not understand what he was trying to achieve, but he succeeded. After some thought, Machiavelli said that in any case, he could not allow the students to harm each other, so why not sit in on the duel? Then he turned to the guys and asked if they agreed to this. Jackson immediately said that he was not against it, and his opponent noted that he was also for it. The hero looked at the professor who stood up for this duel and said that the duel would take place. The teacher said that there was something else. He came closer and extended his hand and asked if he would like to make a bet on this matter. Of course, he is definitely not obliged to do this and knows that it is stupid to bet on a fight whose outcome is already known. Well, why not? The main character understood what he was getting at, so he interrupted him and agreed to this proposal. Chris smiled and said that he didn't expect him to accept his offer so easily, so who he thinks will be the winner is interesting. He said that he, in turn, was betting on Jackson Filio and believed that he was an incredibly talented magician, and the boy was happy about this. Then, with a spontaneous smile, he asked if he was also going to bet on this guy, whether they should then bet on how he would win. But the main character responded to this by saying that there was no need for this at all. After all, he was just about to bet on Adriano. The boy was surprised when he heard what he said. Chris laughed at this and said that everything would be as he said. Although he did not understand his confidence in this student, the hero asked what they were arguing about. The teacher remarked, since they both teach spell practice, then what about the records of their research? Machiavelli was quite surprised and asked if he also taught this subject. The interlocutor did not expect at all that he would be humiliated like this in front of all the students and was very shocked. Then the thoughts on his face changed to anger, and he thought that this was just some scoundrel fallen nobleman. It was unclear how he dared to disgrace him in front of the students. And even if he didn't think it was worth it, he would get away with it. The hero thought that he didn't even know that he also taught manifestation. Machiavelli said that all this was good, And would they agree to have a duel in 4 days? Chris angrily agreed, and then turned around and left there. Then Adrian turned to the professor and apologized, because if it weren't for him, nothing would have happened. The hero in response only told him to think better about how to win. Jackson still has the advantage at this point, but it's really too late to back out. As a result, it turns out that in battles there is always room for the unexpected. The variable. The student asked in surprise what he meant. The professor replied that he had already possessed this variable for a long time, so that he, in turn, only had to apply it at the right moment. The interlocutor lowered his head and thought that this is exactly so, because if he does this, his trouble will be in his hands. However, he remembered the man who was smiling and motioning for him to cover his mouth. So Adrian immediately shouted to the professor that he wanted to defeat Jackson using only his skills. The main character was surprised, but he heard a desperate cry for help from this boy. The student was confident enough at that moment and asked Professor Roger to prepare him. Machiavelli only looked with surprise at the determination of the guy who asked him for help. Adrian remembered the girl telling him to remember what she taught him, not to casually show it off to others. Because if he does this, trouble will not keep him waiting for long. And what's more, there is something else. It turns out that she earns her living by these very actions. So doesn't he want her to die of hunger on the street? The boy became wary and said, "Of course not," to the teacher. She stroked him and said that this did not mean that she forbade the use of these techniques. It turns out that as soon as he feels that he needs them, let him act. In life, there always comes a moment when he needs to make one choice or another. It was in this case that she told Adrian that he was following his heart. Machiavelli froze after hearing this boy's plea for help. He didn't understand what he was saying. It was completely unclear what the hell this student had just said. It turns out that he made a bet with another teacher, knowing only about his extraordinary abilities, and he says that he wants to win thanks to his skills. What kind of skills are these that he doesn't even know about? He then decided that it doesn't matter. And in any case, this is a good opportunity to test his level of training. So after a few moments of his own reflection, he said that he agreed and would show him how to gain an advantage in a magical duel. Their training may seem like a real torture to him, and besides, it does not guarantee him victory. The boy, without even thinking, answered that he agrees. The professor said that in that case they would not proceed. Adrian asked if it was really right now, although he agreed to that. On the way, the protagonist thought about the fact that it seemed like their rivals were already celebrating their victory. But let's see what their confident faces would look like in 4 days. Sometime after training, Adrian was lying in his room and saying how tired he was. I also thought about the fact that I almost died during this very training session, and it turns out that this is only the first one. At the same time, it was unclear why Professor Roger was so confident in him. After all, he was not using the most traditional magic. It was also interesting to see if the professor knew something that he didn't know. While Adrian had these thoughts in his head, he fell fast asleep. And somewhere in his house was Chris, who was saying that it seemed that in his free time Roger Chalici was giving personal consultations to that boy. So, most likely, there is nothing to doubt. Because that is true, he may not show it. But the man knows that he desperately wants to win. Then he turned to Jackson, who was in the office, and asked what his goal was. The guy became inspired and angrily said that he needed to defeat this tax-deprived commoner. The man interrupted and said that this was all I needed, because he had to show the insurmountable gap that separated the commoner and the aristocrats, and of course he had no doubt of victory. But it would be better to be on the safe side. And so he took out some kind of bottle, the guy asked what it was, and the teacher answered a magic amplifier. Let him drink it before the battle. The ward immediately became wary and said that if he was caught, he could be expelled from the academy. Chris said that this was a special invention of the Benamor family. So he has no need to worry, because no one will find out. This insignificant brat will use all possible methods to defeat him, so they will do the same. Jackson agreed with the man and thought that it was true. Even if his honor was easily hurt, he would never give in to a miserable plebeian. The professor, in turn, smiled and thought that his protege had made the right choice. Soon the day of the magic duel arrived, and everyone was at the training ground. Quite a large number of spectators gathered who were vigorously discussing the events that were about to happen. The guy asked if it was right that an aristocrat had a better chance of winning, since his level of training was higher than that of a commoner, and he was told that a first-year student had something to show. Besides, it was this guy who participated in catching the werewolf, although in the end it was Professor Roger who dealt with him, not him. The student said that the professor had trained him well enough, and that Chris seemed to be on the side of the aristocrats. The interlocutor asked who it was, and realized that she was a professor and that she was responsible for the second opponent. The man heard this and got angry, and the students continued the discussion. It turns out that they both teach spell practice, so they are often compared, and perhaps it is unpleasant. Chris thought that today he would knock Roger's arrogance down a notch. In the end, it was all these people who would witness his defeat. After some time, someone entered the training ground. Everyone immediately turned their attention there and saw the rector of the academy enter along with the rest of the professors and greet Chris Benamore. The man was taken aback and asked the lady what brought her here, and it turns out that Professor Hugo is also here. The woman replied that she had heard that something interesting was coming up. It was only because of this that she brought him with her. Then she said that she had not seen Professor Roger for a long time, and how he was doing was interesting. He thanked her and said that he was not complaining. She heard that the men had made a bet. So interestingly, the slope was set. The hero answered that he had chosen Adrian, Jessica noticed. So Chris had bet on Jackson. Now she is looking forward to the battle and hopes that no one will be hurt. The deputy said that the lady does not have to worry at all, because protective equipment helps create a barrier that is responsible for the safety of the wearer. Then she noticed that their participants had already arrived. The first to arrive was Adrian, who was indeed wearing protective gear. He had the support of Leo in the audience seats, telling him to crush this pompous aristocrat, and Tracy was also supportive. Also, on the other hand, Jackson showed up, who was also supported and told that they believed in him, and also asked to show real strength. The teacher approached the participants and said that before they began, they had to go through a short test. Adrian turned to his opponent and told him that when he lost, he should remember to keep his promise. The guy smiled when he heard this and told him to just dream, because victory would be his. And so the teacher examined Jason and said that everything was fine, so it was the next one's turn. And when I noticed the guy, I asked him what was hanging there. Adrian replied that if the professor was talking about it, then it was his weapon of war. The man took it in his hands and said that it looked like a sword. The interlocutor hesitated and said that it was not so because the black one was simply made in the shape of a sword, but it was not him. Then I asked if it was by any chance prohibited. The teacher looked at it and thought that it seemed safe and the blade was blunt, so he said that everything was fine. The participant was doing charity work, and the man said that they don't know the rules. The first one with a magical barrier will fall off the protective equipment, lose, and now let them get ready. The match supervisor said that he would not start now, and Adrian immediately sent his energy towards his opponent. Jackson didn't stand still either, and using his magic wand, directed the fire forward. Leo saw what happened and said that they were moving literally at the same pace. The girl noted that they were quite fast. Adrian wondered what that guy had used with the element of fire, and he, in turn, knew that he would start with the strongest element. The aristocrat thought that his opponent was doing better than he expected, and he would be at a disadvantage. But this would not have happened only if the amount of his mana had not exceeded it by several times. And now his element of fire, which was now used, dominated over the second element of his competitor. She completely suppressed Adrian's power and then went on the attack, so the guy managed to dodge. Immediately after that, she flew forward, and it was clear that the power of this technique was strong. Jackson saw what had happened and shouted for this pathetic plebeian to know his place and to continue using force. In order to defend himself, the commoner also used his technique and directed it into the opponent's element. The forces then met again, but it was clear that the aristocrat was dominating the fight due to his power. A friend who saw this fight from the sidelines said that it was bad, because Adrian was starting to give in a little. The number fought below, and he himself thought that at this rate he would lose and it was time to do something. Namely, he should apply the technique that Professor Roger taught him shortly before. Jackson saw his opponent not using magic and just rushing at him, so he immediately started laughing and asked if he was giving up already. Chris also smiled when he noticed this and said that the duel was over, but suddenly he noticed something strange. When the professor took a closer look at the attack that had just been made, he wondered if he was right. After all, it turns out that this is the same technique. Adrian was rushing forward, and there was a magic circle on the tip of his weapon. The teacher realized that this was a sliding maneuver. Because of this, he was amazed and did not understand how this boy knew the technique of combat mages. So did Roger teach him this technique shortly before? Although right now there is a more important question, because it is completely unclear how this plebeian was able to master the sliding maneuver in just 3 days. Jackson didn't understand what was happening. Magic was based on concentration, and if he continued to move so chaotically, it would be difficult for him to concentrate on the manifestation. Although he shouldn't worry now and needs to be calmer because everything is under control. Because it turns out that he has already cast a spell, and with this he will put an end to his trick no matter what he does there. Adrian, in turn, rushed forward, continuing the attack and dodging the force of the opponent that was ahead. The aristocrat noticed how his spell simply passed through that very place, and there was no one there anymore. So he got angry about what happened because he realized that nothing came of it. After Adrian dodged, he immediately prepared to attack with his strength. The very flash that appeared on the tip of his weapon was directed straight towards the aristocrat, and with this very action he was struck in the head. Then, when the guy knocked his opponent down, he immediately approached him and pointed his weapon. At the same time, he immediately said that now it was his turn to attack. Jackson understood where this was all leading and, very wary, asked to wait a second. But it was too late because Adrian had no intention of stopping and finished the fight a few moments later. The crowd of onlookers that had gathered in the stands cheered and heard that the winner would now be announced. The curator of this magical duel approached the guy with glasses and, raising his hand, said that the winner was Adrian. Leo, as well as a large number of students, were happy and said that he was cool and that the training had paid off. Those who supported his opponent said that Jackson was a scoundrel because he had tarnished the reputation of the aristocrats. The girl noted that she knew that he could not be relied on, because it turns out that he boasted that he was the son of a baron, but he lost to a plebeian, and in the end he turned out to be just a loser who disgraced them all. The guy heard all these words and was horrified, and also wondered if he, Jackson Filio, had really lost. This immediately brought a wave of anger upon him, and he told himself that this simply couldn't be happening. So the guy started shouting that his opponent had cheated, otherwise how else could he have managed to cast the spell while moving? And in that case, he was just going to finish him off, so the aristocrat stood up from his seat and began to use his magic. Tracy saw what was happening and asked what he was doing. Leo also told Jackson to come to his senses and not do anything. They shouted for Adrian to run away, but it was too late, because the aristocrat did not listen to anyone and changed his technique so that it was heading straight towards the people. The guy turned his attention there and saw that it was quite dangerous because the curator also fell under the influence of this fire. So, memories of the teacher's words immediately popped into my head, who said that the moment does not always come when he needs to make his choice. After all this happens, then Adrian needs to follow his heart. Then the guy rushed forward, or, using his weapon, tried to protect himself as well as the teacher from this fire. From the outside, it might seem like he was literally holding back this flow with his weapon. In fact, the power of this attack was powerful enough to hit both of them with ease. But a few moments after it all started, the fire was completely extinguished. The students who were there asked what the hell that was. Was he really able to cut through the magic? Roger thought about it. He was a stubborn boy after all. He used this technique without hesitation at the most necessary moment. Professor Chris was amazed. But what he saw in front of him and understood was that it was anti-magic, the very direction that allows one to cancel the effects of magic. All this happened in conjunction with the technique of sliding maneuver, and it is unclear how he learned all this. Jackson, in turn, stood and his limbs trembled. But after Adrian suppressed the technique so that it was directed towards him, he immediately rushed forward. The opponent saw what happened but was unable to react due to the high speed. That's why the guy easily got close to him and then punched him quite hard in the head. Because of this, the aristocrat's body immediately fell to the ground and was now definitely defeated. At that moment, Adrian was quite calm and said that he hoped this man would accept his defeat with honor. But in the end, it turned out exactly the opposite, and the guy did not expect that he would turn out to be such a villain. One of the students smiled after seeing everything and said that Jackson doesn't even know how to lose gracefully. Then he turned to the man sitting next to him and asked if this was true. Next to him sat a second-year student named Freddie Wolberg. The cold interlocutor noted that he didn't care, because he didn't initially arouse any interest in him at all. But if we talk about Adrian, then, on the contrary, we need to keep an eye on him, because this is not the first time he has proven his superiority over the aristocrats. Then, the guy turned to his friend Henry and said that they should leave here. They both rose from their seats and immediately began to snatch from the training ground. Freddie turned his attention to the main character. The man in turn also looked in their direction, and their eyes met. After this happened, the student immediately turned in the other direction and slowly walked away. But Chris turned to Professor Roger and asked if he knew that this student had anti-magic skills. The hero replied that he knew, and what the problem was. The interlocutor asked if he was still asking. Machiavelli replied that he did not understand the reason for his irritation at all. After all, he is the one responsible for the first-year students, so he really didn't even bother to look into their personal files. In any case, anti-magic didn't affect the outcome in any way. Chris had nothing to say to this and only got angry. The hero stood up and said that he remembered correctly that they were arguing about scientific research, The interlocutor noted that this was true, and whether he wanted to look at something specific, Roger noted that this was not the case. He did not claim that he needed it. The man asked him what he meant now. Machiavelli replied that it was simply not his style to argue over the records of other people's research and appropriate them for himself. After these words were spoken, the main character turned around and simply left. The interlocutor did not understand whether he had insulted him again. It was done by Chris Benamor himself. When the man realized it, you got really angry and thought Roger Kellesi was just a scoundrel. Machiavelli continued her way through the corridors of the academy and suddenly saw someone standing ahead. It turned out that it was a girl who was a secret agent and congratulated the professor on his victory. Only now they attracted even more attention. And isn't that a problem? The teacher replied that everything was fine. In fact, it was even good. And the girl asked what he was saying and why. The hero responded by saying that the rector was suspicious of him, and Sylvia was surprised when she heard this. The man continued to say that she knew that they had infiltrated Theon, and despite his status, it would not be easy for him to gain her trust. The interlocutor did not understand how, but after all, he became a professor. He should have been out of danger. Roger noted that this is why he decided to make a good impression. This had to be done with the help of a duel. But even so, although it was enough, the secret agent now understood everything. The professor turned to her and said that he now needed her help. She asked about this issue with surprise. The hero extended his own hand towards her and said that their meetings would be conspicuous until she became a model student. Just because of this, efforts should be made to reduce the level of suspicion. Sylvia thought that Mr. First Order had given her a personal mission. Then she became inspired and said that she understood everything, because she would do everything possible, even if it cost her life. The interlocutor sighed and said that there was no need to die. The girl replied that then he would die for her, even if this mission killed her. It was clear that she was simply glowing with joy. Machiavelli thought about how crazy all this was and noted that it would be as she said, while thinking what a restless household. The recent event allowed him to convince everyone that he was acting in the interests of the rector and to make the Black Dawn understand as well, namely that he cannot act recklessly enough, but all this cannot last forever. The hero thought that he really should create his own organization, and for this, he needed to do something. His thoughts were interrupted by the communication sphere, which gave a sign that someone wanted to talk to him. Machiavelli got in touch and asked Hans what was wrong. The interlocutor noted that he checked the nearby areas, as he had asked before. After all, he found out how things were in the criminal world and understood how to act in order to maintain their position. The hero interrupted him and said that it seemed it was time to use force. The interlocutor noted that he had noticed correctly, and it was time for heavy artillery. The hero wondered how timely it was. After that, he stated that in that case, he would move forward, and his comrade asked if he wasn't busy now since he was afraid it would take a lot of time. The professor told him not to worry because he would try to make it all end as quickly as possible, and in one of the houses it was quite loud. The man got angry and immediately hit the table, and the boy asked him if everything was okay with him. The interlocutor looked at him quite angrily and asked what he thought about it. All that was required of Belfort was to invest money in the project. These were the funds they had invested, and this scoundrel went and died, leaving them with nothing. The subordinate asked if perhaps they should find another fund, and that was it. The leader said that this is exactly what he wanted to talk to the guys about, because it turns out they don't have to think about further steps to scale their business. The very first thing he could say was what to do with those scoundrels from the Black Rose group, when suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by some sound from the side. The man noticed a person who simply walked into them and asked who this scoundrel was, and they immediately shouted at him whether he was blind. Because it was perfectly clear to everyone that they were closed, the hero came closer, and the leader asked if he was really deaf so he should get out of here, and that was it. Roger asked if he understood correctly that he was Henry, the leader of the ally group. The man asked how he knew him. It turns out that this man is seeing him for the first time. Machiavelli smiled and replied that they had never met before. It's just that he is quite famous. He also apologizes for forgetting to introduce himself to him. His name is James Moriarty. The interlocutor asked him again whether he really was the person he said he was. He knew very well that this was the name of the villainous consultant who ran the Delica Kingdom's criminal system. But this man hadn't hidden his identity for years. What was completely unclear was what he was doing here. Although now they know it. The leader of the group laughed and said that he had heard a lot about Professor Moriarty. The hero said that he was very happy, but the interlocutor wondered if he could take his word for it now. Machiavelli asked if he really considered him an imposter. The man replied that his appearance in such a place was quite unexpected. The professor then said that his suspicions were justified, but things were not so simple. Then he raised his own hand and said that in that case he would still ask them to refrain and not to pour it on them in vain. Those present pointed their weapons at him. The hero glanced at them and said, "How much equipment is there? Of course, he is sorry to disappoint them, but weapons definitely won't help them here." By pointing with his eyes, the leader was literally telling his subordinates to shoot him in the shoulder too. The guys immediately started doing it, but because they were pulling the trigger, nothing happened. And when this happened, they continued to look at their weapons with surprise and asked what it was, because their pistols weren't working. Machiavelli immediately used his magic spell and said that he had warned them all. Henry was shocked when he saw this spell and realized that it was the silence of fire, but it is unclear when he managed to cast it. The professor saw the confusion on the faces of all these people, as well as their leader, and immediately smiled. Suddenly, the entrance door that led to this room immediately fell out and hit hard. Everyone present immediately turned their attention there and were surprised when they saw a monster coming out and growling. They immediately became very scared and started screaming, saying that it was really a werewolf who had come to visit them. The main characters, in turn, also paid attention to the monster that was walking straight towards him, but knew that this situation was to his advantage. To everyone's surprise, Existence attacked and stood next to him, literally protecting him. One of the robbers, quite surprised, asked if he had really tamed him, which meant that the recent incident was also his doing. Hans thought about what happened recently. He saw the hero and said that he was really here and decided to use this person. Machiavelli replied that he understood everything correctly and asked to bring him up to date. His friend said that this place is a criminal area, on the territory of which their hideout is located. This very place is shared between 4 criminal organizations, the largest of which is called the Scarlet Group. They, in turn, perform the dirtiest work and in fact control the entire area, the hero said, which means and are their target. The comrade replied that this was true and it would be a good idea to deal with them, but it would not be easy as their power was too colossal. Therefore, perhaps they should not go straight ahead, but start with pawns. The interlocutor noted that it is not necessary, because that way they will only waste time. A frontal attack will be much faster. So they split up with dictionaries and the rest will go on their own. Hans said that now is not the best time for this, because not long ago they began to form gangs. Machiavelli. The Rock stands this happened, probably, just after the death of Belfort Rickson, so let him wait a second, because there is some connection between the ally group and the old man. Perhaps all these incidents and victims behind which stood the aristocrat occurred due to the fault of the alloy group. Maybe they did all the dirty work for Belfort, said Hans. Probably, the death of the moneybags terribly enraged them. The hero noticed that this situation united the crazy scoundrels, and he thinks that they came for their souls just in time. The friend said that he didn't understand, because this wasn't just some lousy gang, they weren't real mercenaries, and there were even half-knights among them. Machiavelli said that it was okay. They are far from being a knightly order. The interlocutor became confused, remarked that he was not sure about this, and the elder thought that he did not mean that they were Slovaks, but it was better to keep silent about this. Then he told Hans that he would need his help. He was surprised. But now, when he was in the form of a werewolf, he thought, did it really mean that he decided to scare him with his help? In any case, it's even great, because she respects playing the role of a target, he whispered to the hero, which reminds him that if a fight breaks out, he shouldn't count on him, because he will run away. Machiavelli replied that he knew and would just pretend that he was a formidable werewolf. Henry thought that he was the real James Moriarty or not, but he should not be underestimated. The man, of course, assumed that this person used magic, but he never expected to see a werewolf's pet, so he smiled and said that now he was sure. The man in front of him is who he claims to be and apologizes for not recognizing him earlier, the hero said, which means he was able to convince him after all. If so, then in that case they will move to the main purpose of his visit, and he is going to build a business in this city. The head asked if this was true and what kind of business he was talking about. They, in turn, will gladly help him in this matter. Machiavelli thanked them and said that he should just let them make it clear that he despises small and vile organizations. Namely, we are talking about people like them. The man did not understand what was being talked about, and the hero continued to say that in other words, today he will put an end to the existence of the Scarlet Group. The interlocutor was amazed because he heard this information and understood what all this could lead to. So after a few moments, he immediately turned to his subordinates, and damn you, and I did not finish him off. Then he tried to get the weapon that was hidden behind his back, but the hero immediately hit him with his stick. The subordinates took out their daggers and saw that their leader was being attacked, so they called the guy a scoundrel. Hans became wary and whispered to Roger that it didn't look like these guys were running away from them, flashing their heels. It was unclear what they would do then. The comrade replied that he had prepared for his retreat, and after that he had not used the three sufficiently and had hit the ground hard. As a result, the dark magical force began to spread throughout the area. The members of the organization that were here saw how a dark shadow began to approach them, and they did not understand what was happening at all. And all this matter continued to spread and absorb the light that was here. When it was all over, the men were amazed and asked what had happened, because they could not see anything. Someone said that the old people should turn off the light, and it was unclear how they could do this in pitch darkness. Machiavelli stood up and prepared to take out his weapon. He drew his blade and then glared straight at all of his opponents in front of him. As a result, he used the third-rank dark magic called Fool's Sleep, and the weapons of the members of this group were stained with blood. They literally attacked each other, the use of darkness and shadows working to instill fear in the weakened enemy. This spell that puts a curse on him is called connection magic. The leader was on the sidelines and saw his subordinates killing each other. Then he asked why everything was taking so long. Let them kill him immediately. Someone asked for help and begged that all this should be stopped. Several men, who already looked like knights, drew their blades and used magic to strengthen them. They, in turn, began to swing their weapons chaotically and clear away the darkness that was spreading throughout the area. And so, after the spell was broken, Henry turned his attention to the sides of the establishment they were in. At the same time, he saw the main character, who was near a pile of corpses, and with horror, he asked how all this happened. Machiavelli heard the desperation in his voice and looked at him with a grin. Several men who looked like a knight immediately rushed to attack him and shouted for him to die right now. The main character defended himself from them and thought that the aura was able to cut his magic. So perhaps these were the same knights that his comrade had spoken to recently. In that case, he doesn't think he'll lose to them, so after thinking about it, he immediately fought off the attack. At the same time, he immediately smiled and decided to do one thing that would distract attention. He threw a bottle of some purple liquid on the floor, and the bandits immediately turned their attention to it. They jumped back, asking what it was as purple smoke spread throughout the room. The man said that it could be nearby, so they should retreat. The comrade said that he would not be harmed under any circumstances if he covered his body with magic. When he said this, you saw a few moments later a weapon flying towards his head in front of you. He then used his blade to block the dangerous attack and said that it was useless against him. Suddenly, between the sharp blades that were flying towards him, some kind of bottle appeared and smashed against the sword. The man felt something begin to happen to his hand, as if poison was being absorbed there, and he began to scream in pain. The second knight, who remained on his feet, wondered if he had been poisoned with a dagger, but it was unclear how she knew that they were powerless against direct contact. The robber, whom the main character had struck, held his hand and was interested in the clothes of the one he was hiding. Let him appear before him now, and he will finish him off at that very moment. Machiavelli heard him attentively and appeared from the shadow that was below, and also aimed his weapon. As a result of this attack, he easily pierced the body of the man in front of him with his cane. Another knight tried to protect the head of their organization and saw what really happened there. The professor, in turn, slowly began to pull the blade from the head of his opponent, who looked alive in his eyes. After that, he pulled out the weapon with a sharp movement and blood gushed out of it, spreading across the floor. The man who turned out to be his opponent hesitated a little and asked if he really was Professor Moriarty. After all, how could they know that same man never had combat skills? The hero asked. Was he obliged to explain anything now? Because in any case his interlocutor would soon die, the man thought that the opponent's loss of vigilance would allow him to learn about his weaknesses. That is why he thought that he would win. While acting cautiously and decided to reduce the distance, Machiavelli saw that this knight rushed to attack. So he took out the bottle of poison that was in his pocket again and threw it towards the man. He, of course, noticed this attack and immediately wondered if he really thought it would work on him. It turns out that all he needs to do is dodge this attack, and then everything will be fine. While he was doing this, his weapon moved somehow strangely. The organization member felt that something was wrong with his blade and immediately turned his attention from there in surprise. When he saw what had actually happened, he was stunned because he realized that his sword was there, and he asked, "Just don't tell me that it was because of that very bottle." And the main character saw what happened to his rival and immediately took out a weapon in the form of a pistol, which was in his pocket. The knight realized with horror what was happening and decided that he needed to drop his sword and start dodging, because it turned out that he had no problems with reflexes. But in reality, when I tried to do it, I felt something strange in my body and was amazed. With horror, I turned my attention to my stomach and saw how some strange dark substance pierced it, after which my body immediately began to shake. The man then noticed the shadow that was coming from his body and realized that the attack had come from there, but it was inexplicable how it had gotten out of his shadow at all. The man thought that magic could only be used near the body of the spell, and he didn't think that such a thing was possible. The protagonist pointed his gun in his direction and after a few seconds immediately fired. After he managed to finish off another opponent, he immediately began to move forward without stopping for a second. He was heading to the head of this very group, which he had recently been planning to completely destroy, and had announced this. So when I approached him, I immediately put on my hat, and with a smile on my face asked why they didn't continue the conversation. Soon after these events, which happened quite instantly, the drink was poured into the glass. Hans walked to the bar and asked how he drinks after that. The hero paid attention to him and asked if he had really taken off his disguise. The interlocutor noted that he could no longer stand it when he smelled blood. So was this man lying nearby scared to death? Machiavelli replied that not yet, but now that he had the information he needed, he planned to pass it on to the rest of the organizations. The friend said that he was sure he would figure it all out and wondered what he was drinking. The interlocutor noted that this Gorgonian was 38 years old, Aga asked. Hans asked to give him some too. It is not clear why you are here only with a glass. The hero answered that he felt bad, and he broke everything. His comrade told him to leave him alone because he has to try, even if he throws up. Then he asked what he would do with the rest of the Ala group. Roger said that he would find a couple of useful people and say goodbye to the rest. On the second floor of the office, there are documents and an account book. They will help him. Hans said that a lot of work awaits him. Does he think that this is too much? The hero replied that he was prepared. It must be that the interlocutor does not know, but he has friends who can help. The guy asked if this is so. It turns out that there is no one better for this job. So does he really think they will come to his aid? Machiavelli noted that they said they would come as soon as they finished their work. He wonders if he really hates them that much. Hans said that he does, because they are all crazy. Although he knows that it is not for him to judge, but what is wrong with his face? Then he turned around and noted that even if he was against it, they would still follow his plans, remembering that the rector suspected him, and wasn't he afraid to act so frivolously. The man told him to calm down because they would not follow them, because they would definitely not risk my accident, especially when the rector is keeping a close eye on them. But she won't provoke a response either. Then the comrade said that it all sounded plausible and that he was planning to name the organization, and the hero asked what other name he could give. The interlocutor asked if he was planning to take control of Leathervelk, and if so, he would at least need some kind of name. Machiavelli thought for a moment and asked how many people they had. The guy replied that if you look, there were about 10 people, including them. The man said that in that case he had a great idea and therefore wanted to call it Unknown. Hans asked if he really wanted to call their group the Unknowns, and his friend replied that that was the idea. So didn't it sound bad? The younger one continued pouring drinks and said that it was okay because he liked it quite a lot. After that, he held out a glass and asked if they would like another drink. The main character, in response to this, also extended his glass, and with a smile on his face said that, of course, there will be some. After that, they bumped into each other and the word creation of a new organization was heard. Sometime after the incident, Selina approached Professor Roger and asked why he didn't have an assistant. Machiavelli looked at her in surprise and did not even know what to answer about this. But soon he said that it turned out that way. He didn't need him. The girl noted that 80 students attended his lectures, and wasn't it really difficult for him to cope? The man replied that there were no difficulties at all, and his interlocutor said that in that case he was simply incredible. The hero thought that he had no assistants, and it turned out that he was here all the time, toiling alone. So I turned to the woman and asked if she had an assistant. She replied that she did, but she didn't really need one. Although it turned out that she only had 3 of them, Roger was discouraged and thought that she had said that she did not need help or that the professor usually had 10 assistants. It was quite loud near the man because the teachers were discussing pressing matters, and he turned his attention to the side. There he saw Chris Benamore, who, as always, was angry, and where did he go? The hero realized who it was and looked at his assistants, noticed that there were definitely more than 3 of them. The old man who was sitting next to him told the professor that he also needed to take a few. Matilda said that this was so. Otherwise, it would become harder and harder with each passing day. Selina said that it was for sure, and at least 5 were needed. Another teacher suggested that if he wanted, she could make a list of good students. The interlocutor said that she would also help, and Professor Roger agreed and thanked them. After some time, he sat in his office and thought about assistants. There have been some thoughts that they get extra pay in tutoring, so even new professors get about 6. Some assistants research magic under their professor instead of their main training, so he thought it was the same as a 21st century university. He, in turn, of course, is not against throwing off small assignments, but who would be interesting for him to choose? Although if you think about it, he does have a list. After these thoughts, he immediately reached for it. Then I began to gradually look at the list of candidates and thought that this was not an urgent matter after all. After a short period of time, he noticed one of the candidates that caught his eye, so he thought maybe he should choose her. Now the hero was heading along the corridors of the academy and going about his business. Something, or rather someone, attracted his attention because he realized that you were currently following him. The man told Sylvia that if she had any questions, she should just come out and ask. She was hiding around the corner and hesitated a little, but said that she was doing it now. She immediately apologized to him and said that he was passing by and she just thought she would like to talk to him. Machiavelli noticed her and thought that this was not so, and students did not just follow their professor. So did she really just have nothing better to do? While he was thinking about this situation, he looked at a detail that caught his attention. So the girl turned around and said that everything was fine, because he just wanted to ask you about something. The interlocutor was surprised and asked if it was really her. The professor asked if she had classes on Tuesdays and Thursdays from 10 to 12 o'clock. Sylvia asked if that wasn't his class time. In that case, she definitely has time these days, and does he really want to entrust her with something? After hearing this information, the hero began to approach her and said that it was excellent. Then he smiled and asked if she would be his assistant. His interlocutor was simply stunned and could not even say a word. After this question, there was an awkward pause between them and the girl thought about it and also became embarrassed. She couldn't believe that she had such an opportunity and, hesitating, asked if she was really an assistant, but what was he saying? After all, how could someone like her even be his assistant? Machiavelli said that if he became her, he would be able to communicate with him calmly. Sylvia asked. But wouldn't that be suspicious? The professor pointed out that she shouldn't worry about it, since she was on the list they gave him, and that made sense. The interlocutor said that now everything is clear to her, and Roger said that his wife does not want to do this when he does not insist. The girl became more wary and said of course she wants to. The teacher asked whether she agreed or not, and if yes, then that was great, because within 2 days she should bring him the documents about registering as an assistant. Sylvia immediately agreed to this, and the main character thought that this was great, because it was quite good for a first mate. Now it will be much easier to know from her about the Black Dawn, and in 2 days the man has faithful assistants for small errands. And now an hour has passed. The inspired girl came to him with a document stating that she would be his assistant and immediately handed it over. Machiavelli, after seeing her with the document, was a little stunned because he did not expect it to happen so quickly. But he still said that she was really great. The little girl thanked him. He thought that the assistant appeared faster than he even expected. A little more than an hour passed. She already brought the document. This is surprising. In the audience, as always, there were a lot of people and each of them was talking to each other, creating noise. Renee sat with the princess and said that it was quite noisy today, and the girl answered that there was just a strange rumor going around among the students. And the neighbor was surprised by this rumor that Professor Roger was looking for assistance and said that it was really tempting. Adriana said that what is much more interesting is that he had never taken anyone before, which is why everyone thinks that he didn't even know about their existence. The interlocutor asked, "Well, how is that possible? He is a professor." The aristocrat interrupted her and said that the most interesting rumors were about this. Renee was surprised, and her friend said that it was about the universal stone, which grants anyone's wish, so they say that it is hidden somewhere in Theon's academy. The girl asked if something like this could even exist in nature, and her interlocutor replied, "Of course, and there are still many unsolved mysteries. This very place is the heart of Theon's magic. Perhaps she is exaggerating, but there is probably even some kind of artifact for this." Renee said that it was all clear to her now, and they continued their discussion, with a girl sitting in the top row who heard them and thought it was very childish. It turned out that it was Flora, and she was genuinely surprised by the stories about the universal stone, because she thought that the authorities would have already appropriated it if it existed. But in any case, it can be said that this Superman is recruiting assistants for himself, and this also surprises her. Assistants, in turn, are students who receive payment from the professor. Naturally, only talented people like her are suitable for this. So she proudly fixed her hair and thought that she would definitely be able to pass if she was highly recommended. Suddenly, the students started saying that the professor was coming, so everyone should be quieter. Flora was surprised by this situation. Suddenly, the students started talking about who this really was. They had never seen this student before. And did she really have material for classes in her hands? If so, then perhaps she was Professor Roger's assistant. When the girls saw her, she was very surprised and thought what was going on, because had he really already chosen an assistant? Machiavelli also your audience and told Sylvia that it was a good job, so she could go now, she responded positively. Then the main character turned his attention to the students, who looked at him in surprise and did not understand what was wrong with their faces. After this, it was said that everyone should be more attentive because they were starting the lesson. After some time, it was already coming to an end, and the professor said that that was all for today. Today's material would be on the exam, so don't forget, let them look at it. One of the students approached the professor and said that she had a question. The hero paid attention to her and asked Julia Plumhart what she was interested in. The girl was surprised and said that he even remembered her name. Machiavelli thought that it was she who took first place at the reception ceremony and heard that she was also supported by the magic tower. So I asked what her question was. Julia replied that it wasn't that important and was interested in how he chose his assistant. The professor was actually surprised by this question and did not expect to hear it, so it was unclear why she was interested. But in response to this question, he said that he chose her himself. The girl asked if there were any conditions, for example, the highest magical skills, or perhaps he needed a recognizable personality for this matter. At that moment, her smile was quite sly. Roger looked at her carefully, and for him it was again surprising, because it was definitely not a question out of pure curiosity. Despite all this, he decided to answer and said that he only looks at one thing when choosing his own assistant. That very factor is the person's character, and if she has the right character, then the interview will pass with ease. Then he got cold and said that in any case after her question she might not even visit him, because now he definitely doesn't think that she will be able to become his assistant if she tries to do it. Then the professor turned around and said that if there were no more questions then he would go. On top of all this, their first exam is coming up soon, so he asked them to prepare well for it. The man slowly left the auditorium and was about to go about his business. And when I did this, I turned my attention to the side, because a familiar person was leaving there. His assistant was there, and he asked if she had really been handing him over here the whole time. The girl hesitated about the hero and said that next time she should wait for him in the office. She agreed and wanted to say something else, but she could not find the right words. Machiavelli saw this and asked what had happened. Sylvia replied that she hadn't meant to say anything like that, and that the professor had simply done a good job today. He had noticed that this was so, and she had done a good job too. Then he handed over the documents and said that this was the task that was given for today. Let her take care of them until the end of the day. The assistant accepted them and said that, of course. After this, the professor was about to go to his office, but suddenly he heard someone addressing him from behind. So he turned his attention there and saw that Flora was behind him, wanting to talk to him. He called her full name again and asked what had happened. The girl hesitated a little, and then said that she heard that he had chosen an assistant for himself. The hero replied that it was so. Would she really like to become one too? The interlocutor became very tense at that moment and shouted that, of course not, because why would she need it? Roger then asked what she wanted from him. Flora turned her head away and did not know what to say, then stated that she would like to thank him, because it turns out that he saved her that very time when she couldn't control the energy and doesn't think that the advice he gave her was bad. The man responded by saying that he had simply done what a professor should do, and that it was enough for him that she had taken his words seriously and accepted them. The girl asked if he really felt bad then, since he probably used more magical power than she did. Roger replied that he was completely fine, and he thought that, to tell the truth, he almost died. Flora asked the professor how many elements he could control. Because in class she noticed that he controlled 5, Machiavelli replied that those 5 were really the only ones he could control. I understood that in fact he could use all 10 elements, but there was absolutely nothing to be happy about here. Including mages who focus on one element, one who is unable to use any element before reaching a certain level is considered mediocre. But if they find out about this, he will be in trouble. So he will simply say 5. The student said that if we talk about such a number, then it is quite a lot. And the teacher said that if she had no questions left, then he would just go. She, in turn, did not want to let him go and wanted to say something. Machiavelli interrupted her and noted that if she changed her mind, she could apply for his assistant, and he is sure that she will definitely get his own way. Flora was surprised when she heard this information. After these words, the main character did not wait for what she would say to her. He simply slowly left from there. The student remained in that very place and also could not force a word out of herself after hearing the information. Then she lowered her hands and clenched her fists quite hard and said that it was annoying. Professor Roger was heading towards the main office of this academy, and when he entered inside, he asked the rector if he understood correctly that she had called him. The woman sat, smiling as always, and said that she welcomed the professor, and then asked if he had heard about the recent rumors that were spreading. Namely, about those rumors that say that somewhere in their academy, the Universal Stone is hidden. The man noted that, of course, he had heard about them, but he thought that these were false rumors that the students themselves had spread. The woman in turn stunned him with the answer that it was all untrue, and he was surprised. Then she showed the stone in her hand and said that the universal stone that fulfills wishes really does exist. It is a mysterious item that has unique power and has existed for a long time. Machiavelli noticed it and said that it was a relic. Jessica replied that it was exactly that. It turns out that this is the same ancient relic of unknown origin, the power of which is hundreds of times greater than the power of artifacts created by great magicians. The protagonist, after hearing the information and asking if such a relic really exists in Theon, the woman replied that it does, and they have owned them for quite a long time. The expression on her face changed, and she said that it was still a top secret, but if there were rumors, it meant that information had leaked out somewhere. The man noted that this meant that someone had revealed this secret, and the rector said that this might be so, but there were other options. Since the Universe Stone is powerful, it requires constant maintenance for the area where it is stored. Information could leak out when transporting the stone during maintenance. In the end, since this rumor was so special, she wanted to know whether the professor could do it or not. Machiavelli immediately noticed her and began to reflect on this situation. Thoughts appeared in her head about who, from the outside, the rector seemed to trust and entrust this to him. But she didn't trust him so much just because he was in her faction. So the man thinks that she is trying to find out who is behind him and does it in different ways. Jessica told him to let her know if they noticed anything suspicious or if he asked her to help them with the next transport of the relic. Machiavelli said that he agreed and asked if any of the professors were involved in this or not. The woman replied that they were, but they were assigned to different areas. The hero replied that everything was clear to him now. The woman said that there was still time before the stone was transported, so she asked him to behave as usual. After some time, the man sat in his office and thought that information had leaked to Theon Academy. So he wonders if the Black Dawn has started to work after all, but Sylvia hasn't contacted him, and that's strange then. He, of course, does not know whether everything is wrong because of the First Order or whether there is another reason for this, but it is clear that an incident may happen soon. And besides that, there is something else. While the man was thinking about this, he reached into his inside pocket. From there, he took out some little thing and, looking at it, he thought about a relic, although he didn't even think of finding one here. Machiavelli, in turn, constantly changed identities during his travels. At one point, he was a mercenary that everyone knew. He also used a criminal advisor for another person, and until recently, he was a merchant. So it turns out that he didn't just wander around the world with so many personalities. All this was done in order to find the missing part of this relic. So he is in this place only because of rumors that the relic is in the Empire. But he did not think that one would be in Theon. Of course, Madid can say that this relic is different from the one he is always looking for, and perhaps he should use the Universal Stone to find the one he needs. The man's thoughts were interrupted by the communication sphere, which lit up, and it was clear that someone wanted to contact him. On the other end was Hans. He immediately said that he found out everything. It turns out the hero dealt with the Alley Group, but the other three organizations went quiet. But now we will talk about Piranhas. He needs help, so does he have time? The hero said that he thinks he can help in a week, his comrade asked. Really? What happened? In response to this, he heard that a relic had appeared in Theon. The comrade said that he had so many events, and was it really serious? Machiavelli replied that he agreed. Hans then asked seriously what school could have the relic. Maybe the principal has a secret dungeon. The man told him to stop talking nonsense. The comrade said that he didn't even understand jokes, and noted that he would still look for a time for the meeting. Machiavelli in turn agreed to this. Then he thought that he would of course want to go right away, but for now, he wouldn't be bothered by the rector's orders. All that was going through my head was thoughts about the universal stone that grants wishes. And perhaps this was a great chance to act now. The relic is quite difficult to find, and even he is an avid seeker of these religions, and has only found 3 so far. Judging by the size of the reform he holds in his hands, it can be said that there are 4 parts left, so he will complete his relic when he finds all 7 parts. In the end, if all this really happens, then he knows what will happen. And after I thought about this, thoughts about this situation immediately popped into my head. He sat with his head bowed at his desk and spent a long time there. The subordinate asked if the princess needed anything else, in response to which she said no, and he could leave. The interlocutor noticed that he understood everything and left. The girl was left alone and thought that she was very tired. It turns out that none of them can leave her alone even for an hour, but everyone blames her status and how much she wants to live a normal student life. Suddenly, her thoughts were interrupted by the door, which opened, and the subordinate left again. Adriana turned her attention to him and asked what happened. The interlocutor told the princess that someone was asking to meet her. The girl was surprised but went there. And on the other end of the communication device was the commander of the National Security Agency. The woman knelt down and offered her deepest apologies. She said that she would return for such a late meeting before the princess, but it was an urgent matter. The girl replied that everything was fine and asked what happened. The interlocutor noted that she had recently heard about werewolves in Theon and was interested in whether it was true. The girl replied that it was true. One of the professors had already dealt with them. The agent said she was investigating a case related to this. Adriana asked what exactly it was. The woman apologized and said it was kept secret. She, in turn, is going to meet this very professor, so does she by any chance know who he is? The commander said that it was about the new professor Roger Chilichi. Adriana hoped that she would make progress in her investigation. The woman thanked her and turned again. The girl asked what was required of her. The interlocutor immediately responded that the first princess had conveyed information that she wanted to contact her. She was sad that the ear case hadn't been in touch with her lately. Adriana didn't like it, but she said she understood. The agent noted that at this point their connection was interrupted because she had found out everything and said everything. A few moments later, the connection was broken, and the girl breathed a sigh of relief after this happened. After that, she thought that she guessed how she was doing. It turns out that she passed on the information through the woman, and probably her sister wanted to show that she had not forgotten about her. But because of this, she felt very uncomfortable. The subordinate asked the head what happened. She answered that it turns out the new professor took care of it. In that case, she needs to meet with this professor, so she asked about Annie, how the investigation at the plant was going. The girl began to report that she had looked at some pieces of the document that had not completely burned, and it looked like they were developing or researching something there. Anyway, it's impossible to find out the details. The boss said they can't continue working with this and whether there is anything else or not. The interlocutor noted that there was another point. The talk was about the Black Dawn. Because the Scarlet Group had recently disappeared in Leathervelk, the woman asked if that was really what they were talking about. Also asked if this was relevant, Annie replied no, but they should take this into account as well. Jessica said that it wasn't like that because everything was fine and there was no need to worry about it so much. It was better to focus on their own investigation. The subordinates should check Laservelk a little more, and then they will go to Theon. The girl replied that she understood everything. And so a new day came, in which the main character continued to do his job as a professor. He was drawing something on the board, and at the same time thinking that many different rumors had spread over the past few days. It turns out that the students can move around like during the werewolf incident, which means that there will be even more problems. Suddenly, the man turned his attention to the students' workplaces because something caught his attention. Usually, they all sat there cheerful and also inspired, but now when he looked, he saw that they were sleepy and tired. And just to get their attention, he immediately hit the table quite hard. Then he asked them if they were bored, but in that case, he would show them something fun. They were a little surprised. But the main character used his magic and summoned the element of fire right on the tip of his finger, then immediately said that magicians always manifest magic by using themselves as the core. All this happens only because the magical power comes from the caster himself. But at the same time, everything is not so simple. The man looked at the students again and saw that one of them was sleeping, so he stopped using his element. And after a few moments, he sent it straight towards the student who was sleeping peacefully. The guy woke up from seeing fire in front of him and immediately became very wary. But the main character continued to say that if they touch him, they could do the same thing. So what he said was that magic manifests using the caster as the core, but in reality there are small spaces between them. In normal cases, about 1 meter is the limit, but if they find out that using their magic power can increase, they will go even further. He calls this system of spells the coordinate assignment formula. The students were confused, and Chlorine wondered what kind of coordinate assignment formula this was, since she had never even heard of it. Afterwards, she had no idea where the hell he had learned such magic, so it was clear that it had bothered her. The protagonist continued to talk about his item, and then asked if they were really interested in it. Of course, it was just a small modification for the manifestation of magic. It turns out that one inspired magician invented this, but the man is not going to teach them everything. Now the students were even more surprised and asked each other why this was so. It was not clear why he was telling them about this. Roger continued to say that he, in turn, wanted them to understand something, because magic develops from a solid foundation, and the full manifestation comes only after that. In order to use magic correctly, they must learn everything step by step, even if they get bored or think he is saying obvious things. In any case, for their future, it is necessary to do this. Soon he suggested to finish the lesson for today. If they figured out this magic, they can come to his office at any time. In this case, he would truly appreciate their efforts. Machiavelli, after some time, went to his office, where they were already waiting for him. There was a subordinate who wanted to talk to him and turned to him, but the protagonist noticed that the communication sphere was calling him. So I went to her and told the girl to stand outside for a while. She was a little surprised, but of course she agreed to it. To play it safe between his conversations, the man used technology and isolated the space so that no one could hear him. After that, he sat down at the table and thought that it was time to contact the one who wanted to talk to him. So he contacted the rector. The woman immediately told Professor Roger that it was all urgent, which even surprised him a little. Elizabeth reported that the universe stone had been stolen, and when the man heard this information, he was discouraged. The woman continued to say that she had underestimated her enemies, and Machiavelli asked what had really happened. The interlocutor responded by saying that they knew about the reserve storage for the stone, so they attacked them at a time when they were not ready. Despite all the rumors, she thought that everything would be fine and they would quickly sort this matter out. But this was a cardinal mistake for her. At the moment, the Academy is pursuing them, and if they use the power of the stone, the situation will only get worse. The professor noted that, of course, he understands this. Then he asked her how much time they actually had, and the rector replied that it was until midnight today. The man noted that he now understood everything, and Elizabeth asked if perhaps something was bothering him. The hero replied that he thought it would be better if he did not do the work. In this case, one should not ask unnecessary questions. The woman said that in this case she would put it on him, and their communication session was interrupted. Then Machiavelli touched the noise-suppressing wall and thought that he had known it would happen, but he had not thought it would happen so soon. If we talk about those same guys, it is unclear what they are thinking about. It turns out that he has not yet gotten rid of the rector's suspicions, and it is possible that she considers him one of them. At this point, the professor can say that something is definitely wrong. This situation is strange, and whether this is really the First Order. At this point, you need to think carefully. At this point, the man turned to Sylvia and said that she could come in. The girl was casually waiting for him near the front door, and when he heard it, she immediately came in and was happy. Roger said that it now looked like the subordinate was acting on his own. Sylvia hung her head down as if she knew she was guilty and said that everything was right. The man looked at her with a cold gaze and told her to explain from the very beginning what exactly happened in detail. The girl said, according to the investigation, it all started with the Third Order requesting information. While researching information about Theon, they found a document. But he belonged to the Universal Stone. Coincidentally, rumors about the stone began to spread among the students, and he believed the rumors, since he had already seen this information. Immediately after this, he learned of the existence and location of the stone. The Third Order soon told the Second about it, and the latter, in turn, decided not to report it. That's why they started acting on their own. This man's name is Jason. He has connections with the government, and is also responsible for all affairs in the Second Order. The hero listened and noted that if everything was so serious, he would have definitely let the First Order know about it. So did that man really think that he wouldn't find out? In this situation, the question arises as to why he is doing this. The girl answered uncertainly that this is just her opinion. But she, in turn, thinks that she wants to take a place in the First Order. The Zero Order said that the 7 places of the First Order can always change one after another. Compared to his greed, Jason was not talented enough, so maybe that was why he wanted to do something great. The professor listened to the information and said that he understood everything and was interested in how things were now. The girl became embarrassed and asked if she really planned to act independently. Roger replied that she understood correctly, and they were already in pursuit of him. Their identities would eventually be revealed if they interfered. Sylvia went on to say that he and his accomplices were now on the run after stealing the stone, and she only knew that they had gone towards a quiet forest. The man stood up and said that he understood everything, and it was time for him to start acting too. The assistant asked what she should do now. The main characters replied that she didn't need to do anything. The girl was surprised. He continued to say that she had already done the job, giving him all the necessary information. So he thanked her for a job well done, but he would handle the rest himself and headed towards the exit. After hearing these words, Sylvia, as always, was embarrassed and wanted to say thank you, but again she couldn't force it out of herself. Machiavelli, in turn, slowly left the office where he had been talking with his assistant. When I went out there, I immediately thought that I had just thanked her in such a way that it was unclear why she was so embarrassed. He, in turn, thought that this was excessive devotion to the First Order, but it seemed that she had personal reasons for this. The man walked forward and thought that it was not so important now, because he should take care of something else. Therefore, he concentrated his power and said the words, Aetern Nocturnus. This was done in order to use the spell. Soon, dark streams of energy began to surround him and spread, as if covering him with a sphere. So, a few moments after what happened, his body was completely hidden in darkness. It was already quite dark outside at that moment, and the night was taking over everything. And the main character appeared from the darkness, and the spell he used is summoning magic, better known as magic passage. Of course, it can be said that it uses a huge amount of magical power, but in exchange for this, it completely hides the presence of the caster. Only because of this, no one would be able to see or find him. The man was completely sure that no one saw him and calmly walked past Flora. The girl who was walking and talking casually with her neighbor suddenly felt something strange around her. That's why she became wary and immediately turned her attention to the side. The interlocutor who was walking with her asked what had happened. The friend only looked ahead and did not see anyone there, but thought that someone had just passed by her. But she did not see him, but felt the magic. It turns out that it was invisibility magic, and if so, then she should check. The neighbor asked her where she was running off to. Several men were standing near the gate, and one of them said that he would think about it. But they had gone into the quiet forest if that was the case. Then perhaps they should take more people with them. The old men wondered why such a forest still exists in general, because there were attempts to get rid of it. At that moment, the hero who was hiding was already near them. The man said that no matter what they did, the forest quickly recovered. But the people who entered it went crazy, that's all. Blocking the entrance is the best they can do now. Somewhere in this forest, some strange sounds were heard. Those whom the main character was looking for at that time were there. The younger one grabbed his head and made those sounds, and his body was shaking. The man told him to come to his senses. It was unclear whether he really wanted to go crazy like that guy. The second man turned to Sir Jason and asked what they should do now. It turns out that now they are surrounded, and they cannot hold out here for long. The man was aggressive and shouted for him to cover his mouth, because he has a plan. The interlocutor saw that he looked and acted strangely, so they all became wary. But the man held the stone in his hands and thought that they said that it was the universal stone, but this piece is absolutely useless. He, in turn, can say that this is real power, so it is unclear why it does not work, and this thing does not react to anything at all. Suddenly, those present heard that someone was approaching them, and the leader asked who he was. It turned out that it was the main character who asked if these were all scoundrels. There were at least 10 of them here, and if the rest had been caught. Jason turned his attention to this very man and was shocked when he realized who he really was. The bodies of those present began to shake, and they asked if this was really the same Sir Roger in front of them. The professor stood quite imposingly and said that this was Jason from the Second Order. He was interested in what he thought, why he came here personally. The old man was discouraged and wondered how he was so unlucky, since Sir Roger, famous for his ruthlessness, had really come. In that case, there was a high probability that he would die like this. So he became wary, holding the green stone in his hands. Then all the men fell to their knees and holding out the relic said that it was called the Universal Stone. So the second number wanted to offer it to the First Order. The main character turned his attention to this stone and began to closely examine it with his own eyes. He immediately reached out his hand to it and then said that it was really a good job. But now he says goodbye to Jason. The interlocutor was amazed by the information he heard and asked what he meant. The main characters, naturally, did not answer him and, touching the stone, immediately used their power, so that they pierced all these men through and through. The Second Order felt that he was dying and asked what it was. He did not understand why this happened. The picture before his eyes began to disappear and blur, and the stone was no longer in his hands. Roger took it in his hands and began to examine it carefully. And after that, she said that if we talk about why all this happened, he doesn't want to waste time explaining. The man continued to look at the relic in his hands for some time and thought that it was already the Universal Stone itself. But after a short period of time, something strange caught his attention and his gaze sharpened. His feelings told him that he shouldn't rush because what was in his hands was definitely not a relic. There is an incredible amount of magical power there, but nothing more, although the rector had previously told him that it was indeed a relic. The main characters became wary at that moment and after a few moments felt something strange around. Then I turned my attention to the sky and there appeared some kind of bright flash, from which circles radiated. From the magic ball that was hovering there, a beam shot out and headed downwards. As one could see with the naked eye, it was a huge force that was about to hit the place where the main character was. So after using this attack, there was a huge explosion and a blast wave, which spread for several kilometers around. The crater formed from the explosion was also enormous in size, and only glowing petals fell down. Right in the center, right on the ground, lay the very stone that the rector had previously said was a relic. After everything that happened, someone slowly started landing right next to him. It was the woman who bent down to pick it up and said she fired with all her might and there wasn't a scratch left right here. And it was Elizabeth, who, as always, smiled brightly and said that this was the end. At the same time, she currently has a fake universe stone. She thought that she really had to work hard for this bait, so now she hoped that it would bear fruit. And if we talk about Professor Roger, then she wonders whether he was there at the time of the explosion or not. At the same time, the man was not far from the site of the explosion near one of the trees. In doing so, he used the same technique that hit him, and at the moment when he was there, he exhaled, because it was clear that it was damn close to killing him. Machiavelli remembered seeing the attack moments before it all happened. In order to leave the hall of the place itself as quickly as possible, he used the dark energy in the same spell to hide himself. At the moment the spell was cast, the completed beam was already several meters from the epicenter of the explosion. The professor was thinking that the mayor's office was giving him away when he used a spell. And in this very world where he was, there was no magic like teleportation. But nothing is impossible when a person uses the formula for assigning coordinates and features of this magic. This is the power of the 6th rank teacher Elizabeth Willow. The main character saw perfectly well and did not understand why she came. If she asked him to do it, in addition to all this, the stolen universal stone also seemed to be a fake. Therefore, there were thoughts. Did she reveal his identity to set a trap? Suddenly, due to the large loss of mana, the man's head began to hurt very badly again. He realized that he would not be able to use all the medicine and immediately took it out of his inside pocket. Machiavelli knew that the situation was bad because the teleportation magic had sucked out all his magical power, so he immediately took the medicine. After a few gestures of consciousness, things began to return to normal again and more came. Thoughts came that this could not be, because she would not use such methods. So, from the very beginning, this woman planned to do everything herself, and for maximum efficiency, she hid the truth from her own allies. Now we can say that Elizabeth is a truly extraordinary person. Suddenly, Roger felt that danger was coming from the side and immediately pointed his weapon there. It turned out that Flora was there, who screamed out of fear. A few moments later, she came to her senses and, looking at the man in surprise, asked if he was really a professor. And the hero, in turn, was also quite surprised and asked what Flora Lumos was doing here. It was unclear to him why she was here because she should understand perfectly well that this forest is dangerous, and his interlocutor immediately hesitated in response to this. Then her tone changed to aggression, and she wondered why he was here, since she was the first to ask about it. She was also curious about what kind of spell it was. The professor noted that it was none of her business, because this forest was a dangerous place for students, so let her go back. The student said that she was not that weak, and the hero thought, it seems that she does not suspect anything. Perhaps she found another way to get around those guarding the passage. Flora stood and wondered how to explain to him that she came here because she felt something strange, and didn't even know that Professor Roger would be here. Suddenly, her thoughts were interrupted by another student who was following her and shouting her name. It turned out that it was the same friend who did not leave her and followed her. And now she was lost and said that she was so scared that she did not understand where she had gone. The main character understood this whole situation and told the girl to follow him because he would take her and her friend to the exit. Flora didn't respond to this, but she understood that this situation looked rather strange. Before the professor saw her, she watched him from the side and saw him grab his head. And after that, he took out some medicine and took several of them, after which his tremors stopped. Flora was surprised after this, and now she was thinking what kind of medicine he could have taken. Perhaps he was sick with something. And so, together with the professor, they went to where the director was. The woman saw them and said that it was Roger himself. Suddenly, she looked to the side behind him and asked if these were really two students. Machiavelli noted that they were wandering through a quiet forest. Elizabeth was surprised and said that if we talk about this place, then why were there any female students there at all? Flora replied that all this happened because of her. The woman asked if this student was Lumos. The girl continued to say that she herself went into the quiet forest, but Charlotte ran after her. Sometime later, Professor Roger found them. It was clear that the woman thought about this, and then said that now it was clear. The main character asked her what he should do with them. The interlocutor smiled and said that students often make mistakes. Let them just leave them. Then she asked what they should do now, since it was such an urgent matter that they had to come first and sort everything out. The man told the rector that this meant that the magic was from her, since it was her. Then he was sure that everything had already worked out. If that was the case, then he would send those two students back. Elizabeth said that was correct, and he should be kind enough to do so. After a while, she and the old man were walking down the corridor of the academy, and he asked, if we were talking about Roger Shalichi, how was he to her? The woman replied that because of this event, she thought she could leave all suspicions behind, because she had studied his reaction and had not noticed anything strange. Willow smiled after hearing the information and said that it was such a relief because there would never be another like him. But it wasn't that simple. He wondered why they spread the rumor then. Elizabeth smiled when she heard this. Then she raised her head up and said that they had to do this so that all the little rats would peck first. The old man heard this information and said that now everything was perfectly clear to him. After this, together with the rector, they continued their movement forward. So very soon they arrived at the stand where the universal stone stood. The woman looked at it and said that the real one had been safely transported. Thank God nothing happened to it, because in the past this stone destroyed an entire kingdom because it was in danger. Now that they know they have real security, they can leave, and she doesn't want to be here for long. Soon the door to this room closed and they left from here, but the dark shadow was already there. The main character used this technique, and when he realized that everyone had left, he immediately appeared here. The man turned his attention forward to that very stand and thought that at first he did not believe it. But now it was definitely a jackpot. Of course, it was good enough that she left a mark on that very fake stone and thought that the rector would decide to check the real one. As a result, the emission of the magical power of the real stone is much higher than that one, and it actually even sucks it out with force now. But even despite this, he does not have the power to fulfill his true desire. The hero began to come closer and said that he knew this very well, because he had seen many things and there was a limit to his strength. Finally touched this universal stone and thought that in any case, at least it was able to tell him about the location of the remaining relics. In order to do this, Roger touched that very stone and performed a manipulation. As the events in the room progressed, the man realized that more magical power was accumulating, so it was definitely trying to invade his consciousness. Because the hero understood this perfectly well, he told this very stone not to twitch. Otherwise, if it tries to get into his consciousness, regardless of his desire, he will break. The bright light continued to flow towards his energy streams, but after a few moments it stopped, and the hero said that it was good. After he had calmed the stone in his hand a little, he said that he should now show him the location of the remaining pieces. After some time, it all ended and the stone stopped glowing. The hero said that he knew it. He would not tell him about all the pieces. But even the information he has received so far is good. After all, he couldn't even imagine that one of those very fragments he was looking for was so close. Soon, Machiavelli returned home and received a call from his friend Hans, who asked what had happened. The man was literally lying on the table from fatigue and said that he had done what he had recently said, but asked to reschedule the meeting for tomorrow night. The friend replied that it was for the best, because the deadline was already looming and it was unclear what was wrong with his voice or if something had gone wrong. The professor noted that everything had gone exactly as it should. They, in turn, found the location of one relic, and the hero finds it difficult to recover due to constant work. Hansi said that all this is understandable. So many things have happened, but if we talk about just one relic, it's not worth it. Roger said that to be more precise, there are two, but one of them is already known. The other one is located in the direct city of Larisvelk, where he is now. The comrade was surprised when he heard this, and the hero continued to say that, according to the image that the relic showed him, he believed that it was in the auction house. Hans noticed that this meant that they were talking about the auction house Konst. It was the only one in the area, and the guy had heard that something big was going to happen there soon. Machiavelli said that maybe she will be an item for auction. You should look at the list of items prepared for the auction and whether it will work out interestingly. He suddenly said that it wasn't difficult, and then they would meet tomorrow. The hero agreed to this and said, "See you later." After some time, a new day had already arrived and the main character was slowly walking through the academy. There he saw Flora standing in front of the door and asked what she was doing in front of his office. The girl was scared when she saw him and asked if he was really inside the office. The man was interested in why she was looking for him. The student immediately thought that she didn't know how to start the conversation. The first thing that came to mind was to ask about the special magic that he used. Well, or you should ask about that very medicine that she saw, although it is quite difficult for her to ask about all this. There was an awkward pause between them, and then the hero said that if she had nothing to say, then he was leaving. The interlocutor realized that there would be no other way out and asked to wait. The hero noted what had happened at all, because if it was something unimportant, then let him keep quiet. And when he turned his head to the side, he was surprised, because he saw that the element of water was hovering in the air in front of him. There were also various other elements that the girl created. With a smile on her face, she immediately asked him what he thought about this, about her form of assigning coordinates specifically. The man looked at them carefully and then said that she really surprised him. He in turn did not think that there were already students capable of mastering the formulas. Flora raised her head proudly and began to say that she was simply original, the only one among the students who had succeeded in doing this, so perhaps she should be rewarded. The man thought for a few moments and then said that it was true, but perhaps it should be given a top score, and what did she think about it? The girl replied that it was just a number and they weren't worth her effort, and that she would ultimately like to get something else that was similar in value to the top score. Machiavelli was surprised by her request and looked at her attentively for a while. Then he decided what he would do and, opening the door to his office, told her to come in with him. Naturally, the student entered and immediately began to examine the inside of this room, because she understood that this was her first time in his office. The professor started saying that the research lab was on this side. The girl asked what kind of research lab it was. After that, the man led her to the door, and opening the room, she saw that very laboratory. I immediately took a closer look and wondered what the hell he was researching here, since it turned out that I had never seen such a pattern before. It doesn't seem like these are all simple drawings. The hero said that, to be honest. He didn't expect her to be able to do this. In the end, she even had to think about a worthy reward, as she knows. Assigning coordinates is a mathematical formula, and it is also the principle of managing mana in one coordinate, and also the use of a formula in it. Flora thought that she simply copied what she saw and that's how it works, so the professor said he would show her something else. Since she managed to find out this, she needed a reward, after which he raised his wand and prepared to cast a spell. The student watched carefully what was happening and believed that a clear trace of magic appeared in the air. Never was this spell completed. She was just in a stupor and did not understand what it was. Some kind of magical spiral appeared in the air, which looked more like matter. The girl felt a strong discomfort and understood that her head was about to burst, so it is unclear what this feeling was. After what happened, some time passed. Flora gradually began to open her eyes and was still in bad shape. The protagonist heard her get up and asked if she was awake. The girl was very surprised at that moment and asked how much time had passed. The professor said that it was about 30 minutes. A student asked us what kind of common magic it was just recently. Machiavelli said he called this technique the Klein bottle, and he ended up seeing it one day and just decided to do it again. And he did it just for the sake of an experiment. The girl asked if he really created it just for the sake of an experiment. Roger said that he should forget everything he said and wondered how her nose and eyes were. The interlocutor was surprised and asked what he was saying because she didn't understand why. The hero immediately looked at her and said that she had the ability to feel all the features of the manifested Maya. At the same time, when she saw its formula, her pupils dilated and her fingertips trembled so that she felt the shape differently. Even ordinary people couldn't do this, and she must have been shocked by the magic she had never seen before. The girl asked if the professor wasn't interested in this. Now she talks about her ability. Roger replied that it is not at all wrong because he is not interested in abilities, although other mages in turn may think differently, and it is better for her not to get caught with this. It was getting quite late now, so she should leave. The student heard these words and, rising slowly, left the room. After that, she recovered at the front door and thought that it was unclear how he could be so calm after he learned of her ability. Or maybe he had already met someone here with a similar ability to hers, and in general he rewarded her accordingly. After some time, the hero went to his friend and said that he still couldn't get used to his stylish appearance. The guy noticed him and asked if he had really come. Now he was wondering if he was still going to go there. The hero answered positively and said that as usual. And then I asked him where he got such a car from, and my interlocutor said that he got it from the best of the best in society. And just as they were walking, this was the very place where they could do it like this. Machiavelli looked at his appearance and said that it suited him. In that case, it was time to go, and they both headed towards the car. In the very place where they were supposed to be, it was quite loud, and a large number of aristocrats had gathered. The professor walked slowly and said that it was too noisy and bright here, and his comrade noted that after all this was a well-known place. But is it worse than some dirty place? The man asked on what floor the meeting place was. Hans said on the 4th floor and asked her to follow him. And when they tried to go up the stairs, the guards stopped them and asked where to wait, since they could not go to the 4th floor without permission. The guy handed over a few pieces of paper and said that they could do anything. Naturally, the guard accepted them and then slowly walked away and told them to pass. And after that, the main character said that the atmosphere on the 4th floor was really different. Hans said that he heard that this place was used for meetings of underground organizations. In the end, this is how they created an unwritten rule. The man asked what kind of rule this was. And the interlocutor replied that he was talking about the fact that fighting on the 4th floor is prohibited, which is why there are no security guards there. Machiavelli said he was quite sure there was a reason why they had invited them to such a place, perhaps to test whether they would follow this rule. The partners walked along this floor for a while, and suddenly Hans said that they should go here. The hero noticed that very door and said that it was time to enter in that case. The woman inside said that it was James Moriarty. She, in turn, is completely sure that he would not lie in such a place. She thought that he disappeared after an unsuccessful attempt to start a war in the kingdom of Delica. But now I wonder why he came here. Does he really plan to correct his mistakes? Her name is Violetta, and she is a black rose. The main character took a sip of wine and said, "Of course not. What kind of nonsense was this? He couldn't even think of such a thing." The interlocutor noted that in any case she could not trust him, because how could a person without evil intentions destroy the Scarlet Group as soon as it appeared here? Machiavelli responded by saying that he simply wanted to get rid of the dirt that was in front of his eyes. The man said that enough personal conversations, and what did he want anyway? It was not for nothing that he accepted their invitation, and this was said by Luke from the Kyricus group. The hero said that he is quick-witted and he plans to increase his strength. The interlocutor asked what other power of his. Does he really want to create a second Scarlet Group? There were also people from the group Old Children, Old Man Dave, sitting in the room. Roger said, "Of course not," because he was wondering why it had become so stuffy in here. And in that case, he would clear up all the misunderstandings right now. The old man asked what kind of misunderstanding he was talking about. The hero did not listen to him and said that there was something else before that, because he wanted to talk to her in person. Dave asked what he was even talking about, but the little girl interrupted him and said that everything was fine. After all, it turns out that Moriarty understood everything. In normal cases, she is looked down upon because she is a child. It was a member of the group of Old Children Stella. The hero smiled and said that he was not so stupid as to look down on her because she was a child. And besides, she should not worry, because he has no desire to create a second Scarlet Group now, but he plans to create his own business. So right now he wants to offer it to them. He gives them work, and they will rake in huge amounts of money. Comrade, at that moment there would have been Wells, and I didn't understand what he was talking about at all. Violetta said that it was no different from the Scarlet Group in that case. Would he really force them to obey his orders? The man said that this was not so, because it was only a suggestion, because if he wanted it, he would have started doing it a long time ago. He will also transfer to them part of the business area of the Scarlet Group, even if they refuse his offer. Everyone was surprised, and the girl asked how he could give it away, even if he didn't refuse. Now she definitely doesn't understand what he's planning at all. Machiavelli said that they probably already knew that it was dangerous for him to act openly now, and that he needed his personal loyal forces. But a useless battle will give nothing. They do not need to trust him. Give, and from refusal, he will not lose anything. But the hero wants to get an answer here and now. After this proposal about the room, there was an awkward pause and everyone was thinking about what to do. Luke told the guy that he could at least tell him what exactly this business was. Violetta yelled at him why he was deciding without getting burned by them. The old man said that he didn't really want to interfere in a dangerous matter, and he himself should understand this. The hero reached out to his comrade and said that he promised there would be no danger. They must know very well what kind of pleasures the nobility seeks. The interlocutor noted that it was probably music and opera, but let him not tell them to do this. The man said that this was not the case and that he would require more elegance from them, or rather storytelling through play, music, and dance. Luke looked at the documents and said that he didn't even know, but he was sure that he saw a future in this, so he offered to do it. The hero replied that he was then looking forward to working with this leader. Violetta said that everything was interesting and asked Moriarty what he wanted to get in the end. Roger said he wanted change. It was a forgotten area, and even with the industry and blacksmiths, all that awaited him was gray skies and a bleak future. After all, they keep the sky clear above people's heads, and the man wants to change this dark and gloomy alley into a place where people can live and see a bright future. He has also presented this business idea to other organizations, so he asks everyone to review this proposal before making a decision. The meeting ended, and Hans told the hero that his ideas were incredible. To think he had received approval from all three organizations. Machiavelli said that he was only implementing other people's ideas, but it would be better for them to go through this topic. Suddenly he heard that someone was sleeping and asked if she wanted anything. He also asked why she was here without an escort. It was Violetta who said that they should talk alone. The man told his friend to go and that he would catch up with him later. The guy noted that he should not hurry. And so the woman spoke about the business to which he proposed. Whether he really thought it would go well, the hero asked if she thought otherwise. The Black Rose leader replied that the current clothing market was controlled by the mines and rich merchants. She wondered if she really had a chance of doing so. The man responded by saying that their target audience was not them at all, and their goal is to create lightweight and comfortable clothing that people can use in their everyday lives. Ultimately, if they like the idea of this, all turn away from fashion, the interlocutor said, they still cannot avoid attempts to interfere with them. Roger said that she needed to get over it and she couldn't hide forever. Plus, she didn't have to worry about protecting her sisters anymore. If she accepted his offer, he would take responsibility for their protection, and once she got her business up and running, she could work her magic on fashion as well. Violetta was amazed and asked how he knew. The man replied that magicians can recognize other magicians and it is not something complicated. The leader of the group said that since she had agreed to work with him, she could no longer hide it. Then, the woman removed the dark veil that was on her face and a burn appeared from there. The hero then turned his attention and said that this was a burn caused by magic. Violetta replied that this was so. This was the work of a magician who thought that it was his property. She noticed it too late, so even the healer apostles of Lumenses were powerless, and so the woman showed him her disgusting appearance. So perhaps she will put it back on. When she wanted to do it, Hero grabbed her hand and asked her to wait. Then he came closer and said that she had trusted him and shown him her secret, so it would be right for him to reveal his secret too. Violetta didn't understand what he was talking about, but Roger touched her burn with his finger. A few moments after the incident, he used the magic of the final burn, as if it had never happened. The hero asked her to look at her face, and when the girl did, she was amazed and asked how he did it. The man smiled and said that it was just real magic. He could only say one thing: she was too beautiful to hide her face because of that burn. Naturally, Violetta was embarrassed when she heard such information from the opposite sex. Then she put on a veil and said that it was dangerous to put such things on display now. The hero noted that everything would be as she said. At the same time, the girl stated that now it was time for her to get to work. As he had ordered, their meeting today was significant. Suddenly, the hero felt something and shouted her name, and his interlocutor turned around and asked what happened. Machiavelli immediately grabbed it with his hand and pulled it to the side, and it flew past the head of the state. The head of the Black Rose turned her attention there and saw that there was a metal arrow there. Sir Roger asked her if she was okay. Violetta was scared, but said that she was, because he saved her. It turns out that right now there was an ambush between them, but it is not clear who did it. The man reached for his weapon and noted that he, of course, had suspicions. But despite this, it turns out that a whole gang is heading towards them. And suddenly those who were heading towards them said that it was James Moriarty himself. They were completely confused as to how such an important person could wander around here without guards. So it turns out that he gave him a good opportunity. The hero looked in different directions and asked if these were really the remnants of the Scarlet Group. It was unclear if they had forgotten how the group had fallen apart. The thug replied that he remembered everything perfectly well. That's why he was prepared. But Roger smelled some strange smell. After he said that it was dispersal, and he told Violetta not to use magic because it would be difficult to control it, the group member said that he even knew about this. Then, with a smile on his face, he asked them to wait, because this voice was familiar to him, so he had not waited in vain. He, in turn, did not think that they would immediately grab two big shots. The leader of the Black Rose faction said that this was all annoying. Using her body in battle was not her style. Roger asked if she was going to fight. The girl replied that they had been caught after all and there was nowhere to run. Then the man asked the lady if he could dance, and the interlocutor noted that she could dance well enough not to feel turned on by other people. The professor took out his weapon and told her to back him up in that case. The hitherto calm atmosphere of the area was soon shattered by the carnage. The remnants of the Scarlet Group attacked, and the man and the girl began to defend themselves. Soon, one of them said that it was bad, because even with magic they were no match for them, but the leader who brought them here said that they were already tired, so there was not much left. Violetta noticed that she no longer had the strength she had in her youth. Roger asked her to increase her stamina when he finished with this shit. Then I thought that I couldn't find the guy who shot you, so I wonder if he hid after the ambush. He, in turn, uses the hard-to-reach scent of dispersal and easily controls this soy and murderous aura. It seems that there is a professional hiding among these guys, so the man turned to Violetta. She asked what had happened, and the professor ran up to her, grabbed her by the arm, and began to run forward. A member of the opposing group shouted that his subordinates were thick-headed idiots. It was unclear how they had let them down, so let them run after them right now. Violetta asked what this man was doing, and the interlocutor replied that there was a professional killer among them. In the end, if they continue, then the advantage will be on their side. Suddenly, among that same crowd of men, there appeared another one who moved quickly. In the hands of this man, or rather there were two of them, were daggers, and they were directed towards the main character. The girl noticed that they were being chased and said that it was them. Roger asked if she knew who they were. Violet replied that she had heard there was a group of killers who came from the southern desert, people who kill others for money. The hero wondered if they were from the southern desert. Then were they really Calisarp's killers? So he told the girl to be careful and not to bite her tongue. While she was surprised, the man used his hook and immediately tried to climb to the top of the roof. The pursuers, in turn, did not stop and also followed them closely. One of them immediately rushed to attack and threw some objects towards the people. Naturally, Violetta and her comrade-in-arms stepped back to protect themselves. She opened an umbrella, with the help of which she was able to neutralize that very blow. But after a few moments she was shocked, because she saw the probe, which began to disappear, as if poison had gotten on it. Machiavelli saw that his friend was surprised and said that this was a special poison that the villains of Calisarpa use, and it corrodes absolutely everything. Violetta asked what they should do then. The hero replied, "Either wait until they run out of throwing knives, or get out of here." The head of the Black Rose said that she liked the second option better. The man said that then he understood everything. Then the hero grabbed his fighting girlfriend again and told her to hold on tighter in this case. The man went down to the streets of the buildings to hide as quickly as possible. The killers saw that their victims were trying to escape, so they also rushed to attack them. For a few moments they did not look at each other to understand what to do, and so together they rushed down in different directions in order to accurately reach their victims. The guy was attracted by the sound of Violetta asking him to wait a little. Then she stood all alone below and asked if he had really just abandoned her here and gone. What a coward, she had never thought he was such a person. The mercenary took out several daggers and wondered if she was alone, and the man had run away. Although that was not the case, since he was unlikely to leave her. This situation that he has in front of him looks like a trap, and he is using this woman as bait. That is why this person can say that he is hiding somewhere very close. The killer realized where he was and turned around to strike with his weapon, saying that he was caught. But after a few moments, he saw that there was nothing in the place where his attack had taken place. And then, out of nowhere, the main character appeared and easily struck with his dagger. The killer was surprised by what happened and before he died, asked how he did it. Roger smiled at this and said that it was just a quirk of his magic, although he could tell that he had used a little of the scent of dispelling. After these words, he immediately pulled out his own blade, and that man was finished. The hero thought that the one that remained on the mana, he used it to transmit the sound. Suddenly, Violetta shouted that they should turn back because there was danger from above. The man immediately raised his head there and saw another killer. Moreover, the mercenary did not simply attack, but used the same hook that the hero often possesses. With the same action, the opponent easily snatched the blade that Roger was holding in his hands. Continuing his attack, he soon said that he was now definitely finished. Suddenly, I saw Machiavelli reach into the back of his pocket and pull out another weapon. The killer was truly shocked by this situation and wondered if he was hiding another weapon. A few moments later, they clashed with each other, and one of them struck his opponent. Luckily for Roger, he was more skilled, causing his opponent to fall to the ground dead. After what happened, the man told him that he had acted well, but at the crucial moment he had let his guard down. Suddenly, voices began to be heard, saying that the sound was coming from here. They should be caught, because it would be the end for them if they let them go. The hero said that the scent of dissipation was almost gone, so she asked if he could leave it to her. The girl noted that it was not that difficult. The members of the alloy group arrived at this place, and the old man shouted that he had found these scoundrels. But a few moments after he said this, He saw a stream of mana in front of him. Further on in the place where all these people were, a powerful explosion thundered and only screams could be heard. Finally, the situation was resolved, and Violetta said that it seemed like there were no more henchmen left. She didn't think that they were setting up an ambush after the group disappeared. Machiavelli said that it turned out that they were forced to do it. The girl asked what he meant. Because he doesn't understand who could have done this, the man replied that most likely he was taken over by killers. And it was definitely not Rickson, because he killed him recently. Violetta was surprised and asked if he really killed him. Was it serious? The hero answered that it was true. It turns out that the man was doing dirty work while he was financing the group, and at one time he was humiliating the honor and respect of other people. Therefore, Roger does not want to exist under the same sky with such people. Since they have already spoken about it, he will hand over that person's recruits to her. So let him do with them as he pleases. The girl said that in return he needs her to find the one behind this. Machiavelli said that he was going to ask her about it. Violetta replied that she would be busy with the business he offered her. The man heard this and asked if she really couldn't handle it. The head of the Black Rose exhaled and said that he knew how to hurt her pride. In that case, he would take care of it and do even better than he expected. The man smiled after that and said that it was great then and wished her luck. After these words, they went their separate ways and about their business. The girl shouted at her assistant to come to her faster, but the guy was surprised and asked why he was her assistant. The interlocutor got angry and said that he, a little brat, should silently drag his ass when she calls him. Hans said that he understood everything and asked to remove his small rat teeth. Roger noticed them and said that he had been wondering why it was so noisy inside. The girl noticed him, and it was Sheridan Ionfeed, Roger's colleague and developer. Also a dwarf girl. The guy shouted at the hero, calling him his brother, to help him, and Machiavelli said that the name looks funny here. The hero noticed a colleague that it was enough to make fun of this man and that he should take a look at this. She stopped and told him to show what he had. The little girl screamed, "Did he really pull the wire to carry another person?" She said that it was only for one person, and now the clamp does not work. The man made excuses, saying that he had to do it. Sheridan said that it would take 10 minutes and let the gentleman wait here for a bit. Hans stood up and asked why this little brat hated him so much. The hero thought that it was because he was weak. He then said that, comrade, he should not forget that she was older than him and that he should be patient when talking to her. The guy said that after all, at their first meeting he thought that she was a child. Roger said that he probably first saw her in the mines of the Kingdom of Delica. The interlocutor noted that everything was correct. She was kept there as a slave. Machiavelli remembered everything and asked if this was considered captivity. When they found the girl in the dungeons, she was sitting near the explosives and making something there. Hans said that they would have died in this if the bombs had exploded. The hero noted that even the captain of the knights would have died if something like this had exploded a kilometer underground. Comrade remembers some leftist types pestering him. Roger replied that he had already taken care of them, and they were from the hall and the group. In the end, there had to be someone behind these people, and if a friend could find out about this, the guy scratched his head and said that this is how they deal with items at auction. Suddenly, Sheridan shouted to the assistant, "Was he really lost there?" The man told him to help the girl first, and to make sure that she did not touch the gunpowder. The main character was near the window and thought that if we were talking about 10 minutes, then he thought he would be able to handle us in 30, in which case he would rest for now. And when I turned my attention to the window, I was a little surprised. But what I saw there, several people in cloaks were moving, and Machiavelli thought that their movements were light and fast. He didn't even hear their steps. A group of people moving in sync at such a time looks strange, and perhaps they are the ones he's thinking about. The girl who stood at the head of this group after a few moments turned her attention to where the main character stood, but she didn't see anything and just froze. And her subordinates asked the commander what happened. The interlocutor answered that it was nothing, because she had shown her something. The hero heard this conversation, insisted on already closing the window. After that, he thought that he didn't see anyone similar to him. At first it seemed that they were knights, but this silver hair reminds him of someone. So, most likely, she is the patron of the Order of the Knights of the Night Serpent Jessica Lionhall. But it was unclear why she was in Laserwelk, because the hero heard that she was assigned to investigate the murder of Old Man Rickson. In that case, did she really think that this murder was connected to the recent incident? It's good that he got rid of the evidence and doesn't want to cross paths with this terrible person anymore. And then Sheridan came back and told the mister that she had fixed everything. It took a little longer, so she decided to tidy up the rest of the parts. The hero immediately put on his device and said that it had become smaller and thinner, and the little girl threw it out to try it out. The man immediately pointed his hook towards the wall and hit it quite hard. After what happened, he said that it became even more powerful. The developer said that she made it twice as powerful, and now he will be able to use it on several people. She also added a new function, and let him try to clench his hand into a fist and bend his wrist. Machiavelli asked what the new function was. Then he did what the girl asked him to do, and a blade appeared from there. Sheridan said she did it because she remembered what he had told her, that she would turn back if he relaxed his hand. Also, if he sees a small hole on the left side, he can shoot needles out of it to paralyze the enemy. Roger thanked him and said he liked it. The little girl noticed that it tasted great, but her cowardly assistant kept insisting that it was dangerous. Although he could say that all this was expected from the professor of Theon Academy, the hero thought that it sounded a little strange, but that was okay. The girl said that he looked great in those clothes, and just one look was enough to understand that he was a gentleman, just like some kind of aristocrat. The hero smiled when he heard something like this and thanked him for the kind words. Then he said that he would still find a good use for him. His colleague asked if he was really leaving already. Roger said that he wanted to go for a walk and asked her for something else. Jessica said she came here because someone was causing a disturbance here, but these wounds were caused by magic, so was there some kind of fight between the groups? The woman looked at the bodies more closely and said that she knew one of them. He named their groups. Annie asked how this could be, since the Scarlet group had been eliminated. The boss turned her attention to the side and said that there were 2 more bodies there. After that, she approached one of them and took out a knife with which this man was killed. She sniffed it and smelled a sour odor, so it seemed like it was a special poison that the Calsp assassins used. Lloyd asked if she meant the Fatima Dynasty assassin organization, and the girl remarked that there might have been some conflict between Kalpa and the Scarlet faction. Jessica said that this was not true, because they did not die from poison, but most likely were on the same side. The person she was looking at was killed with just 1 blow. The guy went up to the next one and said that this one was also killed by 1. The picture is that it looks like his heart was pierced from the back. The woman said that the killer had switched to a short-range battle, and most likely they thought that their opponent was an ordinary magician. In the end, these people died because of their own mistake. The one who dealt with the killers was Mach, who knew how to handle a sword, and he was also the one who finished off the Scarlet group. The subordinate asked why she thought so, and the interlocutor replied that the collapsed organization had gone so far as to hire Calsp's killers. This means that they were hugely offended, I thought, if you look into it. Then Rickson's finances at some point went to the Scarlet group. There is the one who killed this aristocrat and dealt with the group. And also the burnt-down factory appeared, and also Professor Tiona, who burned the werewolf to the ground. The boss said that they would finish here, was wondering if they should leave. The guy asked if they would leave now. She answered positively, because she had found out everything she needed. Lloyd asked if he understood correctly what was going on with the investigation in that case. Jessica replied that not yet. The guy added, but they weren't even 1 step closer to finishing the case. If they continue like this, then everything will be wrong. The commander said that she had an idea. She has one place in mind right now where there should be a clue. Selena came to Professor Roger and greeted him, then stated that she recently heard that he did not show up for work today. The man replied that everything was correct. He had no classes today, but he wondered what brought her here. The interlocutor was being nice and said that someone was looking for him. She in turn was passing by, so she decided to drop in to see him. Roger asked who was looking for him. The woman replied that they were talking about a knight and the State Security Service. Machiavelli immediately became wary, and then said that he would meet with him then, after which he headed to the academy, and Lloyd greeted him. At the same time, I asked him if he understood correctly that he was Roger Talici, and his interlocutor replied that yes, it was him. And then he asked why they didn't sit down for a conversation. The knight replied that he agreed and thanked him for it. When he sat down at the appointed place, he said that he would now introduce himself. His name was Lloyd, and he was an employee of the State Security Service. After this, the professor asked him if he would like some tea. The guy thanked him, but replied that he didn't want any, because he didn't eat while working. Roger noticed that he understood everything and asked what brought him here. The agent asked if it was true that he dealt with the werewolf that appeared on the territory of the academy. Machiavelli replied that this was so. And was there really any problem with that? The interlocutor said, no. He would just like to hear in detail what happened. The man should not worry, and let him just imagine that he is talking to a friend. The hero replied that he understood everything. At that very moment, he wondered what it meant that it wasn't Jessica Lionhall, and he, in turn, had already prepared himself for a meeting with her. Since it wasn't her, there shouldn't be any problems. Roger said he would start then, and the guy asked him to tell him the details. After a while, the meeting ended and they shook hands. The security representative thanked him for his time. The professor said that he was the one who worked for the government, so he was glad to help him. Lloyd replied that it was an honor to meet him. The man reciprocated this. When his interlocutor left, he looked at his hand for a long time. The subordinate returned to his comrades and told the commander that he had arrived. When I asked if they had found any clues, the woman replied that there was nothing worthwhile. In the end, they even got a warrant for an investigation, but there was nothing useful in it. And what about him? She wondered if he had followed her instructions exactly. Lloyd replied that he had. He had done everything as she had said. Jessica became more serious and remarked that in that case, was he really the one who devoted a lot of his time to training? The subordinate said that although he was wearing gloves when they shook hands, he did not feel anything strange, because it could be said that it was the hand of an ordinary magician who had never used a knife before. When the woman heard this information, she was really very surprised. They, in turn, also asked him if he was serious about it, and perhaps he was mistaken. The guy replied that this could not be. Jessica thought that if we were talking about the hand of an ordinary magician, then, frankly speaking, this was not what she expected at all, since she thought that she had finally found a clue. But the whole thing becomes a mystery again, so she turned around and said that without any leads, the investigation is closed, and Annie, in turn, should stay here. Let him report anything suspicious, the girl asked what it meant, and then, before leaving, perhaps it should be checked personally. She told the women that they couldn't, because that was one of the conditions, and while they were talking, someone from the side shouted her name. Lloyd was surprised and wondered what it was. Could it really be Rector Elizabeth Willow? The girl also didn't understand. Did they really know each other? Jessica asked her interlocutor what brought her here. The rector asked why she could at least greet her friend. The commander noticed that she was being too friendly now, although she had not allowed her to meet Professor Roger in person before, so she could stop pretending. Elizabeth smiled and told her not to hurt their useful newcomer because she liked him so much, and how could she leave him alone with her? The interlocutor asked if she really considered her a person who constantly breaks others, the rector noted. But isn't that so? Then Jessica turned around and said that she was leaving, so the girl might not see her off. Elizabeth asked to drink, at least tea with her. While they were not trying to find contact with each other, the hero stood near the window and understood that this was the rector, as well as the patron. At the same time, he has no idea what kind of relationship there could be between them, but thanks to her, he was able to avoid meeting this crazy woman. Lloyd is one of those people who you can't let your guard down in front of, but his actions are good clues for him. First, the guy checked if there was dust on the shelves. He himself looked clean and well-groomed, and the hero thinks that he is a germaphobe. If someone like him offers a handshake with a bare hand, it means he wanted to know something. Roger thought that he asked Sheridan to make him artificial skin just in case, and in the end it was not at all in vain. Understanding the situation, Roger thought it was a good try, but unfortunately he had prepared better. Now it was time to relax and prepare the test. Time passed quickly and a whole week flew by. Sylvia reported that the others had been acting very carefully lately. It seems that the reason is the recent visit of Jessica's patron to Theon. The hero asked what she meant. The girl noticed that people were trying to avoid contact with each other. That was as far as it could go. Now the private meeting was held outside Theon. Roger said he understood everything, and was there anything else unusual? Sylvia said, speaking about this, 2 days ago 3 people, of the Third Order, were captured by the police. The man was surprised and asked about it. The accomplice replied that he had heard everything correctly. It was not worth his attention, so she did not tell him about it. The hero noted that they were so stupid that they were caught by the police. The assistant said that students from the academy were involved. There were 2 guys, and also 1 girl from his class. The main character thought that if we are talking about his class, then several students immediately come to mind. He asked if he understood correctly that it was Adrian, Leo, and Tracy. Sylvia was surprised and did not notice that it was them. The professor asked how these guys were able to catch someone outside the city. The girl replied that it seemed like they were on assignment at that moment. The man didn't understand what the assignment was, so the assistant said that low-class students had an assignment board that they could use to pay for their education. And those 3 students they were talking about were not from the richest families. The hero thought that even if it were so, it would be surprising for these guys to catch people of the Third Order. He, of course, continued to follow them. But this is beyond his expectations. The girl asked what she should do with the people from the Order. The professor said that if it was about them, then let her leave them, and that's it. Because he didn't need those who could be defeated, some students. Sylvia hesitated a little, but noticed that this was definitely the professor. And even absolutely right, the hero asked if there was anything else. The girl noticed that apart from the agreement to lie low for a short time, there was nothing else. The hero said that If that was the case, then good. But then he got up from his workplace and said that then it was time to go, and his subordinate immediately agreed to this. And so the professor was heading to the classroom to give a lecture on his subject. He said that today the first testing stage begins. So I am completely sure that they have prepared for it diligently. As he said, he will teach the students who took the first 5 places in the list in the source code formula. Of course, he won't teach them the whole formula at once, but will divide it into 4 stages and teach them one for each test. If they are found to be cheating, they should know that they will have to pay the price for it. In that case, the test was starting right now, and he used magic to pass the sheets. Soon the time was up and the main character said that the test was over. Some people were depressed and said they understood everything when he allowed them to use notes on the test. But it was so difficult that they weren't even needed. The princess stood at the top of the auditorium and immediately turned to Renee, who was leading below. But the girl did not listen to her and went downstairs, then turned to Professor Roger. The man looked at her and asked if there were any questions about the test. The student said that this was not true. She had finished reading the book he had given her recently, and that was why she wanted to return it. Roger will be on this, said that she may not return it, and the girl was surprised because of this. The man continued to say that in the future she would need this very book again, and the edition he gave her was much more important. So she will consider this data as a sign of respect for the previous owner. That's why she may not return it and keep it for herself. And this is because he believes that only in her hands can this book show its full potential. Renee was really very surprised when she heard such nice words from a man, and the princess followed her and addressed her. She did not understand what had happened and asked about it. Because her interlocutor ran away so quickly, the girl paid attention to her and noticed that nothing special had happened. Then she smiled sweetly and asked how she wrote the test. It wasn't that difficult and not at all how she imagined it. After these words, Adriana's face changed and she asked if the removal was so easy. Renee noticed that she was probably very tired and could not get herself together at all. This also happens, let her not worry. Her Highness noticed that this was indeed the case, because she really had so much on her mind that she couldn't prepare for this event properly at all. The rector studied the documents and said that no matter how many times she looked at them, she never ceased to be amazed. Just think that Professor Roger could have composed such questions. It turns out that this requires a strong foundation and knowledge of the basics with the correct placement of tricks and the complexity of the test. The woman did not expect much from this tough guy. But he, in turn, greatly surprised her. The old man asked how she would compare him to Professor Chris Benamore, since they were both professors of embodiment. So he's sure the sections in the test were similar. The rector shouted that it would be cruel to compare them. Chris only asks difficult questions on the exam to show off his knowledge, and she is sure that he has already looked at this very test, and she would like to see what expression he has on his face now. The guy in reality was looking at him now, and his hands were shaking quite strongly from anger. And when he couldn't stand his own aggression, he immediately grabbed the piece of paper and threw it at the door. Chris thought he was wondering why the rector had suddenly come, but how could he possibly take note of Professor Roger's exam questions? The woman brought the documents and told Professor Chris that he was also responsible for the incarnation section, so she brought it to him after thinking for a bit. After all, they could be useful to him when preparing the next exam. He was angry and thought that it was only possible to think about it, that he would be compared to some fallen nobleman. Let Roger Kellichi see what happens, for this man will take revenge for the shame he has caused him. And so, after some time, a new sunny day arrived at Theon's academy. Renee walked along the path and thought that she had already prepared for other exams, in which case she thought that now she could easily win. Adriana immediately returned because she was shocked by this exam and hopes that she will get much better. Her thoughts were interrupted by students who were standing to the side and looking at her. The guy remarked, "If only you could see who they have here. Isn't this a proud and noble commoner?" The girl noticed that she was asking him to move away. The interlocutor blocked her path and said that she was the one mumbling there because he couldn't hear anything. Renee asked if he was angry because she rejected him, and he should be ashamed of himself for being noble. The aristocrat became very angry when he heard this and shouted that she was a pathetic commoner and should know her place. Then he grabbed her hand quite strongly and shouted. From that, she followed him. The girl asked what he was doing and told him to let go. But that same guy didn't listen to her at all, and so he grabbed her quite hard and then threw her to the side. The girl's body immediately fell to the ground, and then she began to rise, the interlocutor asking if she still dared to look him in the eyes. It's only because of people like her that she explores teaching commoners her manners. Suddenly, another guy appeared from the other side and asked what he was doing there. The students who were there noticed him and said that this was Freddie Wohlberg. Renee was also shocked and thought that there were rumors that he was cruel and merciless to commoners. But why did he come here? The aristocrat smiled and said that he was raising the little wretch because he was noble. The interlocutor noted that if he was raising her, then it meant he was mocking her. The boy said that this was not true because it was a commoner who dared to look down on a nobleman. Freddie interrupted him and yelled at him to cover his mouth, at the same moment using magic and pinning the guy's body to the ground. He said in a cold tone that this man was trash that had tarnished the name of a noble man, and it was unclear how much longer he could tolerate trash that had nothing better to do. After that, he asked if he was angry that the guy was now taking him into account, and his interlocutor replied that, of course, he wasn't. Freddie said that in that case he was leaving and would not believe it twice for sure, and that person agreed with that. When the others left, the girl turned to the aristocrat and thanked him for helping her. The interlocutor immediately paid attention to her and literally wanted to say something. The girl was expecting these words, but he noticed that he didn't want to say anything. He then asked if she understood correctly that it was her lunch and she would not be able to eat it anymore. Renee noted that everything was fine because she would clean it from dirt. Freddie asked if she was going to do it with what touched the ground, and if she didn't mind, he could share his lunch. The interlocutor was surprised. Soon they headed to another place, and she asked what it was because she had never noticed it. The guy answered that it was his personal space. Even his bodyguards don't know about it. If he keeps it a secret from the other students, he can come here whenever he wants. Renee said that of course she won't tell anyone. Then she noticed the food that the boy took out and asked if it was really his lunch. The aristocrat noted that everything was correct. Because he got a little carried away and did too much, Renee was surprised that he prepared it himself. In that case, she asks to let her try it, and it's very tasty. The guy said that he's really glad that she liked it, but asks to eat more slowly. The girl thought that before this, she had been told that he hated commoners, but he did not at all look like that kind of person. That's why I continued to eat with joy and decided that I shouldn't believe various rumors. The streets near the academy were quite noisy at this time. Selena turned her attention to the side and noticed that it was Professor Roger. He came closer to her, and she asked if his exams were really over. The man said that everything was right. He was already taking them to check. Then I asked the girl if she might have a practical exam. She replied that practical exercises are more useful for calling hotels. So she asks if he wants to look at them. The man hesitates a little after that. But when he saw the professor's puppy eyes, he agreed and thought that it looked like she was nervous about her first exam. So the hero told her that he would look at him. The woman was happy and did not notice that he was following her then. The classes started, and she said that during the exam they would be communicating with spirits, so let them use magical power to communicate and make friends with them. First of all, she herself will demonstrate all this to them. This is where the professor concentrated her energy, and it was clear that different elements appeared around her. She touched the glowing ball that was nearby and greeted him. The students were stunned by this and said that this was the power of a spiritual professor. Selena asked if everyone had seen it. It was all easy if they followed what she had just shown, and let them begin. The students immediately dispersed to a comfortable distance. Otherwise, they would continue their studies. The woman turned to Roger and asked if he wanted to try it. How easy it was. The man replied that he didn't want to thank her for it, because he was not one of those who were loved by perfume. The interlocutor smiled and replied that this simply couldn't be, because the spirits were very kind. Let him look at the one she holds in her arms. Suddenly noticed that he is friends. At the same time, she examined the others, and they also behaved quite strangely. Selena realized that even the other spirits did not approach Professor Roger. The hero realized that she was surprised and asked if he hadn't told her this before. All this is because the spirits do not like him. Before that, someone called him son and said that he has the quality of a shaman, so the divine spirits protect him. Selena asked what was going on because there were times when they weren't interested, but to think that they were scared. Machiavelli said that one can say that he is an exception, but still those who fear him are only spirits of the lowest rank. The teacher glanced to the side and said that it was true that the mid-rank spirits were calm. However, it was unfortunate that it would be good for him to get closer to the spirits. The hero replied that there are different people in the world. In any case, she is currently conducting an exam. So is she sure that she can leave this to her assistants? The woman became alarmed and said that she really had a bad head, so she ran. Machiavelli, after she left, immediately exhaled with ease, thinking, "Thank God, his magical power is still enough. It would be bad if the mid-ranking spirits also reacted." In that case, Professor Selena suspected him. Those spirits are not afraid of him, but it is behind. Only the lower ranks can feel the strange power, and it is ironic. His thoughts were interrupted by the intense gaze that the man felt on himself from the other side. It turns out that they are hiding between the trees. This energy is the spirit of the day and of a high rank. So in that case, didn't others feel it? Even Professor Selena, who is sensitive to spirits, didn't react. A presence that a spiritual professor who manages mid-level spirits can't sense seems strange. And then this guy is strong. Roger might even say that it is not a spirit that exists in nature. It is a spirit that is controlled by someone. And if they are so obviously following him, then there can only be one answer. Another First Order is hiding in Theon. Although it was unclear to the man why they suddenly decided to appear right now, and it turns out that they were simply watching him, doing nothing. The thought immediately came to mind that they had found out that Roger was a fake. But no, then they would not have watched him, but acted immediately. There is a possibility that those same people are sending him a signal, so he unbuttoned his shirt and said that it was a bit hot. The temperature rose after this, and the hero realized that they were reacting to his words. Then he has no choice but to go to them in order to meet. The main character came to a place where there is no one. And what are they going to do now? Even if he doesn't react, at least the man will know who he is dealing with. For this reason alone, he does not want to miss this opportunity under any circumstances. After a short period of time, he came to a place where there was fiery energy. Machiavelli turned his attention downwards and wondered if this was a letter. The sign that was left announced that there was to be a meeting at this location this evening after classes. And after some time, the main character was found in a designated place. He saw a fiery spirit in front of him, who said that he had arrived even a little earlier than they had agreed. Roger noticed him and thought that there was no physical body, and he had a premonition that this would happen. Then he suggested that his interlocutor get straight to the point and what he wanted from him. The stranger asked if he really wanted to get straight to the point, since he was, as always, cold. But in any case, he needs his help. Machiavelli asked about it in surprise, and the spirit said that he was going to create chaos in the academy, and he himself knows that his role is destruction. And those same magicians put out the fires that he causes. The hero asked if he really wants him to help him play with fire. I thought that this was chaos, and it looked like they were planning a terrorist attack. The interlocutor said that if we talk about these games, then he does not want to do anything like that. But after his subordinates, the Second Order disappeared. Unlike other members of the First Order, he does not work with anyone. With Roger's skills, revealing her identity and helping him shouldn't be a problem. Of course, she doesn't ask for free work and will definitely compensate if he helps. It will be something like a mutual contract between them, the man asked. A contract between whom? The girl noticed that, of course, it was between John Doe and Esmeralda. After Roger heard this name, he realized that it was not real and it must be a code name, just like his. Then, the interlocutor asked whether he agreed to her proposal or not. A few moments passed, and he said that he refused it. All because in the current situation he can't do anything. Esmeralda asked what he was saying. Let him wait. After all, she told him everything. So, is he really sure? And let him not tell her now that he is simply too lazy to do it? The man said that in his eternal situation he would agree. But now everything is different. The rector still suspects him, and he cannot make a thoughtful decision about it. Naturally, the interlocutor did not like all this. Then Roger turned suddenly towards her and said that if that was all she wanted to say, then he went. Thinking that he had received enough information, it was time to leave. When he had moved a short distance away, Esmeralda asked him to wait. She said that she thought for a few moments and decided that she had recently learned some interesting information. Namely, she says that she recently heard that he has his own subordinate. But how is it that someone like the great John Doe, who could do anything, has a subordinate? On top of all this, he is a man of the Second Order. So does it not seem to him by chance that something is wrong here? The girl asked not to tell her that he was planning something secretly from those very people. The hero felt a flame near his face and said that she spoke as if she knew him well. This is especially strange to say to someone who came to him only for help. She not only hurries her domain, she even suspects him. And all this is happening just because he infiltrated Theon Academy and did nothing outstanding, so how dare he look down on him? Esmeralda asked what the hell was going on. He was acting weird. Roger said he couldn't be the only one who didn't have an assistant when all the other professors did. So he decided that he needed to choose someone from the organization, in which case he thought there was no point in explaining this to her further. After these words, the man continued his movement forward, and the spirit followed him. The girl then went on to say that she was just joking, and asked him if he thought he had taken the joke too seriously. The protagonist turned around and said that he didn't care whether she suspected him or not. This time, he wouldn't pick on it. But at the same time, let him not even dare doubt his loyalty to the Zero Order. And if this happens again, one of them will have to pay for it. Esmeralda hesitated a little and apologized after these words, adding that since she had nothing more to say, she was leaving. And that very spirit of fire, which had been hovering in the air all this time, began to gradually dissolve. After some time, when his interlocutor disappeared, the hero grabbed his head and thought that this could end badly. Thank God he studied what this John Doe was like, otherwise he would have died on the spot. The man stopped near the tree and decided, on second thought, that the voice behind the flames was that of a young woman. If it is an elementalist who can control high-ranking spirits and flames, the first to be suspected are the elementalist professors. Also, one cannot forget about the students who can control the flame spirits. He remembered that Laservelk was holding an event to accept new professors. Since all the sponsors will be there, Tiona, all the professors should also be present. If she is a professor, she will be present at this event, and this is her chance. Between his thoughts, the protagonist headed towards the academy and returned to his home. The girl looked at him from the window and thought that he was so focused on his work that she thought nothing had happened. But it seems she worried for nothing. In the end, it turns out that he felt no fear of her flame, and perhaps he is much stronger than she expected. If that's the case, then all the effort she made was in vain. It can also be said that she remembered here that an event will soon take place there, and this is bad. Although there is nothing wrong with this, because the main role will not be hers, but someone else's. Renee walked through the garden and thought that she didn't expect to be able to have lunch with him again. It seemed that her new acquaintance had no bad intentions. Even from childhood, she could determine who had evil intent or ill intentions towards her. The only person around her who doesn't have any evil intentions against her is Adriana. But also, quite recently, Freddie appeared, who helped her in a difficult situation. They are really good people, as is Professor Roger, who she also speaks highly of. Although if you think about it, he doesn't have any good intentions towards her, rather sadness or guilt, but it's not clear why. The girl's thoughts were interrupted by her interlocutor, who greeted her and asked if he understood correctly that she, Renee, was a first-year student. Then he introduced himself and said that he was Freddie's friend, Henry Presto, and he was pleased to meet her. It turns out that she had just been with his friend. The girl hesitated and asked how he found out about this. The interlocutor noted that he had his own methods and he was also interested in what the guy had been doing lately. The student looked at him and thought that he had no evil intentions towards her, but she felt that he was dangerous. Henry noticed the distrustful look on his face and asked if he had done something wrong. After all, she didn't need to be so afraid of him. After a few moments, he raised his hand and said that as a way to settle their relationship, he should allow her to help him. He has a part-time job that pays well and is fairly safe, and I'm sure she knows that the academy's students are mostly commoners, and they, in turn, have no money. The girl asked why he was telling her this. Because they had just met. He noted that it was out of curiosity because he was shocked to see his friend. It was strange that he was spending time with a commoner like her. Renee asked if it was really that surprising. She just thought he was a nice person. The interlocutor thought for a few seconds and then began to laugh very hard and asked what other good person Freddie was. The student asked why he was laughing, but Henry said that he thought the same thing, even after all the time he spent around him. Anyway, he was just curious to see the two of them together. She can decide if she wants to accept the offer after she knows all the details. So with a smile on my face, I asked her what she thought about it. After some time, the hour of the very event that the main character spoke about arrived. A large number of people had already gathered in the hall, and the atmosphere there was quite noisy. People were saying that it looked like all the main characters of the party were already here. The guy remarked that he heard the new professors had good skills, and after some time, Machiavelli also came with him. The man remarked that there must be various rumors going around about him, and most likely it was that same Roger Calici who arrived at this event. The girl said that this was Count Chris Benamor. He was irresistible. As all the rumors say, the guy was pleased and only thanked her for these warm words. The hero carefully assessed the atmosphere and thought that everyone was looking for connections. First decided to study the situation, and then go in search of Esmeralda. Suddenly, an old man approached him and asked if he, Professor Roger, was really Count Deckers. But the hero interrupted him and apologized. Then he looked at me rather coldly and said that he was not in the mood for talking right now. The interlocutor understood everything when he saw him and said that he understood everything, and then he would not waste his time. Roger thought since he had attacked the Count, no flies would bother him, in which case he would use this to find Esmeralda. Selena apologized and said that they were not very familiar with this person, so she asked not to say anything. The hero paid attention, because this voice was familiar. There a man stood in front of a girl and asked why she was trying to avoid him. The teacher was confused and did not know what to answer. Then the main character entered their conversation and told him to stop, because Professor Selena already had plans for him. The man immediately asked who he was, and the one next to him explained everything. The first one asked that if he was a new professor, then what of it? This scoundrel, because in any case he was obliged to know who he was. Then he turned to the man and said that he was the director of the Luke Company, and his name was Evan Luke. I was sure he had heard of his company, and if he understood, then let him get out of the way. Roger noticed the trembling hands of the girl standing behind him. Then he approached his interlocutor and asked if he hadn't told him that he already had plans with her. His interlocutor pointed his finger at him and asked if he was trying to joke with him. So did he really think that he would leave him alone just because he was a professor at the academy? Who did he even take him for? The hero immediately grabbed his hand hard. The man said that since he had spoken to him in such a tone, he would speak to him in the same way. Did he really think that he would leave him alone, since he would still be babbling about being the director of the company? That big shot was shouting at him to let him go. Did he really want to be fired from his job? And at the same time, he wondered what kind of enormous force had disappeared. Roger continued to hold him back and told him to try it. Another guy was interfering from the side and told them to stop because people could get hurt. Evan shouted that he was a damn fallen noble. So the subordinate told the young master that he should calm down because he was being watched. A few moments later, a slap on the cheek was clearly heard, and the aristocrat said that he had told him to call him director. He hit the guy he was talking to, and he asked the director for forgiveness. Then the gentleman asked if he wanted him to calm down after such treatment. This Roger, or whatever his name is, he will get him fired. The hero looked at this and thought that everyone was eating even more than they usually did than he expected. He wanted to run away, using Professor Selena as an excuse. Suddenly Elizabeth came and asked what happened because she was interested. Evan shouted that she was on time. He asks how she teaches professors at the academy. This fallen nobleman tried to use violence against him. If they still want Luke's company to sponsor them in the future, they need to fire him immediately. The girl noted that she was wondering who he was, and he was the chairman's son. I asked if the owner of the company, Luke, Chairman Theodore, understood this correctly, but why is some director throwing around empty words? Didn't he discuss it with his father? The guy said of course his father would agree to it since he was his son. The woman asked if that was really the case. Then she turned to the chairman, who was standing behind her, very angry, and asked if he thought the same. The guy noticed his father and was discouraged. Soon, Theodore apologized for his son's behavior in front of Elizabeth's reactor, and his interlocutor replied that everything was fine, since she had even refreshed herself a little. The old man turned his attention to the main character and thanked him for expressing himself differently. The rector said that since it would be a bit ugly to leave everything as is, how about this? The interlocutor asked what she was proposing in general. The girl looked at the main character, and he humiliated him so much and said that in front of everyone the two of them could have a fair duel. Roger was taken aback when he heard this, and he thought that she was saying this because she had handled the situation so well. But suddenly this, although no, maybe it's a good thing if the situation ended, that guy wouldn't have accepted it. Chairman Theodore doesn't seem happy about it either. The hero thought that a duel here would ensure that there would be no trouble later, so he touched his weapon and said that he did not mind. Next, he told Evan, since he doesn't have magic, it is allowed to have someone fight in his place. How about this? The guy said that sounds good, and he wanted it too. So he told his assistant that he would give him a chance to correct his mistake, thinking that if his assistant was fighting for him, then it was worth a try. He is a fairly experienced magician, but after a few moments his facial expression changed and he said that it couldn't be. Not even a minute of the fight had passed before the opponent was already defeated, and Roger Salici was declared the winner. From the outside, people said that the company's bodyguard Luke was also a difficult person. It seems that the rumors that he uses unique magic formulas are true. Theodore said that it was quite surprising, and could all the professors in Theona be monsters of that level? The rector said. Of course not. Roger was just a rather unique person. In any case, does he understand correctly that the chairman does not complain about this? He noticed. As he thought, his face showed it, and it seems that he is getting old. Since it was a fair fight, he must accept. There is no need to worry about his stupid son, because he will have a good talk with him. The woman said that she expected this from the chairman. It was nice that they were on the same wavelength. The old man said that, whatever it was, he wanted to ask her something. Elizabeth refused. Theodore noticed that he had not yet said anything. The interlocutor stated that he was going to ask her to introduce him to Professor Roger. He asks for forgiveness, but let him refrain from contacting one of their professors, the old man agreed, but the heroes had already gone outside. He thought it was finally over and he could now focus on his goal, but suddenly he heard Selena running out after him and calling out. Machiavelli turned his attention to her and asked if she was okay. The girl replied that yes, she had received an apology personally from the chairman of the company, Luke, and thanked her for helping her. Then she asked where he was heading now. The man replied that he didn't even know because he had no plans. The interlocutor noticed that she was going to a meeting with professors of animism, and whether he would like to go with her, this attracted the hero's attention because he was looking for a person. So I decided it was a great opportunity, and I agreed to it. So soon they were there. The girl greeted the professor who invited her, and her interlocutor noticed that this was Professor Selena, but who was next to her. The elf said that this was Professor Roger. He heard that he was appointed to the second year as a new professor. The hero thought that no one was particularly reacting to him. The man noted that this was not something that would be slandered, because someone like him did not deserve to teach the second year. The interlocutor said that he was quite modest. Then the conversations continued, and the hero finally realized that all this was useless. As it turns out, he watched the three professors closely, but none of them showed any particular reaction. In their recent conversation, Esmeralda was difficult and hot-tempered, so she is not the type to keep her composure in a situation like this. This means that maybe she is not one of the professors, although no, since he lacks information, he must consider all options. He needed to wet his throat, so he went to get a drink, when suddenly a girl turned to him and called his name. He looked at his interlocutor and asked if it was Renee. Then he asked what she was doing here, and the girl immediately hesitated. She then stated that she had recently been recommended to work here part-time, and if he took a closer look, several of her classmates were also here. Roger said that he understood everything and noted that she should not overwork herself and should go home before it was too late. The girl thanked him and said that she would go then. Selena came up and said, "The professor here he is, but isn't that his little Renee?" The man asked if she knew her too. The woman noted that everything was correct. She knew her before. Another assistant works here in the summer. Interestingly, the hero asked whether she was talking about her assistant or not. The interlocutor turned her attention to the side and said that she was talking about that little girl. She was a new student. She already understood animism well. And now we are talking about Joanna Lovett. The hero turned his attention there and saw this girl. So I thought that if I thought about it, he had completely forgotten about the students, since she was a high-level animist. It was only because of this that he thought that she would definitely turn out to be a professor at this academy. When that same girl saw him, she turned to the side and walked away, and he did not understand where she was going. Joanna walked over to the table and set down the object she was holding, and then she stopped next to him. Roger looked there and wondered if she had really left just to put the tray down. It still looks like he's paying attention to the raccoon stuff, and at this rate he's sure to miss important details. Suddenly I heard a conversation from the side, and there was one person saying, "How about this? Didn't these guys want to start a business? They bought the fabric and seemed to be going into production for the agency." The interlocutor asked what the lower-class people were thinking about. Machiavelli thought that it was probably Violetta, and she was acting even faster than he thought, even though she was trying to hide it. It must be so. She was already in despair. "So you can rely on her?" The girl said that this is ridiculous and how dare they not know their place in conduct business, commoners, on the territory of the imperial family. The interlocutor asked not to get angry, because isn't it obvious that they will soon go bust? You should just watch them over a glass of wine. The hero thought that they were just idiots. This is all because their inaction will eventually turn into a huge wave, one that will change the entire future. Soon, those people who are laughing now will understand everything, and they and their friends too. And then the man's thoughts were interrupted by a sharp headache that covered him in an instant. Roger immediately lost concentration, and the drink fell out of his hands and into the glass that held it. Selena saw what happened and asked if everything was okay with him. The interlocutor noted that everything was normal here, it was just a slippery floor. Then he added that he would be back soon, because he needed to get some fresh air. Professor Chris was also nearby and saw this situation, so he looked on in surprise. Machiavelli went out into the street and there were voices in his head about the power that was being asked to accept. He, in turn, asked them to shut up. And so, in order to get rid of this, he immediately took several pills that he took out of his pocket. After a short period of time, the voices in my head will subside. The man was thinking, concentrating on the quick duel. He used up too much magical power. He was too careless and didn't even notice all this. After the pain disappeared, he started walking back. Chris Benamor was peeking around the corner, watching him, and he immediately wondered if it was the smell of medicine. The main character began to return and suddenly heard requests for help, but he did not understand what it was. There was a lot of fire around, and people running away were shouting that it was a monster and trying to escape. Roger looked ahead and saw a fairly large fire spirit, but he didn't understand what the hell it was. The first thing that came to mind was that this creature was summoned by Esmeralda. The monster noticed new victims standing right in front of him and immediately released a stream of flame from his mouth. Naturally, people noticed this attack and jumped back from the point of impact. Then they used their magic for Togo to block the fire that was coming from there. At the same time, the men did not understand where this monster came from. Someone noted that they should stop thinking and prioritize the evacuation of people. One of the professors stood near the exit and directed all the people to leave. A spiritual monster appeared at the top of this huge building, and people were panicking and asking what it was. One of them was created by Angela Anderson, Theon's fifth-year animism professor, and the other was created by Justin Dentis, a fourth-year animism professor. And so the spiritual practitioners, as well as the rest of the people, began an attack on the huge fire spirit. In the end, they said that everything was bad, because not a single attack worked, and you had to be careful with all of this because something was dripping from the ceiling. The guy used his weapon and prepared to fight off the flames as he had done before. But this attack did not work, and the streams of the day headed towards him and also struck him. Those who were behind and saw this shouted that they should not touch the falling flame, but if the black flame touched their clothes, they should immediately take them off. The main character was also going to fight and thought that it was different from ordinary fire. It was something closer to mom and a destructive force too. If this is the case, then in that case it is not just a high-level spirit, but a spirit of the highest level that has already reached the 6th rank. Although I decided that I needed to stop and think about why this was a spirit in humanoid form, because usually they take natural forms, for example, animals or plants. Something is definitely wrong if you think about it. There is something strange about this monster. If you take a good look at his body, there is no normal lower half, which means he was incarnated with the help of a medium. The biggest advantage of using a medium for summoning is that the identity of the hotel summon can be hidden. It can be said that the silver tray that stands in the center of the table is actually very suspicious. So, based on this, we can say that everything is as the man thought. Joanna Lovett is Esmeralda. It is natural that it is impossible to follow her now, since the hero has found a way to break through, then take care. As Roger was about to go and fight that same fire spirit, he noticed that there was something there. His student was lying under the rubble of the building that the monster had brought down. At that moment, she was still conscious and asked what happened. It was unclear what kind of huge monster appeared in front of her. If so, then she needed to run quickly. But her legs do not move at all because, trapped by the rubble, the creature at that moment released a huge stream of fire. And this attack was directed straight towards the girl, who was lying under the rubble and could not move. Renee looked ahead and realized that this was a hopeless situation, so she immediately closed her eyes. But after a few moments, she heard a voice, and when she opened them, she saw that Professor Roger was in her arms. He asked if everything was okay with her, and the girl was very surprised at that moment. So she looked around and asked what it was. When they got there, the man said that she had injured her leg early, not very deep, so he would apply some medicine. The girl wondered what it was, because for some reason she had a certain feeling of déjà vu about this situation. So I immediately contacted the professor. He asked what happened. Renee asked if they had met somewhere before. Roger turned his attention to her and said, "What is she talking about?" Because it seemed she was mistaken. The girl noticed that this was not so, because there was just something that seemed to be happening. The man stood up and said that he had finished treating her wound, but it was dangerous here, so let him leave quickly. The student asked what about him. The teacher said that he had to do his duty, and now let them go. After these words, she agreed and thanked him for saving her. Machiavelli first watched the girl leave the room, and then turned his attention to the monster. The next action was to use Eter Nocturnus's dark magic. As a result, dark energy completely covered his body, and he soon found himself near the creature's head. Then he began to examine it carefully to understand where to strike. After a short period of time, he declared that his games would end right here. Professor of Animism. Angela directed her fighting spirit forward. He immediately rushed to attack the fire monster in order to try to defeat it. The elf also had no intention of staying put and immediately sent his water spirit as well. As a result of their actions, a combined attack was launched directly at the upper part of the body. The fire monster's limb immediately fell off after this attack and fell to the ground. Those who attacked him said that they succeeded and he lost one of his arms, so there is a chance of winning. Justin thought that it was not so. He did not do only damage, and as he expected, besides, one attack was enough for the spirit to begin to disintegrate. the same limb that was destroyed moments later and began to regenerate. The elf saw this and wondered if she had really recovered and shouted at Professor Angela to quickly recall her spirit. The monster immediately rushed at the creatures that had attacked it not long ago. The guy looked at it and thought that they couldn't handle this thing with their current level of strength. As luck would have it, the rector had already left, and perhaps he was the spirit's target. After that, he looked up again carefully and saw some kind of shadow, but he did not understand what it was. Soon the main character appeared in the air. The elf was surprised and wondered if it was Roger Chilichi. After the man appeared at the top, he immediately used his spell and attacked the spirit. The opponent saw this and, covering his own limbs, tried to defend himself. Justin didn't understand what it was because the spirit was moving strangely, as if you were trying to protect something right now. Then I looked closely at what was in the center and saw that there was some object there. So I shouted to the others that I understood everything. This thing was summoned with the help of a medium. Machiavelli thought that he was completely lacking in strength, since he could not use high-level magic due to exhaustion. Then I decided that in this case I needed to get closer, and I did it right away. Then he pointed the cane he was holding at the creature and prepared to fire. Some kind of force began to appear near the tray, and the hero said that it was all over. It was ice that completely covered him and exploded a few moments later. The fiery creature immediately began to scream very loudly and after that disappeared. Justin was taken aback by this and said that this man did it after all. Suddenly, all the production people heard a voice that was addressing a person. It was the same fiery spirit who said that he was a damn scoundrel. In the end, let them all be absolutely sure that one day they will burn to the ground. Roger said that in that case he would try to do it if he could. The spirit continued to stand his ground and said that he would definitely see to it that they all burned. But just a few moments after he said all this, he disappeared into thin air. The hero, who had been hovering in the air all this time, also descended after a few moments. And soon the elf asked him if it was true that his lower half was not formed normally. Roger noticed that everything was correct, and after a careful examination of the blurred parts, it turned out that the creature was connected to the medium. The interlocutor said that he managed to discover even this. The man replied that anyone in his place would have understood this too. Justin said that it wasn't so, because he didn't notice it at all. In fact, since he is well-versed in animism, he didn't even think about it that way. Contracts in animism are made in such a way as to be fair to both parties, which is why forced summoning, which spirits hate, is almost never used. And he, in turn, had never heard of a spirit that hated people. Roger asked if spirits usually didn't look like that creature, and his interlocutor noted that everything was true. So spirits are representatives of nature for the most part and don't care about people. To think that such a spirit could exist and react quickly was not possible, however. Thanks to Professor Roger, the damage was minimized. Especially the magic he used at the end. Was it really space travel? The hero was very surprised when he realized what he said. Justine saw this and said that he shouldn't react so strongly to it. After all, he has lived for quite a long time and has seen a lot. Machiavelli said that it was true. He placed a little magical power in a certain coordinate and then manifested it. The interlocutor asked if this was even possible. The man noted that at first it is difficult, but once you get used to it, it becomes quite easy. The elf thought that even when people get used to it and can't easily control it, unless they have innate spatial perception abilities. Or is there something else? So he asked how the man was feeling, and he asked what he meant. The teacher said that when he used May, while not in the best condition, he experienced some strange symptoms. For example, he could hear quite strange sounds. The hero was stunned even more, since he understood that it accurately described his situation. Justin said that maybe he was worrying for nothing, but he should know that sometimes there are people who are more intelligent than others. The world classifies them as geniuses, but doing so is a bit wrong. Geniuses are people who, in order to reveal their talent, break part of the barrier of human capabilities. Those he is talking about do not have them at all, the man asked. If this is not good, the interlocutor noted that at first it may seem like a blessing, but it is not. This is all because people do not realize that their suppressive barrier is actually a reliable wall that protects from the outside. That's why he asked Professor Roger if he's ever heard strange sounds in his head. The man said that the concept he was talking about was incredibly interesting, but unfortunately, it had nothing to do with him. Justin asked her again if this was true. The hero replied that everything was true, but it was still very interesting if there was anything else that could be added to it. The interlocutor noted that, unfortunately, this is all that he was told in his youth. The hero noted that they were talking about the youth of an elf. Then for people it was more likely just a legend. The elf smiled and said that perhaps it was so, and thought that he was such an extraordinary person. and he had already thought so, it seemed to him. Ultimately, he thinks that an ordinary person would not have been able to cope with this in a sober state of mind. Roger asked if there was anything else besides that. Justin looked at him in surprise, and the man said that he had said before that they hear voices from outside, but I wonder if there is anything else besides that. The interlocutor said that as far as he knows, these are only voices. Ordinary people would not be able to perceive them, Machiavelli said. And if we imagine that they are capable of this, the teacher noted that in such a case the next stage could begin. For example, now we are talking about worsening symptoms, he assumes that then he will begin to see some things. He should also not forget that this is just a big if, because in the end, if something were to follow after this, then most likely it would be only one. And now the elf says that he could personally contact them. That is, any of them. After some time, the hero sat at a table and looked at the newspaper. It was written there that there was a terrorist who attacked the banquet hall, and this was the identity of the criminal. The damage was significant, and most of the victims were the cream of society. The man thought that if that had been Esmeralda's goal, she had certainly succeeded halfway. But even so, it was good for them, since they had discovered her identity. Roger wondered if he should pass this information on to Theon, although it is definitely not necessary to do this because the girl has just started to act. If her identity is revealed immediately, the Black Dawn will suspect him, because he destroyed the spirit then. So it's not the right time yet. We need to watch and wait for the right moment to attack. The only thing he noticed on the newspaper headlines was the guy himself. It was Evan Luke. And was he really the head of the auction house Kunst? Increased auction security due to yesterday's incident, which is quite unfortunate. Suddenly, the girl broke off the relationship. She was wondering how he could invite a lady at such an early hour. The hero looked at her and said that he had come after all. It was Violetta who said they should go, and he said he was interested in how the slums had changed. And so they went for a walk along the roads, and the woman told him to look around, because this street had recently been reconstructed. Roger looked at it and said it was much cleaner than before, and the woman noted that they had used 80% of the budget to widen the road. As he said, soon this street will be filled with artisans. Other groups also follow his suggestions. Luke is working on a musical that will replace the circus. But their elders are preparing the magazine he mentioned. They are planning to collect fairy tales and stories by unknown writers. Although she told the kids to spread rumors, she wasn't sure it would work. Roger pointed out that it was okay if they didn't succeed. Let her just tell them that you did everything possible for advertising, by the way. Any business always requires initial investment. The woman noted that there were not many people willing to invest in them, but these are recently opened studios. They plan to start with more affordable clothing, and then gradually invest in elite brands. The man noticed that she was all beaming with joy, to which he received the answer that this was of course so, because she dreamed about it. The hero said that it seemed they had seen everything and they should go introduce her to people. The interlocutor asked what people? What he meant, it was unclear. The man responded by saying that he was talking about the people they would be working with. The guy found a hottie and asked if she was free tonight. How about sharing it with him? The hero saw this man and said that here he is. Roger walked up to him and, grabbing his hand, apologized to my lady. Because he would have to steal it from her since he had a meeting with him, the girl was embarrassed but said that she agreed. The guy said that they were supposed to meet later, and Machiavelli said that he thought he would be late if he left him alone. It was Alex, a member of the group Unknown, asked what the leader was talking about. The law accepts him, and also who is this beautiful lady next to him? The woman was not at all thrilled with the man and asked with disappointment if he was serious about working with them. The hero replied that everything was correct. Maybe you can't tell from him, but his skills speak for themselves. The girl thought that maybe there was something more to him that she didn't notice. Alex said they should get down to business and asked the leader what treasures and what girls they were looking for. Violetta asked if he was sure they could trust him. The guy apologized and said that he didn't introduce himself right away. But then he did. He is a nobleman from the southern kingdom of Fatima and would be happy to do business with her. The woman was surprised and asked if he was a nobleman. Roger approached her and said that she should be careful because he was actually a swindler. The leader of the Black Rose Garden wondered if he had just tried to fool her, Alex asked. So why did they call him anyway? The hero replied that he would explain the details upon returning to the shelter. The interlocutor noted that if we are talking about a shelter, then is this really the place where these people come? But what will happen if he is disappointed? Machiavelli looked at him for a few seconds and then told him not to worry about it. After a very short period of time, they headed to the agreed place. Hans came out in a very depressed state and asked Roger if he had returned. The man asked how the investigation went, because he looked tired. The guy replied that everything was fine, he just couldn't do it anymore. He heard a voice behind him. Where had he gone? There he was. Also the boss had come, whom they had not seen for a long time. It was Beatrice Fatana. She told the guy where they stopped, and after a while he screamed. Violetta asked if she was an elf. The man replied, "How can she really see this? She is responsible for the production of medicines and gunpowder." He was asked how this could be at all. Don't elves hate things made by humans? Roger noted that this is just a stereotype. The situation is completely different when other races subconsciously understand who the fraudster is. Alex remarked to the leader that he was wondering what he thought of him. Several people asked if everyone was already here. Machiavelli said that they both arrived on time. One of his interlocutors was named Richard, and the other was Dave. The hero said that now that they were all here, they should go inside and talk. Everyone gathered, and the man said that since Alex had finished introducing himself, it was now his turn. The man noticed that his name was Richard and that they would be acquainted. The guy asked if that was all he was going to tell them. Dave noticed that this man was a quiet one and hoped he would understand him. Then he introduced himself and said that he didn't have a last name. Hans remarked that he seemed special to me. And how they met the leader of the interesting, the boy asked. If we are talking about Mr. Roger, then is there any decoration? Then everything is simple. Because he is his father, Violetta asked what he was saying. The hero replied that, to put it briefly, he is not his real son. This is a special case. The boy said that when he was born he knew little about the world. He was asked what he meant, and he replied that he called Roger his father because he taught him a lot. The hero said that he could introduce Richard himself, but before that he could not take off his hat. The man did this, and it was clear that he had ears. Those present immediately asked if he was really a beastman. The man said that he was right. Among the beastmen he was physically developed. He worked a lot where his strength was needed, for example things like whale hunting. Hans asked if it was really whale hunting and if the animals weren't afraid of the water. Machiavelli said that it wasn't that. His strength and skill could lead his men. The man said that he lost anyway. That's why he decided to work for him. Roger said that one way or another he would be their main combat agent. So in this group he should be the second most powerful. Then he said that it was Violetta's turn. She hoped to continue working with them. The woman hesitated and asked him to wait, because she had only come here to show him the street and was already quite busy. The hero noticed that since she was talking about business, it meant she was already ready to work. She became embarrassed and said it wasn't that she didn't want to join. And despite this, I'm not sure if she should join, because everyone has something they are good at, but not her. Roger told Violetta that if he thought she didn't have the skills to join them, he certainly wouldn't have brought her here. So there is only one reason why he brought her here and introduced everyone, since she is more than qualified to join. Then he extended his hand and said that he wanted to hear her final decision. So, wondering if she would work with them, the girl lowered her head and began to think about it. And after a short period of time, she extended her hand up and shook it, saying that she would work. The man replied that it was just wonderful. After that, I thought that if we sum up the situation, they have all the necessary members. Now it turns out that he chose only the best of those whom he personally knows, and they, in turn, are better in themselves than he imagined. So he soon said that before they began, let him introduce their purpose. He had a smile on his face and was saying that they would soon be raiding the upcoming Const auction. Violetta was surprised and asked if they were really going to attack the auction. The leader noted that she heard everything correctly because they have what he needs. And at the same time, when they receive it, you can grab a few gifts on the way out. Alex raised his hand and asked the boss to wait, because he was asking to be allowed to clarify something first. As far as he remembers, no one has ever managed to rob the very Const auction he is talking about. And there have been hundreds of attempts to do so over the past 20 years. In addition, due to recent events, security has been greatly enhanced. At the same time, there are rumors about an artifact that allows them to constantly monitor the storage facility. That's why, if their leader is so confident in himself, the guy thinks he has a good plan. Roger immediately smiled and said that of course it was, and then asked Hans to bring it. In a few moments, all the information was on the table, so the man asked for attention. Right in front of them was a drawing of the building. But their very target is located right in the very place where he points his finger. After some time, the meeting of the new group was over. So the hero walked along the road near the academy where he worked and suddenly saw something strange. Professor Selena was there, and with her, Joanna is catching. But the most interesting thing is who they are talking to there. The girl turned her head and noticed who Professor Roger was. The man said that they had not seen Professor Selena for a long time. She replied that it was true. So much time had passed since the incident at the banquet. The man he was not talking to looked at the man and apologized. Machiavelli also looked back at him and asked if they were talking about something important. The girl said that this was not so. He was just worried about what happened at the banquet. Roger apologized for asking so late, but as for how she was feeling, she noted that she was fine and that he seemed to have handled everything himself. Thanks to him, all the students were safe, and she turned to the assistant, asking him if she thanked Professor Roger. The hero looked at this girl and realized that it was Esmeralda, and therefore, in her opinion, pretending not to know anything was the best option. The woman said she was sorry if only she could help, the interlocutor noticed. And what was she talking about after all? She was evacuating people. The interviewee noted that this was simply all she could do, and she also did not have the necessary skills, so nothing more. Machiavelli heard her words and immediately wondered if she was really that worried about it. Then he called her name again and said that, unlike her, he did not know how to smile brightly and be kind to others. Her attitude helped calm people down during the entire evacuation, so she did the best she could in the role she was given. The girl began to say something under her breath that he called her bright and kind. At that moment, she hesitated and said that she didn't even know if she had the right to hear these words. The man was surprised by such a reaction. Suddenly, Selena noticed that classes had already started and apologized for wasting his time. She also thanks him for listening to her worries, and the next time they meet, she will treat him to something tasty. The hero did not answer this, and only looked at the girls leaving towards the academy. Suddenly, Sylvia appeared behind him and said that she was so pathetic. How dare she shift her worries onto the master of the First Order? The professor looked at her and said that it wouldn't hurt for her to learn to control her emotions. She became embarrassed and said that she would keep that in mind. Then the man said, "Now to the point. Could she find out about one person for him?" The girl said, "Yes. If she entrusts it to him, then she will do it. And in that case, even checking his entire family and friends, he said that there was no need for that. He needed her to find out about Joanna Lovett, and his subordinate noted that she would start doing this right away." The auction site of Kanst was visited by its director Evan along with a bodyguard. He said that he heard they would arrive, but it was unclear how much longer he could wait for them. The guard said, "Gentlemen, why doesn't he wait inside?" he asked. "If they arrive at the same moment, does he really want to ruin everything?" This is a great opportunity for the Loot Corporation to displace Loshin and expand its business, and it is also his only chance to regain his father's trust. Literally a few minutes later, a car arrived and the guy said they were here. People started getting out of the car and the director greeted them, said welcome and stated that he was the manager of this auction site. Then he introduced himself and said that his name was Evan Luke. The guy who got out of the car and said that he was pleased to meet him. He had heard a lot about him. He is the Lord of Ar-Ruar Musla. It is an honor to see someone abandoned by his family still warmly welcomed. The manager asked to follow him, because they would take care of it. Alex noted that there was no need to be so formal. They are about the same age, why can't they just be friends then? The interlocutor was surprised and asked if he was sure that in that case they should go inside. The guy asked not to rush because he was still thinking about it and could ask for a favor. The manager asked what favor she was talking about. Alex said that on the way here he was given one valuable item, but he did not find a suitable place to store it. The interlocutor asked what it was. The Lord noticed that their family was currently using magical liquids to produce high-quality magical stones. Evan realized that these were magic stones. The guy said that it was a prototype for a business, but he couldn't carry it with him everywhere. The interlocutor smiled and said that it was missing. The client remarked that if so, perhaps he knew a good place to store it. The aristocrat replied, "Of course, because there is a suitable place in the basement. That's why he invites him to go there together," and his interlocutor thanks him for it. At the same time, Alex had an earphone in his ear, through which they could not listen to him. Before that, the guy said that he would never have thought at all that it could turn out like this. The man found an exact replica of the clothes of the southern aristocrats, and he was impressed. It must have been Violetta's effort. Roger said that he was glad that he liked it. Hoping that he remembers who he should act as, the guy said only, "Of course, there is not much power about him, all this, thanks to his father's business. Namely, the market of magic stones, and he is influential and a handsome young nobleman," the head said, pretending not to hear the last part, then turned to Dave. I asked him if he could handle the role, if he just needed to keep quiet and act like a bodyguard. He replied that if that was the order, he would do it. Roger said that recently the Loot Corporation has been trying to expand its influence through magical tools and artifacts, which affects magical liquids. They became a necessary ingredient for creating magical tools. Alex asked if that was why he chose this identity for his disguise. The man replied that it was all true. He was using this opportunity to establish contact. They were almost there, and to put this in his ear before leaving. The guy asked what it was, and he said it was a mobile communication device that Sheridan had made. He said he was Vigo, and now he and Melvin were heading to their destination. Evan heard the whisper and asked what he said. The interlocutor noted that he was simply admiring the interior design. The manager smiled and said that he knew he had a keen eye, and right now, all they had to do was open this one. It turns out that the exit to that very elevator is opened with just one key. As Hans said before, he is guarded by armored knights. Roger recently said that their target is the basement of the Kanst building. It won't be easy, and all the auction items are stored 30 meters underground. In addition, there is an artifact that monitors every step of people, but this does not mean that all this is impossible. He told Richard and Alex that he needed them to inspect the interior of the vault. Soon the boy was telling the leader that the reconnaissance had been successful. Looking at the model, he was now absolutely sure that everything would work out. Roger noted that if so, then it was a relief. After that, Alex asked if he understood correctly that they should just continue to act according to the plan. The hero noted that this was so. But did he remember about the agreement? The interlocutor asked who he took him for, and that he should not worry about it. Machiavelli said that in that case he believed him. It is necessary to finish quickly and return. The guy replied that he understood everything and was just returning, and then he would leave. Suddenly he heard a voice asking why the leader wanted him to stay here. The boy thought that this voice sounded familiar, and when he looked inside the room he was discouraged when he saw a man there. After that he turned to the leader and said that they had one problem. Roger asked what happened. Alex, in a slightly confused voice, said that she was here. The professor did not understand who she was talking to and asked him to explain. His subordinate noted that they were talking about Annie Joyner, who was, after all, his ex-girlfriend. The hero began to remember this name and did not understand what the authorities had forgotten there, so he ordered his interlocutor to run away as soon as he had the opportunity. Because it won't end well if she catches his eye, especially for him. Alex said that he knows, so he goes when he gets the chance. He looked closely at the girl he knew and thought that she was the same as always. Then he approached the manager and, calling him a friend, said that it was time to leave. The other man asked if he was already leaving. He would like to talk about the matter they were discussing. The guy said he would prefer that they talk about it in a more private setting and talk to him soon. Soon the guy returned to the shelter and asked if Beatrice had returned yet. Roger said that she had not yet. She was analyzing what he gave her. Then I asked this guy to explain everything properly. Alex said that the auction house was structured roughly the same as the map he showed them. But more important is the storage location of the auction items. They are divided into 3 rooms. Based on importance, the most valuable items are placed in the rooms with the largest number. The auction lasts for 3 days, with items from one of the rooms being auctioned each day, starting with the first. Hans said that they had found out from him that the item he needed was in the 3rd room. Sheridan said that meant they should aim for the 3rd day of the auction. Roger noted that this was not the case. Their plan would be implemented on the 2nd day. The interlocutor asked her why this was so. The man said that on the 3rd day, security would be increased. Alex added that on the 1st day of the auction too many strangers would come out, so the 2nd day would be the best time. The leader asked Sheridan what about his request. The little girl replied that everything was almost ready, and in 3 days, she would definitely finish. The professor then turned to Violetta and asked if she could look for a construction or interior finishing specialist. She said she would ask Oldkis to help with this. Then she noted that as far as he knew, a knight from the intelligence service would be present. The Order of Knights of the Intelligence Service was quite famous. And would everything really go smoothly? Alex replied that he was just a low-ranking knight and there was nothing to worry about. And the girl asked why he assumed that there would be only one recipe. When the group's plan comes into effect, there may be many more of them, the guy said. Speaking about this, he thinks he knows the ego. She asked Sleep, "What if we meet during the operation?" The interlocutor noted that they had met each other a long time ago, and there was no need to worry because he was doing a great job in his assigned role. Roger said there would be no problem. The information he had not received was enough today. Violetta said it was good if that was what he thought. The man continued to say that this was just a hypothesis, so the plan remained the same. The locomotive arrived at the platform in the town of Laservelk, and there was a lively atmosphere. The girl just came out of it and, inspired, shouted that she was finally in this city. Then she turned to the assistant and said that it would rain soon, that he had enough of this nonsense, and that he should come to her. He said that he had too much luggage and asked him not to hurry. Her name is Betty, and she is this detective's assistant, then asked why she took so many useless things with her. The interlocutor asked how useless it was. Did she really mean things that give her endless inspiration? Suddenly, a stream of wind blew several papers away. The assistant was horrified and said, "What the hell is this? Who the hell carries around documents about incidents for the last 5 years?" Rachel said that they all needed it very much. Besides, shouldn't he move faster? The girl asked why that was so. The detective answered, why, she said that it would rain soon. Betty stated that this was a problem and asked when he would go. The girl noted that, given the humidity, precipitation, and some other factors, she could say for sure. After that, she extended her palm and began counting from 5, and her interlocutor noted that if it was 5 minutes, then she should hurry. But she, in turn, continued to count the seconds, and now it stopped at 1. After this, the assistant immediately shouted to Rachel that it had started to rain, and she reached for her lock and said that she knew. She also added that they needed to take cover quickly, because all the pages would get wet. The assistant started collecting them and said to wait a second, because they can't get wet. The girl, in turn, should know how meticulous she is in this regard. Suddenly, I saw how the rain stopped and immediately looked up, and above them there was already a waterproof dome. The detective asked if she was surprised, and the woman asked if she was serious. And if this was in her plans, why didn't she do it from the very beginning? The holder of the title of Greenwater Celadon, Private Detective Rachel Selmoy, just smiled. Soon they were heading to the shelter, and the assistant asked why they came to Leathervelk. The detective noted that she had heard strange things happening in this city lately. The activity of suspicious organizations has increased, as well as the ambush of werewolves. The interlocutor asked her one-time appearance of werewolves, an unusual phenomenon. Rachel said that these were very unusual werewolves. The girl asked what that meant. How unusual? The detective continued her speech, saying that, in addition, his tracks were left here. Betty noticed that she was not finishing the sentence again, and it was interesting whose tracks they were talking about now. The girl said that she was now talking about James Moriarty. The interlocutor was surprised and said, "Didn't he die when he fought with her?" Rachel sighed sadly and asked if she still believed that stupid rumor. The assistant noted that there was a rumor that they fought at the waterfall. There was a cliff, so they fell together at the end. The detective noticed that this was already true, and then the interlocutor asked whether she should laugh at her now. The girl said that the difference between these rumors is because that person did not die, because her intuition tells her about it constantly. Betty noticed that she was talking about her intuition again, but what about her amazing abilities for inductive reasoning? The detective noted that this was not just intuition, because she had evidence. Her evidence was the newspapers and the data that she was now carrying. 5 years ago, in the kingdom of Durman, werewolves raided the civilians. It was the so-called Bloody Night, when a large and twisted monster appeared. People also called him the Beast of Jevodo, and the man who hunted this monster was none other than Abraham Van Helsing. But he abandoned his reputation and was never seen again. Betty asked what she meant by that. The detective noted that something had happened 4 years ago. A situation occurred in the kingdom of Fatali, adjacent to the empire, in a country ruined by the exploitation of the nobility, and a mysterious thief with a black shadow appeared. His name was Arsène Lupin, and he operated for about a year and stole a lot of treasures, then disappeared and never appeared again. 3 years ago, a man also appeared in the kingdom of Delica, and this is the one who tried to start a war too. They called him James Moriarty, and soon he also suddenly disappeared and was never seen again. There was also a civil war that recently broke out in the kingdom of Utah, and the winner of this war was Machiavelli, but it was he who disappeared at the end of this war. Betty said the main thing was that it couldn't be that she was trying to say that all these people were the same person, Rachel noted. According to her calculations, it seemed so. Here is the very last place, according to known information, where he went. This is precisely the city of Leathervelk. The assistant asked why someone with such abilities would hide their identity and wander the world, and the interlocutor asked how she would know this. In any case, he can say that he is the man who once led the empire into chaos, but if he is still alive, then they will have to finish him off for sure. So she says, "You should go." Because she found a good place where they can stay, the interlocutor asked them where it was. The detective smiled and said she was talking about the Kunst auction house. It just so happened that there was quite a lot of noise in this house, and the manager came out to thank the girl for coming. He bowed before Her Majesty, Princess Adriana van Exilian, and then introduced himself, stating that his name was Evan Luke and that he was in charge of the auction. The girl was not in the best condition, so she said, "Nice to meet you. She's a bit tired now, and could they show her the room where she will be staying?" The guy said that, of course, he would immediately take her to the VIP room, and his interlocutor thanked him for this. Then she went forward and was surprised at how much all of this cost. And if she sold even one of them, how many families could be helped? It was precisely in this place that the main character was already there, using a micro earpiece and drawing everyone's attention. He told his subordinates that he was ordering a group of unknown individuals to begin an operation. Alex smiled and said that this was great, because his hands were already itching. He thought he would die of boredom after such a long wait. Then he thought that first of all he needed to meet Violetta downstairs. Suddenly, something caught his attention. There he noticed Annie, who had the book turned with her back. But he realized that this was bad. He did not understand why it was here. He turned to Violetta and said that it would take some time to untie the laces and go down. The girl thought that they had just started, and everything was already going wrong. In that case, if it comes down to it, she'll have to do it personally. The first point of their plan is that they must find the key to the elevator entrance. Roger noted to Alex and Violetta that he leaves it to the two of them. So she turned to the man, called him handsome, and asked if he could help her. She seems to have had too much to drink, so she asks if he will take her to her room. After a while, he walked her out, and she thanked him for it. The man said that, of course, he could not ignore a guest who came to the auction house. In that case, she can rest a little in his room. Violetta said that he is really very kind. And the interlocutor closed the door and said that she needed to sober up to find her room. And this was done so that she would do this. Then he came closer and asked her if she wanted to play a fun game with him. The girl smiled after that and said that she really loves fun games. But when he reached out with his hand, she immediately grabbed it and threw it over herself. The man was taken aback by what was happening and therefore did not even have time to react. And Violetta, who carried out this action, asked how he liked this game. The girl blew up her hand and didn't think that she would knock him out with one blow. Apparently, it was not for nothing that she learned to strengthen her body with the help of magic. And then she went to the stand, which had a huge number of keys, and wondered where they needed the one. It was very loud near the stage where the auction lots were to be presented. The host introduced himself to the ladies and gentlemen and thanked them for visiting their auction house const once again. And so, without further ado, we should look at the first lot of the second day. People say that this jewel was cried out by the mermaid herself. So the stone that was presented before and not having it is called the mermaid's tear. The audience was inspired. People said that it was very beautiful. Soon the bidding started at 1,000,000 dinars and reached 200 million. Adriana wondered if it was really a mermaid's tear, because it looked so unusual. The person sitting next to her said that she may seem beautiful, but she is definitely a fake. It was Detective Rachel who approached the princess and said that she seemed to be getting bored with the auction. The girl asked if they had met before, and her interlocutor noted that this was not the case, and that this was not the first time he had been led astray. Her Highness asked in surprise how she recognized her. The girl replied that she looked quite bored. Not many people would openly show their displeasure in a place like this. Does she know that her hair is slightly rumpled at the back? So she was lying in her room recently. Although the smell of air freshener from the room lingered on her, she did not apply perfume, not giving in to a nobleman who should pay attention to what others were thinking. In order to not care what other people thought of her in such a place, she must be a royal person. There were also rumors that a princess came to this auction. Adriana noted that since she was sitting in the hall with her, it meant that she was an unusual person. Her interlocutor noted that she had indeed forgotten to introduce herself. Then she handed over her business card and said that her name was Rachel Selmoy, and that she, in turn, was a detective. The girl said that this name is familiar. Is she really that famous private detective? She is a water mage who also received the title of Green Water of Celadon. The interlocutor noted that it was an honor for her that she recognized her. The princess was interested in what she was doing in this capacity, and in response, she heard that she was invited here. This happened immediately after she arrived in this city, by the way. To be honest, there are more such events there, and incidents always happen. And now she asks to call it just her detective instinct. Roger walked down the hall and thought that it seems everything went wrong from the very beginning. But Violetta does her job as best she can. Now he needs to unite with the guys. Suddenly a guy saw him and asked who came here. Evan noticed that they met again, and what a coincidence it was. And the last time they saw each other was in that banquet hall with Roger Salici. He doesn't even know what he's doing here, but he's very happy to see him. The hero looked at him and realized who was in front of him. The interlocutor asked if he liked the auction. The professor noted that it was, to some extent, worth visiting. The manager asked what else this meant, and, as they say, he can see as much as he knows. Machiavelli remarked that all this was true, and then he went. Evan asked where he was suddenly going, and it seemed that he was alone. So let him take him along. He noted to the guards that he was an important guest, so they should treat him politely. They immediately agreed, and the hero wondered if he was following him on purpose, apparently wanting to show his power here. But the plan they made will fail if they go after him. Roger had to remain anonymous, and said that at the moment he could not move and was waiting for reinforcements. Hans was surprised and realized that he was reinforcements. Dave just turned to him and said that he thought it was time for him to go. The interlocutor noted that he knew, and this device should help him get to any place. In addition to all this, let him call him Kafka. The boy said that this is true, and then could he call him Duma? They answered that they were going to call him that. Hans thought that they would be a little late, and in that case he had no choice but to go with Dave. Having tried to use the device, he asked if it was jammed. It just blinked red and showed that a signal was detected. The boy told her to look because it was blinking red. She replied that it was good. At least it was working. Suddenly, a security guard came up to them from behind, pointed a beam of light at them, and asked what they were doing there. At the same time, he said that they should show up immediately. The guy realized that this was bad, because they weren't caught, and he didn't even think that they would patrol this alley. After this, he turned to his friend and told him to do at least something. The guard pointed a beam of light at the boy and asked what the hell was going on since he was just a kid. Then he began to ask him what he was doing here. But after a few moments, he did not see how he was rushing at him with a fist. Dave knew exactly what he had to do, so he hit him right in the stomach quite hard. The man immediately fell to the ground and lay completely unconscious. Hans did not understand what the hell was happening, where he knocked out this guy with one blow. It was unclear who the hell he was. Then he asked if he was a knight. The boy asked if he was really talking about a Superman who graduated from a military academy. Received an official knighthood and is much stronger than an ordinary person, the guy said, "Forget it, and it's a good job. You should tie up this same guy." Then they hide it in a pile of garbage. Alley good, it sounds good. Suddenly they heard another guard who was looking for his comrade. Dave, using the voice of that man, asked to wait. Because he was here, Hans was surprised when he heard such antics. The man asked his colleague what he had forgotten in that alley. The boy answered in a strange voice that he should not go there because he needed to take a leak. So he will be back very soon and we should wait a little. Besides, everything was examined there and there is nothing strange here. The interlocutor said that this nastiness should come to him quickly. The boy asked his friend how he liked this performance because the voice was the same. Hans wondered how he did it and who he was anyway. In any case, he should just turn off the device and go inside. The boy immediately agreed. Alex stopped near the wall and then breathed a sigh of relief, saying that he had finally made it. He, in turn, could not imagine that they would also be there and how difficult it would be to go down the stairs. It turns out that now he had better hurry up and meet Violetta, and then take the key. And when he opened the door and went out right on the way, Violetta appeared and hid herself. The guy saw her and asked if this lady was okay. The interlocutor answered that she was fine because she just slipped a little. Then, with a smile on her face, she raised her head up and thanked him for catching her. He replied that there was no need to worry about it, but at that moment the girl secretly handed him the key. The guard stood nearby and watched what was happening, but it did not arouse his suspicions. Alex walked a short distance away and then addressed his comrades through the earpiece. He announced that he had the key, so he went to the elevator. Richard introduced himself as Melvin and said that he would wait for him at the elevator. After some time, he was actually there and using his magical power. Therefore, absolutely no one could see him, and even Alex, who was passing by, did not feel or see him. When the man saw his friend, he finished casting the spell and said that he was there. The guy was surprised and said that he scared him a lot. So he asked if this was a manifestation of the spirit that the beastmen used to hide their presence, and the other man only asked for the key in response. Alex noticed that he was straight to the point, and he had it, so he should hurry. Looking around the corner, he noticed that, as expected, the number of guards had increased. Then, using the earpiece, he gave his fictitious names and said that they had approached the entrance. Sheridan also gave her call sign and said that she understood everything, so she was moving out. She walked slowly for a while, merging with the crowd of people. And then, from under his feet, some kind of fog began to appear. Those present were surprised, asking where this steam came from. They were coughing because of it and didn't understand what was happening. Maybe this terrorist attack. The girl noticed that even better than expected, it was a special tear gas. The guard who was also in your room told everyone to take cover, and the other guards also needed help because they didn't have enough people. So he asked the knight if he could help them. He said, "Is this chemical terrorism, damn him? 2 of them will stay here and protect the elevator and the rest can go." Alex saw what happened and said that it all started. Then he turned to an ally who was standing nearby and asked if he could take care of those 2. He immediately agreed. When they saw Richard, they said that he called himself because this ozone is under protection. Alex immediately raised his hands and asked them to wait a little, because there was a lot of chaos there and they got lost trying to find shelter. And come to think of it, don't they know who he is, since he came here last time with his friend Evan Luke? He remembered exactly when he saw them close. They had two of them here then. And did they know where Evan was, the man said? Firstly, not to come closer and stay in the same place. But as soon as they finished this sentence, Richard immediately rushed forward and hit them with both fists. The guy was stunned when this happened and asked what the hell. He wondered if he had at least killed them. The beastman said that he had avoided vital points. Alex came closer, and then thought that the armor was bent with one blow. It was unclear at all how the leader of their group found such a guy. After that, he reported on the general channel that he and his comrade had dealt with the guards at the entrance, and Hans said that they were moving out in that case. So he took the device that was in his hands and immediately pressed the red button. At the same time, he said that everything was fine, and then they would go in and act according to plan, and his partner said that he understood everything. The host was just announcing that this was the next lot of the auction, and they were starting the bidding with 500,000 dinars, and soon they had already reached 10 million. The main character, in fact, was in this hall and looked to the side, wondering if the guards were still pursuing him. It would be quite difficult to move freely. And judging by the radio conversations he hears, everything is going quite smoothly. Suddenly, her attention was drawn to one person who was sitting upstairs. Roger was actually stunned when he realized that the girl was Private Detective Rachel Selmoy. He immediately remembered that day when they were at the edge of the waterfall, and he asked in his mind whether this was the girl or not. They would die if she continued to do this. The interlocutor rushed at him, and pushing, they flew down, so she said that she didn't care. And even if she can't defeat him now, she will pay with her life to convince such a villain as him. She went on to say that in that case, James Moriarty was preparing for the finale. The main character's thoughts were interrupted by the girl herself, who looked in his direction, and he immediately turned around. He, in turn, could not understand at all what the hell this woman was doing here at all. It turns out that he changed his appearance so that she could not recognize him. But this very devil, incredibly skillful and even earned the title of Greenwater of Celadon. If she gets in the way of the operation, all further plans will go down the drain. Therefore, the head appeared in the mind of the father. She did not guess by chance yet on the planet. Although this is not so, in that case she would not be so calm. It turns out that Rachel doesn't know what's really going on right now, and the man can only hope that his subordinates will carry out the task quietly and quickly. The man who was supposed to be keeping order at this auction yawned. He noticed how boring it was, and what a brave scoundrel it was who thought of robbing Kanst. His colleague told him that you weren't distracted by trifles here. The interlocutor asked what he was worried about. Because they have all these amazing artifacts, this one conveys a picture of what is happening. The guard replied that it was true. It was a pity to use such an interesting artifact only for security. Suddenly looked at the screen and asked what it was. A colleague asked what had happened and what he was asking about. But in response, he heard that there was interference in 2 rooms. But the man said that, in his opinion, everything was fine. The guy noted that he thought he was seeing things that way. Then the guard immediately stood up and said that we should wait a second. What the hell was this? The interlocutor said that he scared him and asked what was wrong. The man shouted that there was an intruder. He cut through the wall and got inside. But this very place is deep underground. The manager was given this information and he asked what else it was and let them repeat it again. The guard said there were reports of a breach in the second security room. Evan asked, "What about the guy guarding the entrance?" In response, I received the words that since the intruder was able to get inside, something happened to him. The guy said that it didn't matter at all. In that case, let them call the guards immediately. Their chief said that this is excellent. It seems that everything is here. The intruder dug a tunnel and got inside. I told several of my subordinates to check the entrances to the sewers around this area. The rest would split into a group of porters and an assault group. Also let them go with him to the storage, and they agreed, the man who looked through the artifact for the situation and said that the guards were going down the elevator. The manager was very wary of this situation and did not understand whether these people even knew how much these artifacts cost, or whether they really thought he would just look. So he asked that this is not done. The main task is to transfer the items to Storage 3. The assault team must go to Storage 2 and capture the enemies. The knight said that he understood everything. Let the porter group begin moving the items from storage number 3, and the assault group should proceed to storage number 2. And so the assault team reported that they were opening the door to the right place. The interlocutor noted that the base was in touch and the enemies were still in the storage. Evan shouted to go inside faster. The guards immediately followed his order, and when the chief entered, he shouted for the intruders not to move. But suddenly they saw an empty space in front of them, and so they reported that there was no one there. The manager was simply taken aback by what they said and asked how there was no one there, what were they carrying at all. The knight replied that there were no signs of intrusion, and the items were untouched. The boss then aggressively asked what they thought he was looking at, wondering if they had confused him with another room. The very second he asked, everything on the screen changed and it was visible how the knights were checking that room. Evan and the subordinate were stunned, asking if the screen had changed and it was fake. The guards then asked what they could do. Perhaps they should return it to the third storage. The guy replied that it was not necessary, let them move it to another place. The interlocutor agreed and said that they would pass this on to the security guards of the group of porters who were now in the elevator. The manager said that it was bad if it was a fake screen. Does this mean that someone played fake footage in real time? The subordinate thought that someone replaced the footage that the artifact played with their own. But for what purpose and what were they going to achieve? He simply swapped the frames, suddenly understood everything and shouted to the main one that it was a trap. The second room was just a trick. Because it turns out that the robbers were targeting the third room from the very beginning, they were planning to intercept the transfer of items that they were doing according to instructions. The assault group contacted the base and asked if they were in touch. In response, they heard that they were not in touch and what happened. After this, it was said that the elevator that led to the surface was destroyed and collapsed. Evan couldn't believe his ears and asked what they were saying. The guards said that they wouldn't leave here without an elevator, so they were asking for help. The workers said that they had no internal forces that could help them and perhaps asked the police for help. The manager shouted that it was not necessary. The auction's reputation would collapse. If they find out about this situation, then everything will be bad, the interlocutor asked. But what should they do then? The guy was in a panic and shouted that he couldn't know this. One of the guards shouted that in that case they would go there and try to stop them. So let them gather all the guards. Now, when we talked about this, we tried to leave the room, but for some reason the door wouldn't open. They started knocking on the door and saying that it wouldn't open because they didn't know what was going on. But it was Sheridan's doing, laughing and thinking that everyone was locked in. In the end, their leader came up with a rather surprising plan. She didn't know what to do when she first heard about the storage artifact. She remembers Roger asking if there was anything she could do. He in turn wanted to replace the footage from the vault that would be shown through the artifact. So he needed that very device to hack the transmission. Remembering that situation, she turned to the leader and said that she was in touch. Immediately after this, she reported that the mission to steal the artifact was successful. 30 minutes ago, several guards were beaten and sitting in some kind of box. Dave asked his friend if it fits him, and his interlocutor noted that it seemed to fit, but for some reason it fits so tightly against his stomach, which is uncomfortable. Alex said that Richard had badly dented the armor when he hit it, and they had patched it up but couldn't fix it completely. Hans noted that it was very comfortable for him then. He then added that they would be there for blood, so see each other a little later. The interlocutor said that he understood and then see each other downstairs. After that, he breathed a sigh of relief and told Richard that it was good that they had not encountered the security group. The man asked him to wait. Because it was necessary to check the locations of those guards, the guy looked at him and thought, could he really use the manifestation of the spirit in this way? And then the comrade reported that there were 8 guards in total, and they were all scattered around different rooms. Fortunately for them, there were 2 guards nearby who had gotten separated from the rest. Soon Alex was saying he couldn't believe they were just hanging around the storage room. Well, that made it easy for them to take care of them. After that, he looked at Richard and asked him to be patient for a little while because not everyone was as big as he was. At the same time, he told him to get ready because everything would start very soon. They soon came to the rest of the guard, who informed the group of porters to begin moving the items into the 3rd storage room. And the assault group had to follow him to the 2nd storage and destroy the enemies. Someone said that he was again forcing his subordinates to work for his achievements and merits. The interviewee noted that he does this because there are not many opportunities to stand out in Const, so you just need to take your responsibilities seriously. In response, he heard that this was true, and they would be punished if they did not work at 100%. Soon they were in the elevator and said that they successfully entered the elevator with the items. The base said that the assault team is handing over to the porter group according to the instructions, to carry all the items to a safe place above. Soon the time came and the comrades thought about whether they should start. There was some smoke coming from the elevator and the other guards were asking what was going on. But soon everything went quiet. And all this happened because the attackers had already neutralized them. He took a metal spear in his hands and said that now they only had 1 step left and threw it straight along the ropes that held the elevator. Hans asked what he was doing. The guy replied that he had damaged the lift so that the guys below couldn't get up. So right now, it's time for them to get out of this place. Soon he asked if everything had already been loaded. If so, then they should sit in the back seat. And they set off. Hans stated that he would be back. The plan itself had changed, so he needed to check something quickly. Sheridan asked if he was talking about the item the leader was looking for. He replied that it was true, and he knew the real one was in the auction room, but he couldn't tell the difference between it and the fake if the fake one had to be found again. The girl noted that if the leader was with him, then everything would be fine. Then they started talking about whether all the items had been loaded and that Violetta had returned. Roger's comrade mused that if you think about it, these guys are all pretty good at fighting, and it also seems like that's not the only thing they're good at. At the same time, all he can do is gather information, so he wonders if he'll just be left behind. These thoughts actually disappointed him, and he would not have wanted that. So he slapped himself on the cheek and wondered in his head what he was even thinking about. If that were the case, the leader would have replaced him and abandoned him long ago. He should focus on handing him the fragment, the relic of integrity and safety, then turn to the Pereteru and said that he probably couldn't answer now. So let him listen. Everyone managed to escape safely, and he will collect the item he was talking about and bring it. It looks like the battery for the communication device is almost dead. He will be waiting for him in the central hall, so they will meet there. The hero thought that everyone managed to escape, and that was great, and a similar situation reached these guys. In this case, the man can easily leave and meet Hans outside. The guy walked through the hall and thought that there was no one there. This is because of the sleeping powder that the little one scattered. Suddenly, he turned his attention to the side and saw people there, so he didn't understand why these guys were standing there. If everything happened like this, then most likely something is wrong. The old man saw that some man entered them and, using his magic, directed it in his direction. The guy noticed this attack only at the last moment and did not understand what happened. A few moments after the incident, a huge explosion thundered in that direction. The main character immediately turned his attention there and did not understand what had happened. And into that very hall where he and the other people were, a man entered and shouted for everyone to lie down. These were some masked bandits who said that anyone who moved would die immediately. One of the aristocrats who rose to his place and asked who they were, did he really not know what kind of place this was? That person was immediately attacked with electricity magic, and the interlocutor said that he told them not to move. When people saw what had happened, they were in a panic and shouting that they should run because there were no guards. Complete chaos began, and everyone was fighting for their lives. The enemy wizards used their spells and said that they should just kill everyone, and after that they would take their valuables from the corpses. Roger did not expect this at all and thought that these were robbers, but as they got into the auction room, he then realized that this bad thing happened because of them. Then the man saw some old man running towards him and shouting that these were all greedy nobles. Then he opened his outer clothing and said that not everyone had died, and that there was dynamite there. Machiavelli saw it and realized that it was iron with dynamite, which the Liberation Army was using. It turns out that he is definitely not mistaken, because this is the same method as the Liberation Army. It was not only robbers, the army also targeted this place. So the main character, without thinking, used his weapon and spell and killed this terrorist. In any case, after that there was a fairly large explosion, but not at the distance that a closer one could have. The man remained unharmed and wondered if he might have died. In addition, the entire building should be under a fiery silence, so it is currently unclear how the bomb exploded. It may have been custom-made gunpowder, but Roger got rid of it when he played Moriarty. His thoughts were interrupted again by the cry of a girl who was leaving the hall. She turned her attention to the dead guard and shouted that this was most likely a curse. It was black magic. The professor thought that the robbers and the Liberation Army, and now also the black magicians, the situation is very bad. So what do you think? Are you safe, Hans? Adriana ran away and thought that she had not gotten out. And who were these robbers in Const and what was happening? And I also wonder if the detective was okay. Suddenly I heard the robbers shouting that they had found the princess, so they should run after her. They in turn will show the power of the Liberation Army to the royal family. The girl saw and thought that she knew that she shouldn't have come here. It would have been better to sit at the academy and study. The rebels were approaching her quite quickly and were saying that she was going to die now. Suddenly, they heard a voice saying that their voices were too loud. Then an introductory magic appeared in the sky, and they asked what it was. It turns out that it was the bubbles that sucked them in. The robbers said that they couldn't get out and they had only one choice. So one of them tried to detonate a bomb that was on his belt, but realized that they were not working. The guy asked how it was. Special gunpowder should bypass the fiery silence. These people were attacked by Rachel, who used her magic and told them to surrender. Because she can tell that no matter how special he is, gunpowder is still gunpowder. All she has to do was wet it. Betty just happened to come up to the spot and say that she had it all clean. and the boss praised her and said that she had just finished too. Suddenly, they saw another rebel fall, and someone asked the princess if she was okay. It was Annie who used her gun. The girl said that she was the one with Jessica then. The agent noted that she was flattered that she remembered her. But her name is Annie, and she is from the Order of the Night Serpent. The detective attracted attention to herself and said that it seemed that everything was clear, suggested joining forces and getting out of this place. The princess asked where these guys came from and how big she was in Kansta's security. Rachel stated that, by the way, she did not see a single guard nearby. For some reason, all the guards left and all sorts of organizations decided to take advantage of the opportunity while this was happening. So it's dangerous here. And in that case, I suggest that we all discuss this when we get out of here. Suddenly something caught her attention and she shouted that it was bad because something was wrong with the building. One day Hans asked his boss why he had accepted his command. The man asked what kind of questions these were. The guy noted that he himself knew perfectly well that he was a coward and had always left all the battles to him, although he had a strength that others did not have. Roger said that he accepted it precisely because he was a coward, the interlocutor asked. And what kind of strange answer was that? Machiavelli said that he knew very well about its power, or rather, how dangerous it was and what responsibility it carried. And isn't he afraid of hurting someone with his own power in that case? The comrade did not respond to this, but the words really did stun him. He went on to say that he was an orphan, so he spent his youth in an orphanage and did not get along with other people. But there was one girl he interacted with who was like a sister to him, and she ended up being this bright and sweet kid, and he was nothing compared to her. One day she found a homeless Inca and brought him to them. He was really cute and she remembers petting him. But then that same creature bit him slightly. The hero stopped him and said that he could not continue. But the comrade clenched his friendly hand into a fist and said that this was his first transformation in his life. And also at that moment his first murder would have taken place if only a dog had not bitten him on the hand. If he had known about his cursed power a little earlier, although even so, he shouldn't have accepted the kindness of that very girl. After these words, the guy sat in a rather depressed state, and his friend turned to him. He then said that if the time came when he would find himself in mortal danger, he extended something to him in his hands. The guy turned to the boss and asked what the hell this was and what kind of animal he made this thing from. Roger stated that when the time came and he ran away, leaving everything behind, the hero would not blame him. But if he wants to fight back and not run away, let him use this as his trump card, in which case the man will fully respect his choice. After what happened, Hans gradually began to open his eyes. At that moment he had a deep wound, but he was still conscious and did not understand what had happened. The old man who came up to him said that today must be a lucky day, because whoever it was, they had greatly weakened Konst's guard. The wizard told him to hurry up and take the bag, because the building was still shaking. It seemed that people had already realized what was going on. The interlocutor noted that he was impatient and would take it now. He went on to say that the guy lying there was simply an idiot, because he thought he could hide the relic's mana in such a bag. When that same old man took it away, Hans immediately reached out to him and grabbed his leg. He then told the man to put it back because he needed to give it to his boss. The man saw him and asked him when he was still alive, similar to the actions of the curse. In the end, it worked as planned, and then he hit his opponent quite hard in the stomach. Afterwards, he said that he couldn't even move, but he was already telling him to give this thing back. The guy was in enough pain from this blow, and he also received a strong suppression of his strength, the curse spreading throughout his body. The old man began to laugh and asked if he had really been holding on all this time by sheer willpower. Of course, it was amazing. But he didn't have long to live. Such things may happen. He will just leave him here to die. In the end, let him try to survive this if he can at all. Hans understood that all this was very bad because his body was so heavy. But that relic was definitely not intended for these scoundrels. And if there had been someone here instead of him, they would not have allowed the relic to be taken so easily. In that case, the guy would lose the trust of the guys, and from the very beginning he was a coward who would be nothing without the help of his boss. And all this because he is weak and until the very end remains only ballast for him. After these thoughts, the guy tried to get up but suddenly heard some sound below. I immediately turned my attention there and was stunned by what I saw there, because he realized that it was the same little thing that his boss had recently given him. Then he grabbed her with trembling hands and said that everything was right, because if this was the end, then after this, she needed to act. So I took it out of its sheath and thought that I would let him give everything he had right now. In order to transform and use his power, he plunged the blade into his hand. Of course, it was quite painful and he screamed because of it, but soon he began to transform. At that very moment, images from the very first time he killed a girl started to rush through his head. The old man heard some sounds from behind and said, what a tenacious scoundrel this is. How did he get on my nerves after all? And when you turned around and looked back, you saw how this man was turning into some kind of monster. So a big shadow hung over him and the other magicians who were behind, and they began to be afraid. The old man was really panicking at that moment and asked what it was all about. But before we could even say anything after that, we were attacked by the creature in an instant. Rachel, who was not far from this place, felt something rather strange. Just like Richard, who was already quite far from the building, also felt it. And of course, the main character did it and immediately turned in that direction. He was about to run away from this auction place too, but he realized that it was Hans. Alex asked about his health. Where was he looking? And his interlocutor noted that he was looking where they had just arrived. The guy asked if he really meant the auction house Canst. But what was wrong with that place? The beastman answered him that he felt the tall, strong predator. And that creature is indeed very dangerous. Its presence and smell are amazing, and this creature is definitely unusual. He had only encountered a beast of this level a couple of times, although no, it might be even stronger, or the angle of the beast he had encountered. Alex thought that if he was in the auction house now, then Roger must have run into him. At the same time, he remembered how he turned to the leader shortly before and said that he had a question. Last time he said that Richard was the second most powerful among them. Since you are so interested in him, then is it really him who is first? Roger replied that it was not him, because he did not include himself when he made this assessment. The guy remarked that if that was the case, then he was in first place. The leader replied that he was in third place. Despite the fact that he studied well at the Imperial Academy, he had not yet reached that level. Alex asked in this case, he does not understand who is in first place then. Machiavelli, without hesitation, answered him to this question that he was talking about Hans. Evan was horrified at what was happening and asked if it was his goods that were destroyed, and the auction house too. He said that now it was definitely the end for him. The subordinate noted that he had managed to escape safely, and the evacuation of their guests was also being carried out accordingly. The boss noted that if we were talking about guests, then we should wait to find out where the princess is. The interlocutor noted that they had not yet managed to find her. The guy shouted, "What if something happened to her? Let him find her faster." Suddenly there was a fairly powerful explosion and everyone turned their attention there. The manager was horrified again and asked what the hell had happened there this time. After a while, the heads of wolves were visible from under the dust that began to settle. Then, a fairly large hand appeared from under the rubble and struck the ground. People who saw what just happened were saying his name. "Lord, what kind of monster is this?" Right in front of them was a huge creature that had wolf heads on its skin, and its head was made of bone. The creature appeared in the place where the auction house is located and began to gradually crawl out. The man saw the monster in front of him and realized that what was happening was quite familiar. The body immediately began to shake, and he asked in horror if this creature had returned again, because it was the monster that had wreaked havoc on the kingdom of Datura 5 years ago. It was he who humanity nicknamed the Beast of Jevodan. The monster was completely out of control, so it gradually began to move forward. He in turn saw people and prepared to attack them. When Evan saw what happened, he knew he had to get out of there and quickly started running away. The beast noticed movement in front of him and swung his hand, and the man who was underneath it asked for help. But the creature's attack was unsuccessful because one of its limbs was cut off. The one who did this was a man who was on a horse and said that the patrol order would protect this place. Let the people save themselves while they deal with this creature. The subordinate said that he heard that robbers had attacked the auction house. But what kind of monster was this? The chief shouted. They didn't behave more quietly with you. Because no matter what happens, the safety of civilians is their priority, and in that case, let them focus on destroying the monster. The creature turned its attention to the one who attacked it and immediately pointed its limb at him. The leader shouted to the rest of his order to disperse immediately. And at that moment, when they scattered, they began to use their weapons to direct magical attacks. The man had been trying to break up all this time, but suddenly he realized that it was useless. A few moments later, he barely managed to dodge the attack that was made on him. But the creature began to use its other body parts during the attack. Because of these abilities, he could attack over long distances and in different directions. The radius of these attacks was quite large, which is why the members of the order tried to dodge rather than attack. After this, their leader shouted for them to take their time and wait for an opportunity to attack on their own. He wondered how fast the speed was for such a size. They were in quite a lot of danger, and it was unclear where this monster came from. At the rate this is happening, this place is going to be razed to the ground, that's for sure. Rachel saw a huge hole in the wall and shouted for everyone to run there, to just jump, and leave the rest to her. And those people who were with her followed her order and flew down. It was quite scary, but before she landed on the ground, the girl used her power and sealed everyone in a bubble, which landed safely on the ground. Then she asked those present in the village if everything was all right. Annie said yes and thanked her. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a terrible sound that was coming from ahead, and they turned their attention there. After what everyone saw, they were amazed, because there was a huge monster there. The detective asked if this was the beast of Javadan, and Annie asked if he was referring to the monster that had appeared in the kingdom of Datura 5 years ago. But she, in turn, thought that the same monster was dead. The girl replied that she was absolutely right, because she herself saw his stuffed body in the Royal Museum of Datura. Although he can say that this creature is similar to that same monster, but they have differences, because its forelimbs were very different from human ones. The agent asked if similar creatures could exist, and Rachel responded that they couldn't pass up that possibility. The Beast of Gavauden, which Abraham Van Helsing destroyed, has reappeared here in Laservelka, and the last traces of James Moriarty have also been found here. In the end, it is obvious that this cannot be an empty coincidence, and everything points to the fact that these are two personalities of one person, in which case he is here. Now she wondered what James was up to in this city, although she soon realized that for now she had enough of thinking, because this monster really needs to be stopped, and that is her main task. The detective used her magical powers and tried to attack the creature with water. The captain of the order asked if someone had stopped the monster's movement, but whether it was an ally, although whoever it was, this was their chance, so let them attack. And so the rest of the order began their attack, because they believed that they could defeat him. The beast, in turn, tried with all its might to escape from the grip of the magical power that the girl had created. And she, in turn, tried to stop him and said that it was colossal power. After a few moments, the creature's eyes began to glow red, and it screamed loudly. Thus, after this, he was freed from magic. Rachel was surprised, asking if her spell didn't work. In the end, it turns out that she can't even collect mana, so the howl of the magical monster prevents her from using it. But if the detective let something like that stop her, then she didn't deserve to be called green water. So she raised her umbrella up and started using force. Because of this water element, magical guardians appeared that were made entirely of water. The members of the order were surprised, saying that these knights were summoned by a water mage, and this was great, because they had a chance to win. So he ordered the others to continue their attacks immediately. That same beast screamed in order to dispel the mana that was directed at it. At the same time, the main character was slowly moving through a huge hole in the wall. He noticed the place where there was ominous mana, and the black magician was located. The animal bite was also clearly visible. So he wondered if his friend Hans had actually used it. The man had a clear view of the huge creature below, and the knights and detective fighting it. But he knew it was a difficult decision for his friend. Then Roger used his technique and moved, and also said that he couldn't leave him here, so he would return when he was well prepared. Then he looked at Hans again and asked him to hold on. At the same time, the beast continued to scream with rage and also tried to fight off its rivals. The wolves' heads slowly started to fall off the skin, and people said that this was great because their attacks were working, so they had to keep going. After all this happened, the eyes of the skulls that were on the shoulders also began to glow. Rachel noticed this and wondered if the eyes on his shoulders were starting to glow too. He was going to block the magic again, and she had to prepare for it. The bone skulls actually began screaming after a few moments, deafening everyone in the area. But the girl turned her attention to her water guards and did not understand what it was, because her magic was still working. Although some fairly strong vibrations appeared, and it was unclear what was happening. The princess attracted everyone's attention and looked to the side. A mountain of dust was rising up the road on the other side, and it was clear that something was approaching. The detective noticed this, and when she looked a little closer, she realized that it was a horde of rats. They were united enough, and therefore ran forward without stopping for a second. At that very moment, when the girls saw these creatures, they did not understand what controlled these beasts. Rachel wondered why rats were the ones who were here, since they were the ones she was most afraid of. Therefore, in order to protect herself and her comrades, she used the power of water. The creatures saw this attack, so they tried to avoid it, and the girl shouted that they were climbing the walls, and these small rodents jumped up and prepared to attack. Budit saw what was happening and immediately rushed to attack in order to protect her. The princess also joined in and said that they would also help her fight. The detectives immediately thanked their comrades for their help. The members of the order also heard that something was approaching and said that they should stick together. The rats began to quickly approach the very heads of the wolves that had been cut off and were lying on the ground. So after a few moments, the transformation began and the creatures turned into a body. The captain of the order told the others to be careful because this monster controls the beasts and it is unclear where they come from. Suddenly he looked to the side and asked what the hell was ahead. It was surprising because the severed head, as well as the rats, turned into a werewolf. So that huge beast that they are fighting can reproduce, and then it is terrible. Because there is a high probability that he was the reason for the sudden appearance of werewolves on that bloody night. The leader of the order shouted for everyone to concentrate because they had to get rid of them before more appeared. They had to stop them no matter what. And this is all because if they cannot stop these creatures, the nightmare of Gavaden will repeat itself. The new werewolves, who had recently transformed, immediately rushed to attack. Rachel continued to fight them, but she thought that they were regenerating too quickly, in which case she couldn't even focus on the beast of Jevodan now. And then that moment when she was fighting the werewolf, the rats got closer to her, and she noticed it. Naturally, Betty came to her aid and said that there were a lot of animals here, so they had to leave. The detective said that the civilians who had evacuated had stayed to wait. The huge beast itself once again used its cries and thereby dispelled the magical water guardians. Rachel knew it was all very bad because they had gotten distracted, and now she, in turn, had to do it again. But just as she was about to recreate her guards, she felt the rats touch her boot. The body began to deteriorate after that, and the detective thought that the safety of civilians was the top priority, which is why she had to somehow stall for time until everyone evacuated. Then they shouted that at this rate they wouldn't make it. Rachel said that they had to evacuate first. At the same time, she thought that it didn't matter at all what happened to her. Suddenly, I noticed a huge creature that suddenly recovered and began to look away. Also, the werewolves who had just been fighting stopped moving. Everyone else started doing it too, but it was unclear what they were looking at. But the gaze of all those very creatures was directed only in one direction, where dark magic appeared. And from it, a man began to emerge who was quite familiar to everyone. The werewolves stared and could not take their eyes off that place. The detective also looked there and realized who it was, which surprised her greatly. And the main character finally changed into his recent costume and appeared in front of everyone. When he did this, you immediately looked at your opponent, and she thought it was James Moriarty. The huge creature now stopped and did not react in any way, but only looked in one direction. Betty asked Rachel if she had just told Moriarty if she was sure it was him. The girl said it was just a mask covering her face and imperturbability in front of monsters, and also a rather frightening aura that she feels and is sure that it is definitely James. The man who is near her is the most dangerous creature here. The monsters also understood him. The protagonist said that he hoped he would recognize him, but it seems in vain, although he understands that it is very difficult to resist the madness of the beast. Although the man felt perfectly well that Hans was still alive and was somewhere out there. But saving a subordinate who is in danger is definitely the leader's responsibility. When the monster turned its attention to him again, it realized that there would be an attack now and prepared for it. Roger, using his aerial movement, also rushed forward and prepared to strike the monster. The very first thing he did was land on his head. And when he realized that he was in a stable position, he swung his weapon and plunged it into the eye. Rachel shouted that he was moving really fast, and it turned out that he disappeared and appeared in the blink of an eye. But at the same time, it was unclear whether this person could teleport. Just a few moments later, the heroine stopped and rushed towards the werewolves who were on the ground and easily cut off their heads. The detective saw this and thought that there was no point in cutting off his limbs, since severed heads simply become new werewolves. But then, when I looked in front of me and saw the tin, I was stunned, because it began to disappear. The girl wondered if the heads had really disappeared. Perhaps it was a sword made of a special material. Well, or maybe it was some kind of magic. Suddenly she saw that an attack was made on her and defended herself from it, and also decided that now was not the time to look. They were attacked by a huge beast, which now could not see with one eye and felt only strength. When Rachel covered her comrades and asked if everything was okay, they said yes, and she said that they might get buried, so they should get out of there. Therefore, I suggested that we trust him for now, and it seems his goal is to get rid of the beast. It's a little offensive, of course, to admit it, but he is an incredibly experienced person. The main character used his movement technique again and disappeared. And a few moments later, a large monster appeared in the sky right above his head. The man took some bottles of liquid out of his pockets and threw them down. They immediately began to fall and smashed against the bone head. The wolf heads that were spreading across the skin began to scream because of this. Rachel noticed this and asked what kind of tear gas it was, because it was unclear what he was planning. As this substance spread throughout the area, heads began to fall off the body of the huge monster. Roger wondered if he was giving up his damaged heads to grow new ones using tear gas, and that he was smarter than the original. However, there is one that understands perfectly well that it has weakened after molting. After these words, some kind of combination of power appeared in front of the monster. This very attack was made by the main character, who landed on the ground on a magic circle. Then he touched this circle with his fingers and said that there was no need to get distracted. Several stakes emerged from the ground, moving upward and piercing the animal's limbs. After this happened, the main character said that he decided to create new werewolves. In that case, he told them not to attack and took several pistols into his hands. Naturally, the little monsters rushed to attack him, but were soon killed by bullets. The hero continued to fire his weapons, using his spells, and thought that there were certainly many of them. But even despite this, everything is already coming to an end. The creatures were killed within moments, and Roger told the monster that no one would protect him now, and it was time to finish. The beast realized that things were going pretty badly, so he tried to move his limb to pull it out. The stone stakes soon crumbled due to the enormous force that was directed at them. The hero asked, "So, does this creature really want to fight to the very end?" Then he asked him to stop making a fuss and let him get out of there, because this body definitely does not belong to him. And at that moment, he pointed the barrel forward. The beast did not stop in one place and immediately rushed forward with all its speed to attack. Naturally, James saw that he was being attacked, but he remained in place and aimed forward. At the same time, the monster lost concentration and someone stuck a syringe with an antidote into his back. And after that, he began to introduce it quickly enough so that Hans became his former self. When the creature was penetrated by blood, the eye of the large monster almost tore into pieces and glowed very brightly. Then something happened that the man did not expect, because the large body fell apart into pieces. The hero turned his attention to his subordinates and said that they had arrived here just in time. After that, he came closer and said that we should go back. He looked at the Ghanaian, who was in human form but unconscious. The members of the order were very close and said that the monster stopped screaming. So did it really die? It was bad, because you couldn't see anything at all because of the dust. The subordinate turned to the leader and asked if perhaps it should be checked, but he did not answer. He then stated that there were still civilians there, and let them first ensure their safety and then check. The man asked James if he would be okay, since they had stuck such a huge harpoon in his neck, and the hero noted that everything would be fine. Because he has an amazing ability to regenerate after transformation, they saved their comrade, so they should get out of here before the knights arrive. Suddenly, a girl from the side shouted at them to stop and asked if they had met before. And then she said that they hadn't seen James Moriarty for a long time. The hero looked at her and saw that it was Rachel. The man called her name and said that they really hadn't seen each other for a long time, then asked if she had been looking for him all this time. The girl answered that everything was correct, because she knew that he did not die then. Annie asked her comrades who were standing nearby if it was really Moriarty. The main character said that it seemed that she did not value her life at all, which she barely managed to save. She had to pretend that she did not recognize him. In that case, it would be better for both of them. Rachel asked if he really thought she would give in so easily. It seemed like he underestimated her and called him James Moriarty. The interlocutor noted that she had expressed herself incorrectly because he was Abraham Van Helsing. And the girl added that he is also Arsène Lupin and Machiavelli. These are all his personalities. So I wonder under what name he lives in this city. Now that she realized that he was constantly changing personalities, running away was completely useless. And all this only because she would pursue him to the ends of the earth. The man touched the mask he had on his head and said that she was right. He had underestimated her. At the same time, he thought that he knew perfectly well that she was sharp and decisive, but he did not think that she had researched his past. If he ran away now, she would still continue to pursue him, and in that case he would not be able to hide if his identity became known. Of course, it won't be easy at all, but it looks like the only thing left is that he'll have to kill her. Rachel asked whether all the troubles caused by the Exilian Empire were his doing or not, or whether she should say that it was the doing of his organization. He is, after all, James Moriarty, who is in the Black Dawn. The main character was surprised and did not understand what she was talking about. The detective noticed his surprise and said that she must have hit the nail on the head. Let just one look at his strange reaction, James thought that maybe it was good, then said that as expected from Rachel's old enemy. It turns out that she even understood this, and he will not stop her if she wants to grab. But is this normal? Surely there are terrorists and civilians left. He says to these people who have not yet escaped from the auction house. The girl asked if he was really threatening her with the lives of peaceful people now. The interlocutor noted that it depends on her. He's not going to give up so easily. Even if she catches him, the lives of the people inside will definitely not be guaranteed. The rival got angry and said that he was a coward. The hero thought that he had changed his mind because she was annoying, but definitely skillful. That's why he uses her as a hunting dog, who will tear apart the Black Dawn for him. Then the man turned to his subordinates, gave their call signs, and said that they were leaving. At the same time, a dark energy appeared near them. Rachel then used her weapon and asked him if he thought she would let him go. But the hero easily defended himself from her attack with his strength. The detective noticed all this and decided to cast many more spells in his direction. Therefore, a large number of them from different directions were heading there. But the main characters created a seal and said that it became, of course, better. But even with all this, he can say that it is not enough to stop him. Using brute force in her attack, she rushed at Betty, who said that she would help her. Richard noticed this attack, so he jumped forward and easily defended it with his hand. The girl was stunned by what she saw and wondered if he had really blocked her fist with his bare hand. The opponent did not wait for her to think and immediately counterattacked, hitting her with great force. The detective asked if she was okay, and the girl replied that everything was fine, just a scratch. Then Annie rushed to attack. And so, in order to fight her off, Alex stepped forward and blocked with his weapon. The girl didn't understand what kind of guy this was, damn it, because his defense was no worse than that of a well-trained elite knight. Then she took out a small dagger from her sleeve and thought about how he liked that. So while you were fighting back with another weapon, you easily fired the one you had in your sleeve. But naturally, the guy noticed this attack and easily fought it off. Annie was surprised, wondering if he blocked the stinging sword as if he predicted it. So, turning to her rival, she asked who he was. The interlocutor said nothing in response to this, and suddenly some green energy appeared, causing the agent to ask what it was. Violetta flew to this place on her umbrella, saying that a squad of patrol knights was approaching. They could not waste any more time here. The main character, after hearing the information, called her Poppins and said that then he would not leave. Rachel heard it too and called James Moriarty to stop. He and his comrades were already in the sky, and the girl screamed at him not to think that this was the end, because she would get rid of him and his organization. The man smiled when he realized that it was about the Black Blossom and said that he was looking forward to it. That's why they will definitely see each other again. But after some time, the whole group disappeared from sight. In the events that happened earlier, Rachel asked James why he did it. The man said that it was unexpected, and he thought that she would understand. So she doesn't understand. Did she really think that living among ordinary people she would remain the same as them? Did they fit into their low standards? The whole world of these very creatures is so boring and tedious, and the people in it are so ignorant. So it's a relief to him when he talks about it and goes crazy with disappointment. The girl asked. But was this really the reason why he killed the child, just to tease her? James looked into her eyes and asked if it had been a terrible mistake. Let her abandon these thoughts because she herself understands everything. Deep down, she hears the same voice as he does. Rachel hung her head sadly and said that he should know that she hoped he was a good person, and also that all minor misunderstandings could be resolved through negotiations. But it turned out that she did not understand anything. If this is really the path he has chosen, she will arrest him right now. The man understood everything at that moment and cast his cold gaze at her. At this time, the detective was informed that the initial investigation at the scene was complete. She replied that she understood everything and that they had done a good job. The commander of the order said that this was not so, because they should not be grateful to her, because if it were not for her, they would have taken twice as long. As the girl ordered, they seized the bomb from the terrorists. Rachel said that this was excellent and let them send her the results of the analysis. The man noted that they would do this. Afterwards, he said that it was time for him to return to the scene of the crime and to let her know if she needed anything. She thought that there is gunpowder on which the silence of fire does not work. But it is unclear who is presenting such a dangerous thing to the Liberation Army. Clearly, no one in the army itself is capable of such a thing, and there is only one thing that first comes to mind. This thought tells her about the Black Dawn, with which James Moriarty was closely associated. After the disappearance of the monster, his friends immediately crawled out. And because of this, one can conclude that this incident is an experiment of the Black Dawn. First of all, it is worth analyzing this support, In order to catch them all red-handed, you need to prepare well. So just let James Moriarty wait a little. After all, she was sure that she would catch him as soon as she finished the preparations. After some time, Hans finally woke up. He gradually opened his eyes, and when he looked up, he asked where he was. The main character was in that room and asked if he had woken up, and the guy immediately became a little scared. Roger asked him how it felt, if he felt any pain or discomfort anywhere. The comrade called him brother and asked what the hell had happened. Machiavelli asked him if he didn't remember how he turned into a monster. And his comrade noted that when it came to being a monster, everyone remembered that. Although it was surprising that he did not die, the hero then noted that it was a relief. He then stated that you had now given him what you had recently found. The interlocutor became wary and noted that he was asking not to be surprised and to listen to the end. Because the point is that in order to get it, you need to do something. The man told him to stop beating around the bush and just give him what was in his right hand. Hans saw that there was a relic there and asked what it was and where he got it from. The hero noticed that he had been squeezing it since he transformed back from a human, and his comrade asked if that was really the case. Roger replied that it was true. No matter how he tried to pull it out, it wouldn't let go, so he had to wait all this time until it woke up. The guy was happy when he realized that he was able to protect the relic and could not find the words. Then he extended his hand and told him to take it naturally. His friend accepted it and said that Hans had done an excellent job. After that, he got up and noticed that since he was awake, he should put on something. Something was being emitted, because he was going to tell everyone something. The interlocutor noticed that he understood everything. Soon, everyone was already sitting at the table, and the boss said that, even taking into account the unpleasant surprises, they all did just fine. So the mission was successful, and they are great. They will not be exposed since the Khanate failed, but it takes time to take care of the values. Sheridan kept shouting that it was wonderful and they were rich. But the hero noticed that he was rejoicing too early, because it took time, since this was stolen wealth, and after working together they understood everything. Because each of his colleagues is unique, Alex said that this is so, because he was amazed. And who would have thought that a person could turn into such a huge monster? As a result, he saw something like this for the first time. Richard noticed that he wielded a sword unusually, and whether he was a knight, the guy replied that he was just a graduate student. The man asked how it was that a mere graduate student could fight on equal terms with a night wanderer. Alex noted that, speaking of which, he was asking the leader who that young lady was. Because she was quite skilled, controlled water, and was clearly an unusual person, Roger said her name was Rachel Selmoy. She is a hereditary mage from a noble family. And these guys should also know this because she is an extremely skilled mage who has been awarded a colored title. The guy said that he knew it, but how did they meet her? The leader replied that if we talk about it, it seems that they first crossed paths in the Delica Kingdom. At the place where the monster had recently been raging, the princess asked someone to help. Annie heard this and immediately ran up, asking what had happened. But the girl pointed at Rachel's subordinate and said that this person was not breathing. The agent approached her and asked since when this happened. The interlocutor noted that she did not know, because she thought that she had fainted. Annie realized after a few seconds that there was no pulse and her body was cold. So did she really just die? But how did this happen? Suddenly, Rachel, who was looking for the girl, came up to them and said that she had passed out again. The princess asked how she could be unconscious, since she wasn't breathing at all. The detective noted that everything was fine with her. Just let them see for themselves. After that, she came closer to her, and then gradually began to undress her. Adriana was very embarrassed when she saw this and asked why she was undressing her. Annie asked to wait a few seconds for the princess, because she had a hole in her back. The detective noted that everything was correct. Let them look carefully. The knight asked. So it turns out that Miss Betty is not a human. And in response, she heard that this is true. She is an autonomously controlled robot automaton. Then she took out the key, and they noticed that she looked exactly like a person. Rachel said that this is so, and it flows beautifully into society, using emotions. Annie added that if we talk about it, then a humanoid robot is amazing, because she has never heard of such things. Usually rumors about such inventions spread quickly. The girl said that it was not surprising that no one knew about it, because Betty was a secret experiment of the Delica Kingdom from many years ago. So she's a secret enough soldier for everyone to know about her. The girl turned the key and then asked if Betty was awake. Her interlocutor only glanced at her naked body. Then she shouted why she was so naked. In response, I heard that she was unconscious and decided not to waste time. The girl said that this was wild. Rachel added that it was time for them to go, so she asked him to collect things and materials for the case, and let him not forget either. The subordinate was angry, but went to collect what she asked her to. The detective then went on to say that she first met Betty in the Kingdom of Delica, and that was where she was hunting Moriarty. They stated that if she was talking about him, then did she really know from the very beginning? The interlocutor said that this was not so because she only knew that he was a brilliant mathematician. At the same time, he was competent, so they discussed these topics a couple of times, and even then the man irritated her like hell with this. His voice, which she heard at their first meeting, drove her crazy. He always pretends to be the smartest. However, as soon as she found out that he was an evil genius, she began to pursue him. In fact, it was during this activity that she met Betty, who confronted him that day at the secret factory. And then the production specialized in automatons. There was a collapse of the floor due to an explosion, and Moriarty hid in the ruins, and she followed him but lost him. Just as she was thinking about getting out, she came across her in these ruins in a place hidden from view. This girl was lying in a rather strange capsule, which was not damaged. Rachel saw the first successful outcome of an illegal secret project. Her codename was Beta. Somewhere in another shelter, Alex was wondering if Dave was really an automaton too. Roger said that it was true, but that he should discuss it with him later. Hans noted that, of course, he understood everything, and he always knew that unusual individuals like him existed. Everyone immediately turned their attention to him. He asked what happened and where they were looking. Then I thought that in such a case, all this is not surprising if you think about that girl. Dave noticed that the girl he had fought was also an automaton, just like him, although he immediately realized that he didn't even know that any of the other children had survived. The leader stated that he too thought that all the automatons had been completely destroyed, but it seems that she is now with Rachel Selma. Violetta said that she wondered why the Delica Kingdom needed them, although, no matter how you look at it, they don't look like standard robots. When asked this question, Roger coldly replied that they were needed for the war, because they are the rest of the soldiers who can be controlled at any moment, and it is obvious that their mass production was launched precisely for this purpose. The girl asked what he was saying. Did their creator really want to start a war? The hero said that in any case, he himself went through this in the Kingdom of Delica. Rachel finally finished her story and said that this is how she met Betty, and soon after she woke up. The interlocutors listened attentively to this story, but he, of course, didn't particularly like it all. The subordinate turned to Rachel and asked how much longer she would chat. The girl remarked that it was a great job. Then she told us comrades that it was time for her to go because she was being called. The princess asked where he was heading, and in response she heard that the place where the girl was located was destroyed. That's the only reason she should find a new place, Adriana said, albeit belatedly. But she wants to say thank you for saving her, and in that case she would personally reward her. So let him visit her as soon as the opportunity presented itself. The interlocutor said that she understood and would look forward to it. After that, she turned to Annie and asked if she could say hello to Jessica from her, as she was planning to stay a little longer in Leathervelk. The girl didn't ask if they knew each other, and if so, then of course she would tell them. The detective got ready to leave and said that she was saying goodbye to everyone then, but would see them again. Soon, Theon Academy was holding regular classes and living a quiet life. The main character looked at the newspaper and thought that, as expected, there would only be hints about the monster, and the news about the auction house Const, unfortunately, was being concealed. Who would have thought that Rachel Selmoy would pursue him all the way to Leathervelk and even find out his false names? We'll have to put a gag order on anyone with the Moriarty name. The only good thing is he was wrong about the Black Dawn. Although most likely this is not the case because he could have been right if suddenly a ward came and turned to the professor. She told the man that she had finished sorting all the material, and he said it was a good job. Sylvia asked if he was reviewing the events of yesterday. Roger replied that he was, because everyone was fussing about what happened. The girl noticed that people were discussing the fact that the Clockwork Knights had caught a monster, and who would have thought that they were so strong? As a result, she thinks that their calculations need to be revised, and her interlocutor noted that this is indeed the case. He thought that if this was unexpected, James Moriarty was not connected with the Knights in any way. Sylvia noted that if you think about it, they were only set in motion because of this incident. The interlocutor asked the committee about the speech. The girl replied that she was talking about the Holy Knights of Bredis. The man was stunned when he heard this information and did not respond to it. If we talk about the sacred people of Bredis, then there is an island remote from the continent, where the religious order Luminecus is based. It professes the religion of the Radiant God. They have been hunting pagans and cryptids for hundreds of years and performing purification ceremonies, justifying this as their mission to save humanity. This organization is no longer as popular as it used to be due to corruption and constantly changing dogmas of the teachings. So the hero said that the Holy Knights are annoying scoundrels. They had been inactive for 20 years, but now that they had found out something, they had already crawled out. The girl noticed that it was somehow suspicious, because these people did nothing on that bloody night 5 years ago. But why did they decide to intervene now? The hero noted that they had apparently completely brainwashed the people. The assistant said that if she was talking about this, then it was surprising, because such rumors had not reached her. The professor noted that this was just his assumption. For now, they will let it go and ask what about his request. The girl noticed that she remembers everything. Joanna Lovett is a student who is considered to be the second order, but this is not her real name. The man asked if she was the second order. Then he made up something that was understandable. So that's how she hid her essence. Sylvia replied that it was so. She also found out that she was from the kingdom of Durman, most likely a survivor of the great fires of Lotan. The man thought that if we talk about it, then they happened more than a decade ago. But how did she survive? By the way, no one has ever found out the cause of the fire, so it is unclear whether it could actually be that fire monster. Then I asked the assistant how many survivors were registered. The girl noted that including the second order of Joanna, there were 3. One of them is a servant of art, whose name is Piero, but they don't know anything about the third one yet. The man said that everything is clear to him and noted that she is a good girl. The class is about to start, so you should get ready. It started soon, and the professor said that before they started, he would announce the results of the exams. Students will see the full table, listed in descending order of rank, on the notice board after class. But now he will announce the top 5 results of the first exam. He, in turn, thinks that they are all interested in who took first place. These students are Flora Lumos, with a 100% result, and also Julia Plumhart, who shares first place with her. The students were surprised, asking if she shared first place with Flora, which was expected considering she was supported by the magic tower itself. The professor said that there were 2 in first place, so there was no second place, but in third they had Tracy Pryad. The girl was stunned, and Adrian congratulated her because it was amazing. Then, the interlocutor became embarrassed, but said that if she wanted, she could be his tutor. The boy noticed that he was not needed, but he did not dare interrupt her path of knowledge. The teacher then announced the rest of the list and said that Renee was in 4th place, and the next one, who is in 5th place, is Leo. The student said that this couldn't be, because there were 3 fallen noblemen and commoners at the top. Roger soon said that all 5 students could come after class and pick up their items, and now they should get the printouts he had handed out in the last lesson. Today, they would learn about magic circles based on the release of mana. One of the boys thought that today's lesson was quite ordinary. The teacher said that magic circles were more stable than spells, and they were also ideal for use with talismans and artifacts. It is for these reasons that they are still relevant today. In addition to this, most magic circles have the shape of a circle even at their bottom. This is due to tradition and the belief that this way the spell is better protected from the influence of external forces. But they, in turn, will consider several unconventional circles. Flora turned her attention to the board and did not understand what the hell it was. Roger finally finished his drawing and turned the students' attention there. They were surprised, asking if this was some kind of magic circle. Many students immediately turned towards one girl after this. All eyes at that moment were focused on Flora Lumos, who was sitting below. The girl was surprised and thought, why aren't they staring at her? Maybe because of what happened in the first semester, they made her the leader of the student resistance. Although it is quite interesting to me what it all means, it is unlikely, of course, that the professor decided to make up some kind of fable. Suddenly the thought came to mind. Had he really decided to do this? If it turns out that all this is really true, then she will be very disappointed in him. The professor noticed that, as he could see, they didn't really believe that it was really a magic circle, so he asked them to look more closely at it. After the man performed the manipulation on complaints on one of the squares, some kind of energy began to form. The students were surprised when they saw this and said that it worked, but they didn't understand how he did it all. The professor noted that the final one understood why they didn't believe it. A magic circle that wasn't in the shape of a circle couldn't easily circulate mana. Mana moves smoothly in a circle along a curved line, but if there are corners, the flow goes beyond the formation. Although right now, as the students can see, his magic circle was working fine, so he wonders what they think the reason is. Flora immediately raised her hand and saw that someone else did so too. The girl looked at the other person and thought that this child also wanted to give an answer. The teacher noticed that Flora Lumos raised her hand first, so the girl replied that she was talking about the text. Because each square has text, that's what helped with the mana flow. Roger said that she had noticed correctly, and if there was a means to help the flow of mana, the square magic formation could function properly. This time he used Satyr's magic square, which reads the same no matter which direction they read it. In other words, it's a palindrome. The boy raised his hand and said he had a question, because this was amazing. But were there any advantages to using a magic square instead of a circle? The professor noted that it is natural and easier to draw. A circular magic formation works only when the formation is perfectly drawn. It is not for nothing that there are certificates for masters who professionally draw magic formations. If you look at it from the other side, a square is just 4 points equally spaced from each other, so it is much faster and easier to draw than a circle. The man will give them additional material, and they will see that the square is just an example. The magical formation can take on completely different forms. They, in turn, will take this into account and create their own magical formation. This will be the second part of the exam, so he will wait for their idea. Sometime after classes, students and teachers gathered in the teacher's room. The man said that Leo was second only to Renee and asked to show him his hands. The boy saw some energy appear on his palm. He was surprised. And the teacher said that this was the first of 4 parts of the source code calculation. He, in turn, calls it a structure, of course, but separately they have no meaning. The guy said that this meant that he had to be in the top 5 in the remaining semesters. Roger replied that this was exactly the case, so he should work harder. When Leo came out after that, he looked at the palm and thought that it was just a part, thinking that in this way there would be no easy leakage of information. He, in turn, cannot perform a reverse calculation, nor analyze only this part. But if you teach a simple student such magic, then what will he entertain a person there? But suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by some conversation that the party heard, and he turned his attention to it. Leo saw that they were aristocrats, as well as Katie O'Valley from his class, but it was unclear what they were doing there. The guy there said, "Does she really not hear them at all? Because she should be aware of her social status and behave like the parasite that she is." The girl immediately interrupted him and asked what if she didn't want to? What would they do if he didn't admit it? Leo wondered if we were really going to contradict the aristocrats in such a rude manner. The interlocutor who heard this called her a dirty girl and asked if she hadn't understood yet, and also extended his magic wand towards her. Suddenly, a boy approached them from the side and said that this was enough. Could several aristocrats really attack one beastman? It was unclear, however, whether they had forgotten how closely they were being watched, given that Jason Pelio had only recently been eliminated, and he was just going to visit Professor Chelici, and if they didn't care, then let them continue. Of course, the guy didn't want this, but said that they were leaving. And when he came closer, he said that he shouldn't show off since he was so smart, because the peasant blood wouldn't wash off anyway, and it didn't change anything. The interlocutor smiled rather slyly and said that he had better watch his grades. The aristocrat was simply horrified by these words, but said nothing. Then he turned around and left, so the leftist declared that his ego was too inflated for someone who couldn't last a day without his company. Katie asked why he helped her. The boy noted that if she talks about help, he doesn't believe it, because before that, he saw perfectly well that she would have torn them into small pieces if it weren't for him. The girl said that they needed a little lesson, and the interlocutor noted that her lessons required too much blood, so she should be glad that those idiots didn't attack. Katie interrupted him and asked if he wasn't afraid of her. The guy asked if this was really necessary, since they were the only ones who should be afraid, so why was she asking about it? Since she entered the academy as a beastman despite their terrible treatment of humans, it means that she wants to go beyond that and expand her knowledge of the world. The student asked how he could have found out all this, and in response she heard that he had heard something about the lake people. Then she said a phrase in her language and noted that he was a good person. The guy did not quite understand and asked what she was saying. Katie replied that it was an expression in the language of her tribe, and in their language it meant a small but brave warrior. Leo got angry and then said that he was warning her not to call him little, but the other woman didn't understand why he was so fixated on one word. We are talking about his strength now, and that is important, and he has proven it. The boy exhaled after that and said that she could call him Leo. She asked what he meant, and the boy replied that it was his name, because it was difficult to call him a warrior. Suddenly, Adrian came up and told his friend that this is where he was. Then I noticed that I accompanied Tracy to the professor and heard that he had already received what he needed. Then he stopped and said that they had been together, and he seemed to remember her name. The interlocutor said in advance that she was Katie Omley. The guy said that he was definitely glad to see her. He also added that they wanted to have dinner and offered to join. Tracy interrupted him and said that they were not in the right relationship. The interlocutor answered positively, and the rest of their friendship did not particularly like it. Renee walked down the hallway, thinking that she was a little disappointed that it had been so easy, because she thought it would be worse. It was sad that she couldn't even ask questions. Suddenly, on the way, she saw Adriana, who asked if the girl would have lunch with her. Her friend saw her, but apologized, saying that she had already made arrangements with someone. The princess smiled and remarked that if that was the case, then yes, good, let him have his time. Renee apologized again and said that they would eat next time. Then I thought that it was quite joyful that she understood, but I was worried that she would be offended. But it turns out that her friend is so understanding and literally a real princess. Adriana, in turn, did not understand whether she had made an agreement with someone. If so, then it was unclear with whom and why she was going so far. In fact, she was really very offended by this situation, so she decided to follow her friend and wondered if she was on a date. But in general, who could look at her innocent Renee? And she wants to look into his shameless eyes. While she was looking out from behind the tree, some guy appeared behind her and asked who was there. The girl got scared and screamed, but the boy came up and asked what she was doing there. The princess realized who this man was, and soon the three of them were sitting near the tree. Adriana noted that if she understood correctly, he was planning to have lunch with her friend. That's why he asked about all these flowers as well as the field. Is it really his doing? Then she called his full name, asking about this. Freddie asked if there was really any problem with this, but the girl did not understand where the lone wolf got such passions from. The guy replied that since she had time to follow his hobbies, then maybe it was time to finally find her own. For some time after that, they sat and looked at each other in an awkward pause. To ease the tension a little, Renee asked her what brought her here, and her interlocutor noted that she saw her going deep into the forest and became worried. Freddie noted that these excuses looked rather pathetic and that one couldn't control one's friends like that. His interlocutor angrily asked what he was talking about. It was unclear what he was talking about, so they were angry with each other again. Then Renee turned to her again and asked the princess if she really had no friends. Adriana noticed that she also says that, but it is not clear what she means. The interlocutor noted that she simply noticed that not long ago she had never seen her hanging out with anyone. Freddie noted that this was a good observation because the princess had no friends, and that was quite a pity. Renee said that it was simply impossible because she was truly unattainable due to her high status. But she was such a good person. The guy said that it was not only the status that was the reason for this, but all because of the first princess. The girl asked in what sense. The interlocutor asked if she had heard about the battle that had broken out over the succession to the throne in the Kingdom of Utah. It was common for royal children to cut each other's throats for the throne. But the first princess was completely different because she was impeccable as a ruler, so her status as a monarch was indisputable, and no one could resist her. Of course, the status of their third princess is very tempting for the aristocrats. Then, why everyone avoids her? And the reason for this story is quite simple. Because the first princess, out of the kindness of her heart, accepted all her brothers and sisters whom she had to cut with her own hands. Adriana heard everything he said and understood that it was not so, because she just needed obedient toys. And Freddie continued to speak while she kept the third princess with her. But no one would dare approach her, fearing to fall into disgrace. And she doesn't seem to notice this. She's active and jumping from club to club. He doesn't even imagine how hard it was for others. Renee listened carefully to the story and then said that the first princess was indeed strong. The friend noted that this was absolutely not the case since she was simply used to being alone. Many people stood in the way of this very girl, but they all disappeared without a trace at one moment. The girl asked how they disappeared, and in response she heard that he did not know the details, but after that a rumor ran through high society. And it said that all the other aristocrats should take care of themselves and beware of the shadow of the first princess. Soon, Adriana thanked him for the treat, because he had a good chef. But her friend asked if it was true that she had seen the beast of Gévaudan. The princess replied that she still couldn't believe that she was still alive after this incident, because it was good that everything turned out so peacefully. The girl thought that this was wonderful, because she had dreamed of such a life at the academy, chatting with friends and taking care of each other. Renee asked if the monster really died. The girl immediately remembered the words of her comrade in arms. Before leaving, Rachel asked her if she could state that the incident had been settled by the knights, as the truth should not come out. If it happens that people find out, then deal with the monster and unnecessary worries will break out. In such a case, sometimes a lie can save you. After thinking about it, she said, "Of course, they took care of him." Her friend sighed with relief and said, "It was a relief."